Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to day 85 of Brighter Shores. So today, what are we going to be doing? We are going to be hitting level 3000 finally. We're level 2988. We weren't really far much off stream, but today the goal is going to be a Forager focus, finally get to base 100 non-combat, non-combat. As this is the final non-combat that we need to go get to 100. Then after that, we're probably heading back to the FAR starting tomorrow to go and work towards our 200, and go from there. But yeah, going to be really Forager heavy, and we will finally get to our all-elusive level 3000. Beyond that, of course, Old School RuneScape, the game somewhat similar to this, they ended up doing a kind of interesting update that I figured I mentioned slightly today. Because it's probably one of my favorite features that has ever been added to Old School RuneScape, and I kind of wish Brighter Shores would eventually get it. And that is the collection log. It's this little thingy that we have on us now. We basically got this new little staff thingy that goes based on how much collections you have. But basically, there's like a leaderboard for it now and everything. Oh wait, I'm trying to bring it up that way. It's actually over here. Let me actually go get rid of that. But yeah, we were actually 16th as far as hardcores in the entire game right now, as far as how many collections logged we have. Basically what this is it's a collection of every single unique item that you have ever gotten ever. Not just the quantity of every single one, but also the full amount. And it also has a new breakdown screen now, so we can see that we were pretty heavy on mini games and other, and we barely touch raids and only half touched bosses. But yeah, you can go to anything. It shows how many of each unique you've ended up getting from every single thing. This is the thing I was talking about earlier, that we're going to start AFKing so we can go get all the Castle Wars armor, and probably get like 5,000 tickets or something later down the line, just so we can do it free to play so we don't have to pay for membership. Oh, I just realized you guys can't see what I'm showing right now. No! But yeah, I forgot because you showed the other thing. No, that's a fail. But yeah, they added this little thing. You can see the overview now. It brings up all the breakdown per every single thing. It's one of my favorite mechanics that has ever been introduced to this game, as it shows every single last item that you've ever obtained from every single everything, and the quantity that you've gotten, how many you've killed of it, how dry you are, like our 3 times over drop rate beaver, how absurdly dry you are. Wait, where's the worst one? This is what I hate the most. I know it's not like super dry. Where is it? Tormented Demons. It's kind of funny because during leagues, I got no Tormented Synapses and only Burning Claws. And you need 2 of these to make an actual weapon. And they're 1 in 500. So I'm like 4 times over drop rate or something for like the second one. I got this at like 200 something kills. So we've gone like 2,000 something kills without a single one. It is so depressing. We're more over drop rate for this than we are of the beaver that we're like 3 times over drop rate. But yeah, it just shows like the full breakdown and everything like that. But I don't know, I really hope that Brighter Shores eventually gets a mechanic like that, as it's been one of my personal favorite. But they have quite a few other fun ones, like combat achievements, achievement diaries. I feel like achievement diaries in particular would work really well in Brighter Shores, because achievement diaries are basically like region-locked tasks that you need to go do. And obviously, Brighter Shores is exceedingly region-locked, so it would work out perfectly if they ever add achievement diaries, as we got the Hopeport region, the Hope Forest region, the Mines of Matubin region, the Chronopolis region, the Chapter 5 region, the Chapter 6 region, so on and so forth. It is set up perfectly for an achievement diary system, where you have like a bunch of tasks that you need to do within an area, and you get cool rewards for doing so, as well as various buffs that might help you within the chapter, and even possibly outside the chapter as well. Yeah, there's a lot of cool mechanics that it has. I know if some of you don't play, you might not know exactly what all of them are. I also put the completionist stuff in there. For example, things like having 200 all in a given region, 500 all in a given region, 200 all in the entire game, stuff like that. Obviously not the same degree to what I think RuneScape 3 ends up doing it. Old School obviously does not have a completion cape yet. But the equivalents of that for Brighter Shores would be things like 200 all in a region, 500 all in a region, 200 all in the entire game, stuff like that. Or, you know, out of every single region. I don't think they would ever add a 500 all one, as I'm pretty sure that is nearly impossible. I think they'll add 500 all per chapter, but I don't think they'll add a 500 all for every chapter. That would just be absurd. As I'm not even sure if that's possible if they add chapters quick enough. Even if you play like 10 hours a day. Oh, also, by the way, update on IRL stuff. I will have to take 2 days off next month. I believe it is the 17th and 18th. I will need to double check later, because the exact dates don't really matter too much right now. But there will be 2 days that we will not be streaming at all. Actually, let me double check what days do this fall, if that is the case. I need to go double check it later. Oh, perfect. One of those is a Monday. Oh, sorry, Gems of War people. One of those is a Monday. Oh, no. Hopefully I could record that at like 3 a.m. and get that out before the morning and everything. Ooh, one of those is a Monday. Okay, so that doesn't actually affect too much then. That's only going to affect like one stream really, because our Brighter Shore stream on Mondays are normally pretty low. But I forgot, one of those is a Monday. Well, that kind of works out perfectly to some degree. But yeah, likely the 17th and 18th. I'll need to double check the dates. But those 2 days I will probably not be around, as we're getting some work done on the floor from some hurricane damage, as well as just replacing it all out with wood instead of rug like it is right now. And yeah, it's going to take at least 2 days, probably exactly 2 days. So I will not be streaming either of those 2 days, as I will have to go put every single computer-related thing in the bathroom, lock it up, make sure it doesn't get dusty, cover it up, and yeah, I won't have access to it. I'll still have internet and stuff, so I'll still be playing, because I'll just be doing it off of like hotel Wi-Fi or something. But I won't have a good enough connection to be streaming, so we will not be streaming those 2 days. But we will be able to get our 100-day streak in before then. So we'll still be able to do that. Over 100 consecutive days of streaming Brighter Shores every single day. So we'll still be able to get that in, luckily. But yeah, there will be 2 days next month where I will not be around for pretty much anything, as my connection will not be particularly good. As I'm pretty sure whatever hotel I'm going at will not have a good enough connection to bother with. But anyways, yeah, let me go finish out the stew, and yeah, let's go to the focus that we're going to be doing. We are going to be doing Forager today. We are in a bit of a weird level range right now, because I kind of need 77 before we can do it again. So honestly, I almost want to go do Puffer Eel and just try to get that up. I know it says Forager Focus. However, we do still need fishing to be higher, because I kind of want to go knowledge just directly into it. Oh no, I guess we could train it directly. The only problem with that is I would have to do monument pieces or wide farming. And I don't mind doing wide farming, but I'd rather have better nodes to start doing wide farming on. The current nodes that we have right now are not really that worth it, so I'm probably not going to bother. But, oh no, we'll see. Still haven't fully determined how I want to go about it. Because this knowledge point will almost bring us to 74, but it's still not enough. We still need to get to 77. So, What to do? Oh no, I think I might just go do a little bit of fishing now. Oh no. I don't want title to seem misleading. It's like Forager Focus. Let's go fishing. The only problem right now at this exact Forager level range is our options to go Forager are kind of awkward. I don't know, I guess I could do monument pieces, just dropping them all. I've never actually done that before, but why not? It's not like they sell for that much. Alright, I'm gonna just go get a fear potion. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do monument piece only and just drop them. I don't think it's worth wide farming on them. Is there to get too many nodes right now, or just way too low XP to bother with? Anyways, hello everyone! Hello Isabel, hello Darkwood, hello MK Jets, welcome, welcome, welcome. You like all the completionists, like getting 200 all in a certain episode? Yeah, I would absolutely love that. 200 all in an episode and 500 all in an episode, I would absolutely love from Brighter Shores. Especially if they actually had cape perks on them too, but even if they don't, just the cosmetic of having them would be really, really, really cool. But, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But, honestly, any of those four, I would absolutely love to have. Also, I love how Collection Lock is 0 votes right now. No! My favorite one! I don't know, I just absolutely love completionist stuff like that. And Brighter Shores definitely needs more things in that regard, because aside from, like, capes right now, there isn't really anything to really go for in that regard at this current moment in time. So I'm not sure why I have the 5% and the 10% on me. We technically only need the 10%. The 5% will actually not do a single thing. Alright, so yeah, I guess we just do monument pieces and just drop them. Let me double check. Is this actually worth it? How do you check Forager? The problem is it's really hard to test wide farming XP rates, because there's so many different wide farms you could do. But I want to double check. What is Forager pieces only? Is it actually worth even farming just Forager piece only? Because I believe the answer is yes. But I am not certain on that. Let's see, where are we? Monument piece, monument piece. We're at the 71 monument piece. Yeah, it is. Yeah, the wiki says it is. If you're just dropping them to the ground, it is indeed worth it at this level range. Until we get to the shell, and then we can start doing wide farming. That, or even just doing farming just directly on the shell only. Because I don't really care about knowledge rate that much as I do the XP rate. Because we care way more about XP rate right now. Yeah, let's go get 77 real quick, so we can go to the beach and get some real foraging going. Oh no, I already have the monument done. I already have all the pieces for this one done. We actually did that yesterday. Right now we're doing it purely for XP. I will be dumping all knowledge into Forager though, for this. I'm just waiting for the double dump so we can go to the 10% on it. I'm never sure why I have the 5% on me. I guess for when we transition into the next activity. But for what we're doing now, we actually do not need it at all. Oh, there's Clayton. Oh, he's on the cooking run. I just saw him at the chef place. which we're almost there. I think I have 5 bounties right now. In the next hour, we can go do it. But not quite yet. But anyways, yeah, how are you guys doing? Hope all you guys been having a wonderful, wonderful week so far. This is basically the middle of the week now. We're finally achieving our 3,000 goal for Brighter Shores, and we're getting pretty close to the max as well. And by max, I mean, you know, 200 all. We should have it within the next 2 weeks or so. My goal is to have it done before Valentine's Day. That is my goal for leveling right now. I believe on the math I did earlier, as long as we maintain like 8 to 10 hours a day, we should be able to go and do that. We'll find out when it doesn't happen. No. But we should be able to go and reach that goal. As, that's our game plan. Hello, Protein! Welcome, welcome! First time viewer looking into Brighter Shores? Nice! Have you played any game similar to it, or is this your first time with like a point-and-click MMO? But, yeah, it's really grindy. Still not content complete, as it's still in early access. The 2 biggest updates coming soon is a complete combat overhaul, like an extreme, just complete, like, delete and restructure of the entire combat system is coming in the next few months or sooner. And trading. Those are the big 2 ones, player-to-player trading. As there's currently no trading. Basically, everyone's an Iron Man, aka, like, self-sufficient. But they will be having an option for either trading or staying self-sufficient once trading does come out. But currently, you basically have to play completely self-sufficiently without the help of other players. There are some co-op activities you can do for skilling, but there isn't too much that you can do co-op-wise in the game at the moment. There will be in the future, though. They mentioned they're going to be adding a bunch of bosses, raids, stuff like that you'll be able to do together. But a lot of that just isn't in the game right at the moment, as it's a really small, committed dev team. But they're definitely in for the long haul. But it's a really small team, so progress is relatively slow. They still keep up with pretty frequent updates, though, compared to, like, an average game. As far as, like, the really big, juicy content, it takes quite a bit to develop since it's such a small team. It's like a single-digit team, pretty much. You have an old-school RuneScape main account? Nice! And played a bit of Brighter Shores when it first came out. Let's see, when it first came out. But uni classes stopped, yeah. It definitely makes sense. Yeah, the holidays definitely cut into it for me. And old-school RuneScape's leak. I did get a little bit distracted when that ended up coming around as well. It's like a whole week where we ended up going and getting that done where we barely even played Brighter Shores. We still were, but it was just like pretty AFK in the background. Oh, I just realized there's one problem with me having this potion on me. I forgot, whenever I do this final one, I'm going to be at like a weird inventory where I got to drop it. That's fine, though. It's not really that big a deal. It's going to make every cycle just kind of awkward when I need to drop it, though. That's fine. Yeah, I wish there was a way to deposit this. There's not a deposit box nearby. The closest one is a mile and a half away. I think it's all the way over there. All the way over there. Which is not really worth going to just to make sure we have a clean inventory. Well, that's fine doing it like this. We don't have to do it for that long. We're only here for till 77. Then we never need to touch one of these again until we need to touch one of these again. When it forces us to do the next monument tier. But yeah, overall, Brighter Shores compared to old school RuneScape right now, I would say is pretty much like RuneScape Classic. In the sense that it is still like a year or 2 away from being in its true form. Because RuneScape back in the day didn't really get there till like 2 years after. Like 2-3 years after when it became RuneScape 2. And I feel like Brighter Shores is in a pretty similar state right now. Where it's in a very early developmental stage. And it still has a good year or 2 before it fully finds its identity. But I personally been enjoying the grind so far. I like Number Go Up Simulator. And we were just talking about it earlier, because the update in Old School RuneScape today, we actually got rank 16 for Hardcore Collection Log that came out today too, which is pretty fun. I'm actually really happy about this. I was really curious where we would be after all of it. But yeah, we're currently rank 16. I do have the name Tacit in Brighter Shores as well. I mean, in Old School RuneScape as well. It's on my Defense Pure, though. Not on my Max Hardcore. Let's see. I'm not sure if that person's still in this room. Let's see, are they still in this room? I have no clue. That's the only problem with chat in this game. I have no clue if the person who just chatted with me is even still here. Oh no. Let's see, with Stinky Pete, we'll find him. Yeah, they definitely gotta update the chat system. Like, talk to someone and then they move to the next room. It's like, oh, not talking to them anymore. Let's see. Up. Let's see. I'll say it again. There we go. It definitely got to him that time. We got him. Took a little bit of effort, but we got there. So speaking of leaderboards, how are we doing in Brighter Shores these days? Oh, so one thing I saw earlier, congrats Chino. I'm not sure if he's here right now. He's probably not. But he stops by occasionally. But congrats Chino on being rank 3, technically, quote unquote, on leaderboard. But yeah, Chino's finally rank 3. If you ignore all the hiders that you should definitely ignore. But he's currently rank 3 in the entire game right now. Ignore the 10. It's actually kind of funny because if we go here, we can actually see it, right? Yeah, we can see right there, Chino. Number 10, but technically 3rd. This is as far as people opted into the leaderboard. What happened to Patricio and the others? I believe Patricio said he was taking a break from the game. Well, that's what someone in chat said. I haven't actually heard it from him. But I believe someone said that he was taking a break from the game to go play Path of Exile 2. Because he power grinded to rank 1 and kind of burned out a little bit and never got to try Path of Exile 2, so now he's doing that. I never did 2, but it didn't really interest me that much. I've had a lot of people ask about it, but we just never got around to it. Nor do I really plan to at the moment, I don't think. But, yeah, I think he stopped for a little bit to do Path of Exile 2, but... But it makes sense. He kind of power grinded the entire game in, like, 2 months. It was like an any % speed run, and he finally got it done. After probably, like, 1,500 hours or something. Because he has 200 all, multiple skills above 200. As well as rank 1. Or previously rank 1. I think he actually went down a bit now. Because he stopped playing for almost like a few days to a week now. But he was rank 1. Yeah, I'm not personally into ARPGs that much. I've tried them before, but I don't know. They're fun to try, but I would never like commit a lot of time to them. And I wouldn't even say that I don't like them. It's just one of those game genres where I just never feel like I want to commit that much time to it. Beyond just like basic completion. Like it's one of those games where if I was to finish whatever the storyline is in the game, I'd probably stop playing it completely after that. Even if it has thousands of hours to end game. Whereas in something like Brighter Shores, after we finish the storyline is basically when we finish the tutorial. That's not when the game ends, it's when the game, like, starts, pretty much. Yep, 11 levels to go. There we go, we're so close, 11 levels! Oh, we're almost there. I will be dumping that into Double Forager soon. Hopefully we can get off these monument pieces so we can get to a real Forager resource. But yeah, next we'll head over to Shells, and honestly, I'm probably just going to camp them instead of wide farming. I will be grabbing some nearby nodes. The main node I'll probably grab is Seaweed. I think Seaweed's a pretty good XP drop next to it. But we are going to be primarily focusing on the shells themselves. Yeah, I did play Diablo 2 back in the day. Not that much, though, because I was really young at the time. I was like 9 or 10 years old when Diablo 2 came out. I never did bother playing the remake. I'm not sure if I would like it as much these days compared to in the past. So I never really even tried the remake. But I do definitely like endless grind games. Any kind of game where you can keep like upgrading your gear slowly and slowly over time. Brighter Shores, as you mentioned during the Q&A, there actually are going to be adding an enhancement system to weapons and armor. I'm not sure if it's going to be as elaborate as something like PEFA Exile 2 or similar games, where you can tune up your equipment with a bunch of various effects and everything. But Brighter Shores did mention in a Q&A they're going to be adding some system similar to that. Not exactly that. But they did mention that they are going to be adding enhancements to all of your weapons, armor, stuff like that. So you'll be able to get a lot of modifiers on them, likely dropped from bosses and or raids once they start coming out. As of course neither of them currently exist as basic enemies. I do hope they drop as actual objects though, rather than as equipment with the effects. Because I much prefer an object dropping that's like, hey, this modifies your thing if you use it on this other thing. Rather than, here's a random RNG drop that may or may not have the exact things you need on it. But probably not. It's one other mechanic I find really annoying when games have enhancements like that. Is if you need to drag, basically just scrap a piece of equipment in order to drop one of its modifiers that are on it onto another one. Like, let's say you get like a really, really good sword of some kind, but it has one really good modifier that you want on a different weapon, where you basically have to scrap the weapon itself in order to go modify the other weapon with that modifier. I'm not a big fan of that mechanic either. It works as an item sync, but it ends up making it just really annoying because you have to keep scrapping such good stuff in order to just make even better stuff. Like, it makes sense from an item sync perspective, though. I just find the mechanic really annoying. I think the last game I played that was like that was Age of Calamity. It was one of those Zelda games that actually had a mechanic like that, where you scrapped weaker gear, but gave the best modifier that it had to your stronger gear to make, like, best-in-slot equipment out of. It was really annoying because you had to keep farming for random RNG drop gears that just happened to have the modifier that you needed, but then scrap all of it into the thing that was actually useful. I don't know, I like the mechanic and premise. I just feel like the way that a lot of games do it is super clunky, and I'm hoping Brighter Shores doesn't make it particularly clunky. I hope it's just like a resource you get as a drop from a boss and or raid and or other content. And it's like, oh yeah, you just use this on your equipment, you're good to go. Don't need to worry about much in RNG or anything, you just simply get it or trade for it, and then boom, you have the item. And then you just put it onto a piece of equipment, and then that other equipment has it permanently. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. They've given us absolutely no details on it other than the fact that they are likely going to be doing something like a system like that at some point to be able to enhance and modify your gear. Which makes sense because a lot of gear right now is really samey. That will change a little bit when special attacks come into the game. But the problem after special attacks come into the game is armor is going to feel exceedingly samey. There's no DPS armor, there's no tank armor, there's no like any kind of extra modified armor. All armor is basically just armor. That's it. Even though there's multiple types of armor, 2 of them in the game, you literally just have the type of armor that's simply just armor. Like, there's no combat armor, there's no DPS armor, there's no tank armor. Well, technically all armor is tank armor if you look at it that way. But, yeah, at some point we'll get special types of armor. It kind of makes sense because the first few years of his other game, he never really added special types of armor either. They were all simply just tank armor. Before he started adding armor that actually had good effects. It took him a while, though. I don't think we started getting armor like that until, like, 2006 or 2007. Which was, like, 5 to 6 years after launch. He's definitely not going to take that long to do it with Brighter Shores this time around, obviously. But, in his other MMO, for RuneScape, it took him, like, 5-6 years before armors had any offensive or utility stat on them at all. Actually, that's not true. Barrows came out in 2005. So Barrows was the first instance where any came out. So it took 4 years. The last time around. That's when he first introduced set effects, which I would love for Brighter Shores. I don't mind the concept of set effects. Especially if the boss that drops a set has no dupes before you get the full set. Because that's one thing that's really annoying is, let's say a boss drops, I don't know, 3 different items. A helm, a body, and a leg. And having all 3 on gives you a set effect. I really hate when it's a RNG drop of all 3. Rather than simply cycling through all 3. Like, the way I definitely preferred is, you know, the first time that you ever get it, you will get 1 of each of them before you start getting duplicates. I really hate when you get like 5 of one, 10 of another, and then 0 of the other. I much prefer where the first cycle around, you will guarantee get 1, 1, and 1. And then after that, it will start giving you randomly. These otherwise, you could go so dry. Like, trading helps that a little bit. But of course, this game will have a combination of trading and no trading when trading comes out. Like, people will still remain Iron Man. So, it'll still be nice, because that would help them a lot. It would still help mains, too, if they ever had, like, a collection log system to the game. Yeah, those were pretty different days back then, though. It's pretty unfair to compare the development cycle of early day RuneScape 2 and just Classic in general. Because Andrew Gower and his team and his brothers obviously had way less experience at that time. Technology was like 20-something years behind compared to where it is now. So yeah, it's definitely not fair to ever compare something like that. Like something that took like a few years back then, he could probably get done in like a few months. But it still kind of shows priorities, though. Like, what he prioritized the first time around is likely what he will still kind of try to prioritize this time around. Because he was really big on prioritizing PvP before PvM last time around, and he's doing the same thing again. We're going to have a fully fleshed PvP system before the first boss exists in Brighter Shores, at the current rate that they're developing, as far as what we currently know of their public plans. We will literally have a fully functioning PvP system before even one boss exists. Hello, Tate. Welcome, welcome. Or at least repeatable boss, of course. Quest bosses don't count. Like, still cool that they're there, but they're not repeatable, so once you do them once, you never do them again. So they're not really content, they're more so just there for the quests. Oh no, the misclick, I hate that. I'm so used to yesterday's clicks where I can't accidentally misclick like that. So now I keep misclicking all over the place. Yeah, it is pretty crazy that they got old school RuneScape to run in browsers, though. Yeah, that limitation must have been insane. Also, I still remember my other favorite browser games back in the day, like Neopets and Club Penguin. Do any of you guys remember that? The OG few. Like RuneScape, Club Penguin. What was the other one I just said? Neopets, a few others like that. You ever tried Wizard 101? I don't think... Was that in browser only? I don't remember. There's a lot of them like that back in the day. RuneScape was definitely always the one that got my attention the most, though. And we've still been playing it on and off to this day. We're still woodcutting in the background as we speak on the max hardcore. But slowly but surely, he will get Beaver Pet at some point. 3 times over drop rate. It's a matter of time before he gets it. He will get it. Hopefully sometime before membership expires, because I'm not renewing it due to recent transactions that have happened with them. That have transpired. But, yeah, we're just gonna farm the Castle Wars then for like half a year. Focus on Brighter Shores. Alright. Let's see. Let me go dump this in the Forager. Put that in Forager. Put that in Forager again. Alright. Our goal is to get to 77. Well, technically it's to get to 100. But 77 is when we get to an actual good method. Hope my day's been going well. So far it's been going pretty well. You finally hit level 404 guard too. Nice! You're almost 500. Huge congrats. Yes, to remember Neopets. Do I remember Adventure Quest? No, I don't think I ever tried Adventure Quest. I think I've heard of it back then, but I never got it, or never tried it. Out of any browser MMO that wasn't RuneScape, which one did I probably play the most? Probably... I don't know, I'm trying to think which one it is. Because I have so much in old school, or, you know, RuneScape in general, that almost every single other one got overshadowed. Like, my playtime in RuneScape back in the day is like 99.9%, even if you compare it to, like, the tens of hours that were put in the other ones. It just, like, eclipsed everything. Because I remember even being on, like, the school computers playing RuneScape because you could just play it on the browser thingy. Which is really funny. That's something you can't actually really get away with today. Because there isn't really that much of an equivalence to it these days. There's enough devices that you could still easily do it on, like, your phone or something. Your first time getting scammed was in AQW. Oh, I definitely got scammed in RuneScape a lot when I was younger. One of my friends even stole my account at one point. Because I gave it to him so he could play on it a little bit. And then like a week later, he just stole the entire account. Oh, doubling is what ended up getting you? Oh, gosh. I think the funniest scam to do in the past in that regard was killing people with NPCs. The two that I did the most were the Dark Wizards on the fence and making them into a tower. So basically there was a fence outside Varrock back in the day, and you could lure the level 20 wizard there, and it would hit everyone going across the thing. Because the fence was basically there to try to make it so the wizards wouldn't hit people. But what ended up happening is you could actually lure one of the level 20 wizards because it has enough wander range and get it stuck behind the fence. And then once it was stuck behind the fence, it would basically be like a tower stuck there that would just keep attacking other people. It was really funny. And that was back when loot used to drop on the ground. So whenever someone died, they would drop everything they had on them except for the 3 most valuable items onto the ground. The other one was to do that on was the Wizard Tower. The guy that gives out the Imp Catcher quest used to be attackable way back in the day. He was like a level 100 something, like something absurd. Like something strong enough to generally kill almost anyone. But he was actually attackable. So you could accidentally attack him instead of talking to him. So you could convince some low-level players to attack them and then steal their stuff. I actually lost full adamant that way back in the day. Back when full adamant was actually like something. Back when, like, best in slot was only dragon. You always forgot your password? That's funny. I actually had some games on the N64 that were like that. Because I didn't realize there were some of them you had to, like, manual save. So I would play it, go through a bunch, and then not realize I need to click save. So every single time I would load it up, I would basically start from a completely fresh file. Because I would never click, like, the save or anything. So if I played for, like, 3 hours and then came back, it would be starting completely from fresh. So I was almost trying to do like a mini speed run to try to get through the whole storyline. Because I thought every time you shut off the game, you had to completely start from scratch every time. Because I didn't realize the concept of saving. Because that was before autosaves were a pretty common thing. Like you actually had your manual save. Alright, we're almost there. Level 77, we could head to the beach. That's when our XP reach should go a lot higher. Because unfortunately, the Forager spot doesn't have much multitasking towards it. Nothing we can utilize in that regard. You remember in Vampire Quest series, when you were small and underneath a blanket with a laptop? Nice. Oh yeah, the early Myarchy quests, yeah. The early Myarchy quests, gosh, they are like a maze and a half. It's actually insane how like anyone would have done it guideless. Actually, I think that one guy who's been playing old school RuneScape completely guideless actually did the one of the Myarchy quests recently. It took him like a few hours to get past the first step. Because the whole entire city is just one gigantic maze. I remember back in the day, not one small favor, Shiloh Village took me like 8 hours to do when I was a kid. as I did it 100% guideless. And one thing I remember quite fondly, or maybe not fondly, but quite vividly, is there's a part during Shiloh Village where you need to find this random hole. But you need, like, I think, like a shovel to uncover the hole, but then you need, like, a rope to go down the hole, but then you also need a candle to go down the hole. So every single time I kept forgetting an item. Like, first I would end up forgetting the rope, and it's like, okay, I need rope. Let me go try to figure out how to get a rope. Because I don't even think I knew that the Shiloh Village shop even sold all that stuff. So I would go all the way to try to figure out where a bank is. And if you're aware of that area, there's no bank anywhere near that location. You're in the absolute middle of nowhere. So I had to go figure out where on earth to get to a bank, get all the way back there, go get the rope. And then after I got the rope, it's like, oh, you need a candle. And then I ended up bringing a candle, and it's like, oh, wait, I didn't like the candle. So I had to go all the way back, get a tinderbox. I had to go back there like 3 or 4 times just to do one step of a quest that takes like 3 seconds. I think it took me like an hour or two to do a 3-second part of a quest. Because it's in the absolute middle of nowhere. Nowhere's near a bank, and every single time I forgot something. First a rope, then I forgot a candle, then I forgot to light the candle. So I needed a tinderbox. It was so annoying. But I'm pretty sure that entire quest took me 8 hours. Because I used no guide. And to put in perspective, that quest takes like half an hour. With a guide. Like 20-30 minutes. But yeah, it took about 8 hours. That was also like, what, 10, 11 at the time or something? I know, our rappel is worn off. I really love how strong rappel is in this game, though. I wish every single game ever had a rappel as good as the Fear Potion in Brighter Shores. They basically took the best case scenario of every rappel in every game and just combined it together. It's something used a lot in like older RPGs. I'm actually kind of surprised they added the mechanic. Because this is definitely like an older RPG mechanic. Even some modern Pokemon games that is pretty well known for actually carrying that mechanic has gotten rid of it from some games. Like the Legends games, I don't believe has them at all. Between Legends Arceus and the new one coming this year or next year. They actually completely ditched the whole needing repel kind of system. But of every RPG that has a system like this, I've never seen one better than the Fear Potion in Brighter Shores. It's so nice. I really hope any game that ever has a system like Brighter Shores does or any similar, where enemies can just randomly attack you, that they make a repel as strong as this thing. As it works on anything, regardless of how overleveled they are on you. As well as having a really solid duration. The only thing that's not ideal with them is they don't auto-repot. That's the only thing they're really missing at the moment. That's a nice feature that quite a few games have been adding recently that do have a mechanic like this. But that's the only thing that's missing for Brighter Shores is the auto-repot system. I assume they'll do that for all potions whenever they do end up doing that, though. Not just Fear, of course. You never noticed how fancy the word repel was until you pronounced it? Repel could become a human name? Repel. It sounds like a luxury goods item. Get your perfume at Repel. The Repel perfume. That definitely sounds like a perfume name. I'm actually surprised no perfume has ever done that before. Though I guess technically you're trying not to repel, but attract when you do perfume, though. Would still be funny, though. That definitely sounds like a name brand perfume or something. You hate any quest or activity in Karamja? Oh, yeah. I didn't even bother going for the Gout Tuber in the most recent Old School RuneScape League. Because when I did it on my Hardcore Iron Man, I think it took me like 8 hours. It on average takes like about an hour or two. It took me 8 hours or something. It was absurd. It's probably my least favorite minigame in all of old school RuneScape. It's not even like a minigame, it's more like a mini activity. But the tie ball one-night cleanup minigame. Where you have to earn a bunch of favor for them doing a bunch of random tasks. Protein, that's funny. Nope, 1 level and a half to go. Technically a bit less than that. As soon as we get double knowledge meter, we should be good to go. Then we can head to an actual good activity. This is actually relatively slow. Because the XP rate that this shows over here is actually way higher. That's why we're here. Let's see, what rank are we? Oh no, I'm rank 17 now! We keep falling! No! Every single time someone logs in, we keep going down. Because I think it updates it once you log in for the first time after the update. I know, we were as high as like 14th earlier, now we're 17th. Still top 25 though. Anyways, what was I looking for? I'm looking for Forager. What's our XP rate at the next threshold? Where is it? I'm so blind. Where is it? Where is it? Wait, let me go look at the level range. I'll make this easier. There we go. All the missing icons. Come on, Wiki, you're almost there. Whatever's been updating the Wiki recently. There it is, right there. But yeah, it's only a 10% increase compared to what we're getting now. But I assure you it's way higher than a 10% increase because we'll be able to multitask it while doing other things nearby. So even though it's showing only 10% increase, it's actually way more than 10%. It's probably closer to 20-30%. It's because many resource nodes are nearby it. Whereas this has almost no resource nodes nearby it. Tess is responsible for the fancy scent in all conventions. I've actually never been to any convention before of any kind. There's been a couple that I've watched, like Games Done Quick done earlier this year, which is like a charity speedrunning convention kind of thing. I've never gone to it though. But I have watched it nearly every year it's ever been ran. Since like 2015 or something. Because that's actually what got me into making a YouTube channel. It was just the speedrunning community in general. I didn't actually get into speedrunning, just into other gaming stuff. But it was actually speedrunning that kind of got me into it to begin with. I didn't go down that route of doing speedrunning, but it's kind of what got me into actually even making a YouTube channel in the first place many years ago. Because in 2 months, I believe, is the 8-year anniversary that we've been doing content every single week. Or these days, pretty much every single day. Because I did technically start it before then. But I always count the time when I started doing it every single week as when I technically started YouTube. Because prior to then, it was just a random video whenever. Like maybe one month, maybe one like 4 months later, so on and so forth. But I count when we actually started at, when we started doing it every week. And eventually every day. Surprised I never went to RuneFest? No. I've always been like somewhat into RuneScape here and there, but I've never been like that over into RuneScape. Like it's one of those games I generally always play in the background like we are right now. Like every second of Brighter Shores, we've been playing old school RuneScape in the background trying to get that beaver pet. At some point, we will get it. But, I don't know, how active I ever play that game at any given time is pretty wavering. And it's definitely been wavering recently, given the whole controversy with their price gouging and everything. And corporate greed. So I'm not even going to be renewing the membership once it expires in about a few weeks, like 2 or 3 weeks. At least until they get their stuff together and figure out what's going on. But that's just more time to play Brighter Shores. And by then, hopefully we have combat rework. I highly doubt we will, but I really hope we do within the next few weeks. I feel like it's going to be like a month or 2 from now, though. But I would love if it was in a few weeks from now. That'd be perfect. There's the only slight problem with Brighter Shores right now. It's basically waiting simulator until big updates come out. I don't mind that, though. I feel like I'd be doing similar in RuneScape right now. Like, most people in RuneScape are just waiting for Voldemort Part 3. Like, yeah, there's still plenty of stuff you could be doing, but, you know, a lot of people are just kind of prepping or waiting for Voldemort Part 3 at this point. That's the state of Brighter Shores right now. Everyone's just waiting for combat rework. Well, I mean, not everyone, but, you know. It's definitely the biggest thing happening in the very near future. I guess technically trading, but I feel like half the community doesn't really care that much about trading. Like, half the community is just going to stay Iron Man mode anyways. Which is already how you're playing right now. So it doesn't really affect anything. Whereas combat rework affects literally everyone. You're just waiting for all your rares and RuneScape to go up in value. Oh gosh, do you have a bunch of party hats and everything? That's kind of crazy. Yeah, I do have a bunch of the old holiday items on some of my accounts, but none of them are the untradeable ones, unfortunately. I don't have like Halloween masks or eggs or anything like that. I do have a handful of like the really, really old cosmetics for a couple things. I'm not sure if they've ever released them in RuneScape 3. Like the 2006 Snow Globe and a few other things like that. I think as far back as like 2004, 2005, I have a couple of the items on some accounts. But I don't have any of like the rares, like party hats or Halloween masks or Easter egg or anything like that. Because I never played during the classic years. During their early RuneScape years, I never had them enough currency to even consider a party hat. Like a party hat for 20 mil sounded like infinite money. Back into the... Even though if you were a really active player, 20 mil back then honestly wouldn't have been that bad. You could do that in like a week or two back then. If you really power grinded. And now they're worth like $1,000. Or at least some of them are. How much Brighter Shores money do we have? We have 1 singular gold, and I'm going to be spending all of it today. Because I gotta buy a 2 Forager upgrades today. Or maybe 3. I think it's 2 for sure. I got it at level 78, get a trowel for 5% extra bonus. And at 84, I gotta go get secateurs for 5% extra bonus. And if we go a little bit post 100, I would also need Pawn Net, though I don't think we're going that far today. But, yeah, both of those 2 tools. I'm not sure how much they are. I assume they're about, like, half a gold each. I'm not sure the exact price. We should have enough for whatever they are, but I'm not sure exactly how much they are. Also, currently, achievement diaries are winning for the Brighter Shores, or, you know, the RuneScape to old school RuneScape mechanic for Brighter Shores. I forget if I mentioned this earlier, but the poll that we have going is if Brighter Shores was to get 1 completionist system from RuneScape or old school RuneScape, which sounds best? The options are combat achievements, aka boss and raid achievements. So let's say like kill a boss within X amount of time, kill a boss with this restriction, kill a boss damageless, or, you know, stuff like that. Like, basically tasks to do that are, like, challenges for a given boss and or raid. The next is Collection Log, which is one of my personal favorite. We were showing earlier with the ranking earlier with this thing over here. Not that, this thing. But basically, there's a Collection Log thingy that has every single unique item you got. In this case, we have 905 out of the total in the game. But it's basically a thing that keeps track of the total amount of uniques you've ever gotten. And it's basically a way for main accounts to also play somewhat Iron Man-like. As you have to actually earn the item. You can't just simply buy it from someone and then collection log it. You actually have to earn the item from the source. So even if you're playing with trading enabled, you can still play like pseudo Iron Man-like, where you have to still self-sufficient everything from the collection log. And of course, if you're an Iron Man, it's just a way to keep track of how much total completion of the game you've done. As there is no way to ever buy those items. You can only ever earn them. You can't buy them ever. Achievement diaries, which is probably the biggest one for Brighter Shores. I would actually love to see. If there is any one of these 4, honestly, as much as I love collection log system and everything, achievement diaries would work so good for this game. Basically, what achievement diaries are is they're region-based tasks. So, for example, it might be to go kill this certain boss in this region, or go and forge this various resource in this region, or go do like this quest and do some certain thing afterwards in that region. Like, basically, very specific tasks to do in a region that would have various requirements. that might be somewhat challenging, or you simply get this number and then you get it done. But in return, you get a bunch of perks, either both in the region as well as outside the region. That gives you a bunch of benefits after you get it. What those perks are could be absolutely anything. But be interesting to see how that would work in Brighter Shores, because it's already region locked. In something like RuneScape 3 or old school RuneScape, while it does have regions, it's not like distinctly locked from each other, like the way that Brighter Shores is. So an achievement diary system just would work perfectly with how Brighter Shores is already set up, as it's already divided into regions that you can set up achievement diaries for. So it'd be kind of interesting to see how that would pan out if it was to ever get such a mechanic. And then the fourth thing on the poll is completionist capes. So for example, 200 all in the entire game, or, you know, of all the skills, or 200 all in a region, 500 all in a region, stuff like that. Definitely not 500 all in the entire game, that'd be absurd. But the other ones are probably realistic. 200 all for a region, 200 all for the entire game for every chapter, and 500 all for a region. Are probably like the 3 biggest completion capes that would be in the game. You might do other ones too, but we don't even know if we would be getting something like that. But that's what the poll is. And which one of those 4 seem most interesting to you? Personally, to me, collection log or the achievement diaries are probably my biggest 2. Even though I do still want to see the completionist capes. Combat achievements, I don't know, it's hard to really say in that one. Just because we have no bosses or raids yet, so we don't really know like what the difficulty is going to be, or what kind of like the main goals are when we're already going to be doing them. So it's kind of harder to gauge since we have no bosses or raids. Whereas everything else in that regard we kind of have. Well, I guess technically we don't have collection log in this game in the sense that there's no uniques to earn in Brighter Shores currently. The only uniques you really have are, like I guess the hats, but they were like a limited time event. Like these are the only uniques in the game, are like the 20 holiday hats that came out during Christmas and everything. But beyond that, there's not really any uniques, quote unquote, in the game. As it currently stands, which is actually kind of weird. Obviously that will change over time. But yeah, there's 0 uniques in all of Brighter Shores. So some of the bosses and raids, there's actually none of them currently in the game. Unless you count the holiday hats, but those are like seasonal things. That's like a different system, doesn't really count. Alright, we're almost there. As soon as we hit that 200% meter, we should be enough XP, hopefully. Fingers crossed. So we can stop finally doing these monument pieces and actually move to a real Forager supply. You guys realize I have the same voice as the famous VR YouTuber Drumsy? Do I? I bet people mentioned that before, that I look like other people and sound like other people, and then I look and hear them and it's like, wait, do I? He doesn't seem like it is to me. Though the way my voice sounds to me is a lot different. I know whenever I like listen to a recording of myself or anything, it's like, wait, is that still me? It sounds so much different when you're like hearing it rather than speaking it. Who knows? Maybe this is my secret channel that we've happened to be running for like 8 years. That's something I've always kind of wanted to do at some point. Is like start like a random channel from scratch and do like every single clickbaity, unmoral thing you could possibly do for a channel. Because I hate doing that on the main channel, ever doing clickbait or anything that's like really predatory in any way, shape, or form. But I've always kind of wanted to try it because that's like the whole meta for YouTube. Is to do all the clickbait, all the exploitation you could possibly do in order to beat the algorithm. And I've kind of wanted to try it just to see what would happen. If you pulled out like all the stops and lost all morality whatsoever, how far could you get within like a week or a month or a year? Like if you did a bunch of AI generated content, stealing content, like literally everything. Obviously not to the point where you get striked or anything. But I always wanted to try that just for a short duration. Because that's obviously stuff I would never, ever, ever, ever even think about doing on this main channel. But always just out of curiosity. Just because some people make like so much money from it. It's actually insane. Because if you break past that algorithm point, you kind of just make like infinite money. But you kind of have to make a new channel to do that rather than an already established one. This is actually easier to do from scratch rather than like a partial one that we have now. And of course, you wouldn't have to like attach your identity or really anything to the channel. You wouldn't even need like a face or anything. I wouldn't need a voice either because there's so many like AI things that could do it already. But I personally never really used like any AI tools yet. I did check out DeepSeek the other day though, when that ended up coming out. I didn't really like use it for anything. At absolute most, the main thing I tend to use them for is the same thing I would kind of use Google for, except just more efficiently. Like, I know sometimes when I'm writing and stuff, I'll use it for, like, synonyms or for, like various wordplay or something. As it just ends up generating it way quicker than a human could. I would never use it to write up, like, an entire document or something. Yeah, we're almost there. Come on, 200% knowledge. You're so close. I can't wait till we get back to the beach. I much prefer the beach atmosphere rather than the nature atmosphere in Hopeport. There's one thing I do feel like Hope Forest has over Hopeport, though it makes sense because Hope Forest is like an entire forest. I definitely prefer the nature area in Hope Forest more than Hopeport. I like Hopeport overall more as an area, but I like the nature part of Hope Forest more than of Hopeport. But it makes sense because the whole thing is nature. I would sure hope that's decent, given that's the entire chapter. But honestly, I even prefer the nature area of Chronopolis more than Hopeport's, even though there's way less to do in it. Just the way that's set up and everything. I think it's the structure of the nature area here that always throws me off. Like, what on earth is this shape? You got this room, 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 and this room. And whatever on earth this shape is. It's 7 rooms total. Or sorry, 8 rooms total if you count the overflow room, the other combat room. But it's like the weirdest shaped thing ever. It's shaped like a gun, I just noticed. It has a gun-shaped shape. That's kind of funny. Look, it even has a bullet going over there. That's funny. Wait, I just realized. I never realized that. Look at this. The Hopeport's forest is literally shaped like a gun. Look at that. That is so funny. I've never noticed that till now. I was like, why is this thing shaped so weirdly? But yeah, it's literally gun-shaped. That's really funny. Yeah, look at that. It's literally a gun. Never noticed that till just now. The gun-shaped forest. Oh, is that a max shield over there? Or is that one tier below? Because that's a max sword right now. That's a max short sword. I can't wait till we get max gear for Crown Knight. At some point we'll get there. Do you know what weapon that actually reminds me of? It reminds me of Emberlight from Old School RuneScape. They added it last year? Yeah, sometime last year, I believe. That's what the perfect short sword looks like. Because it just looks like one big fiery sword. But it has like the same coloration with no fire actually on it. Then the longsword looks like the Saradomin Golden God Sword. Not like 1-to-1, but they look really similar. That and the two-handed frost sword somewhat looks like the God Swords. Not quite in their full design, but it has like that general kind of aesthetic to it. Obviously, some of them are going to look similar because there's only so many different ways that you can really make a sword of a various shape. But they do look somewhat similar. I wonder how much of an effect Andrew Gower has on art direction. Because I'm pretty sure someone on his team is doing it, so it's not like he's directly doing it. But he likely has pretty high creative control over it. It's just kind of funny that he made quite a few of them, like, similar again. Like, very, very similar. Even a lot of the armor for, like, mid-range Hammer Mage and Guardian. It reminds me a lot of the end of RuneScape 2 era armor. Like, the armor that existed from, like, 2008 to 2011. Like, that era of RuneScape. A lot of it looks very similar to that. Not the Cryonite armor, but more so Hammer Mage and Guardian armor. Like, tier 3, 4 of both of those. Like, really similar to 2008 to 2011 era RuneScape armor. One that really comes to mind is the Stealing Creation armor that was made from actual, like, bone material thing. Or whatever that clay was called. There's a lot of resemblance to the Bone Right and Guardian armor. I mean, Guardian and Hammer Mage armor. Hey, look how loaded he is. Oh, he's only using a tier 5 rapier, though. He's not a tier 6 yet. Oh, wait, never mind. This is a different guy. There's the other guy we were talking about. Never mind. Wrong guy. Hey, he's only using tier 5 axe, though. But that makes sense because axe is an upgrade to, like, 469 or something. The short sword should be around a 400 something. Which means that armor is probably tier 6 that he's wearing. It's hard to tell exactly because I'm actually not sure exactly what tier 6 Cryonite armor is. I know it's really similar to tier 5 though. So it's always hard for me to tell. Like what we're in right now is tier 5. Oh, you don't get tier 6 until like the high 300, low 400. Which we don't currently have in any region. Hey, is it time? I think it might be time. 10% pot, go. I don't think we're doing it too early. Let's hope not. About to find out. I probably should have drank the fear before I did that, though. Then we're gonna have to waste time of the 10% pot to drink a fear potion. Yeah, we're almost there. We should make it in time. Gotta make this 100% meter before that 10% rolls out in 1 minute. It says 2 minutes, but it's like 1 minute, 7 seconds. It's weird. It doesn't start showing the seconds until, yeah, 1 minute. There it goes. Now it shows us the second meter. We have plenty of time, though. The only bigger issue is I'm not sure if that's enough XP. That's not too big a deal. As long as we get that knowledge in time. Oh, it's gonna be tight. I think I have to go get one more node over there. Oh, it's gonna be really tight. Because I don't think this gives it to us. If it does, we should be good to go. If it doesn't, this is gonna be really close. Okay, we got it. Nice. Alright, now we just keep gathering until we get that final little bit, and we are out of here. Over to the beach we go. Oh, we're there for only one level before we have to teleport away. Because I need to go get the trowel upgrade. And there goes the 10%, that's fine. Now, how much more XP do we need? We need... we need 1k more. Maybe we're getting per. Oh, am I gonna have to go to that other room just to grab one node? I'm not going there just for one node. You know what? Just give me some random stuff here. Just gonna grab a bunch of random junk on our way there. Watch this not be enough random junk. I thought these give more XP than they would. Come on, random junk, get us there. There we go, random junk got us there. There we go, shells have been unlocked. And after shells, we gotta do nettles, wherever on earth those are. It's like 3 there and then 3 in the other location. Let me go sell everything here. Don't need these. Get rid of all that. A little bit of silver. Let me go get rid of this because we don't need the fear potion anymore for probably the rest of the stream. So get rid of all that. Deposit. Alright, there we go. Alright, next order of business. Let's start running these shells. Shells by the seashore. And we'll do it with kelp. We'll do shell kelp. I believe the shells are for 6% pots, so we can just drop them on the ground. Let me just double check before I drop all my value on the ground. But I'm pretty sure it's better just to drop than to bank. Yeah, it's only for 6% pot. We don't care about these. They are about as worthless gets. Oh, so I just took this room in like the weirdest order possible. But we're just going to take everything here, grab the 3 shells, then drop everything to the ground and repeat. Alright, there should be 3 shells in here as well. And then we go back to the other room, grab every shell and kelp, and keep repeating that. And that should be the gameplay loop here. Until we hit 78, in which case I need to go get my trowel upgrade. For that 5% permanent XP bonus. Yep, Kiv's over here. He's been doing a lot of things in Hopeport lately. Ooh, the shells respawn immediately by us. That's nice. Gosh, I love this new respawn system. Now, to bank or not to bank? Oh no, I'm leaning towards not banking, but I might just bank them. This cycle is honestly not bad for banking. Because the bank is like right there. Like, it's like right there. I think we could survive going a few tiles over. Because these shells aren't cheap. If you try buying these shells from the shop, they are 3 silver each. For how close that bank is, that is actually not that bad. Like, the potion you get out of it is awful. But if you want to make it yourself, you gotta pay an arm and a leg to go make that thing. Ah, but it's perfect cycle if you don't bank, though. To bank or not to bank? I think I'm going to bank. Oh no, we do lose a bit of XP from banking though. But I think I am banking them. Not sure if this is worth it or a mistake. It just seems too close to not bank. As hello, D. Kern! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Let's see. Can you explain what I'm doing right now? Is the whole game self-sufficient? Like, basically Iron Man? Currently, yes. Currently, every single person is an Iron Man right now. Trading is being released in the next couple weeks or month or whenever on Earth they're releasing it. However, there will be a way to opt into Iron Man mode. Currently, everyone's basically playing Iron Man. But once trading comes out, you can either stay in Iron Man or enable trading. But yes, the entire game is self-sufficient at the moment. We have to earn everything yourself and everything. But there will be trading coming into the game, but it'll be opt-in rather than forced upon everyone. I will be opting it in when we do, but we'll probably still be playing pretty self-sufficiently. But it's still in pretty early access, so you, right now, mostly just grinding of levels is like the main thing you'd be doing. Right now we're trying to get base 100, not counting combats, because the combat rework is happening sometime in the near future. So I'm waiting until the combat rework before we really bother with combat again. So right now we're trying to get 100 all non-combat and then 200 all non-combat. And after that we're basically just prepping for the combat rework. As pretty much all combat in this game is getting overhauled in the next month or two or so. Or whenever they're doing it. A lot of big updates soon. Right now Brighter Shores is basically update waiting simulator. In the meantime we just grind a bunch of stuff. Just so we don't have to grind it later. And Forager is one of those things I've been neglecting. It feeds into Alchemy, which is basically just herb lore. It's the potion making skill for the game. Which is pretty important, but you don't need it to actually train it. There's a few potions that are useful from it. But a lot of them you can kind of just ignore. As hello, Villian! Welcome, welcome. See if anyone in game talks, you've heard pile of hard garbage. Oh no, this room in particular would probably not be a good room to test this in. Just because this is a really new player area that is more prone to bots. I can go say hi to Kiv though. I'm gonna say hi to Kiv. Kiv's in the other room and he's like top 10 in the game right now. He'll definitely reply. Let's see. Oh, Clayton would as well. Let's see. I go see him by name. Is he still here? Looks like he's somewhat AFK though. Is he wide farming? Is he in here? Did he just move to the other one? Oh no, he's still in here. Oh wait, did I type into the wrong thing? Oh, whenever you go into chat, it actually gets rid of it, really? Let's see. I don't know, should I just say him by name or just say hello everyone? I'll do it in the other room. I'll say hello to everyone in the other room and see if anyone replies. I know for sure Kiv would. Unless he's just like really being all inefficient. Let's see. Can we get anyone in this room to reply? Let's see. How long does it take for someone to reply? The other thing is... Oh yeah, there it is. You too, man. We got a you too, man. Like, this one could easily be a bot. Or that one. Or a couple other ones like that. There's a couple people here that almost guarantee not bot. Like Stev, the guy who just replied to us. Probably like 2 others. We're in Region 1 and 2 right now, so if you go to Region 1 and 2, they're a lot more likely to be bots here. Just because these are the free-to-play areas that I'm in right now. Chapter 1 and 2 is 100% accessible to free-to-play. So these areas are a lot more prone to botting. Like, someone like Kiv obviously isn't botting or anything. Like, these 2 people right here are 100% not bots. Or that one right there is definitely not a bot. But, like, this one right here could be, potentially. I'm not saying that he is, obviously, but, you know. The chance that he is higher. Let's see. Take that one, take that one. But no, people are still playing. It's basically just like one big private server. Is basically what Brighter Shores is right now. Because the player base number in the total of this game right now is basically just like one single RuneScape server right now. Because if I go check it, I'll check right now. Actually, let me show it on the other end so we can actually see it. If I go on Steam and bring it up, and I go to, oh no, what's the best way to bring this up? Go to discussions. Go to, how do you check it on this side of all? There it is. There's currently 1,088 players in game. And now if we check that compared to a average old school RuneScape thing real quick, if we go check the max hardcore real quick. How do I check server? Let's see, how many worlds are about that size right now? If I do it based on size. How do you do this again? Other way. Let's see. There's about like 10 worlds. Like 11? Somewhere like however many this is. That have a higher population than the entirety of Brighter Shores. So Brighter Shores still feels pretty populated. Like if you go to like a world like this, it feels like just as populated as this world. It's just that's the total player base of the game rather than just one server. But yeah, there's only like 10 in all of Old School RuneScape that's even higher than the server of Brighter Shores right now. Obviously the total player base is way higher. But the way that the servers work in Brighter Shores is it auto tries to prioritize you with other people. So you're always generally going to be seeing people in your rooms pretty much constantly. Even though there's only like 1,000 people playing. It's not like something where Old School RuneScape where you go into a certain... Oh, whoops, I forgot to get rid of that. Whoops. But it's not like Old School RuneScape where you go to like a certain server and that's like all the people. Or, you know, all the people that can show up. In Brighter Shores, it does it automatically. So it never really feels like you're ever like alone for the most part. Even if the player base is lower, the servers kind of auto-adjust for it, which is pretty nice. So it just feels like one decently crowded RuneScape world. Why are there bots? I have no clue. There definitely aren't that many bots. I would say the bot population is probably like 5% for this game. Whereas Old School RuneScape's probably like 10 or 20%. They actually confirmed in the past that it was like 11-ish% or something. So it's definitely higher than 11%. But for something like Brighter Shores, I would say it's only like 5%. Because obviously there isn't really much incentive to bot right now. There's not even trading in the game. Anyone who is botting in this game are preemptively doing so for trading. But trading doesn't even exist yet. They can't even sell out. And by the time trading does get added, they're going to have way better bot detection probably. Hello, New Creamy! Welcome, welcome. Is that actually a decent map? Honestly, Zone 5, I feel like is the best chapter in the game. I mean, sorry, Chapter 4, I mean. Though, the community manager did say Chapter 5 is his favorite chapter, which isn't out yet. But, I would say Chapter 4 is my current personal favorite chapter. All the skills have such great synergy with each other. They have really good use cases. You make a bunch of money from them. They're a lot of fun and really unique. And not really something you see in a lot of other MMOs, particularly Merchant and Detective. Which is actually my highest skill, too, Detective. It was also one of my favorite. It starts off really slow, but once you get deeper into it... That's the only big issue with Merchant and Detective. They both start really slow. Once you get deeper in it, they are pretty much the best skills in the entire game. As far as how unique and fun and well-crafted they are. There's one big issue that I feel like the game has at the moment. Other than the combat rework that's coming that will be fixing the combat system. But I feel like Hopeport is a really weak first chapter. Not because it's necessarily, like, bad, the chapter overall, but mostly because fishing and cooking have almost no use case at the moment. So you really only have, like, 3 skills. An underdeveloped combat system, Forager that we're doing now, which just feeds into making some potions. And that's basically it. You have the things that make you some potions and, like, some basic combat. Because fish or cook and cooking is basically non-existent in its use case. All you can do from it is make money. You can't actually, like, consume food or anything currently. That is likely something that would be changed in the future. Maybe like hourly buffs or something from it. But as it currently stands, fishing and cooking is probably like the worst skills in the entire game. As far as like any use that it has at all. As its only real purpose is to make money and number go up. Doesn't do anything beyond that. So it's a really weak starting chapter. I feel like it would have helped people a lot more if like something like Chronopolis was the first chapter. Obviously they're never going to restructure it in that way. But I feel like something like Chronopolis is a way stronger first chapter than what Hopeport is. Like, from a unique design perspective of what it ends up doing. But the easiest way to fix that for Chapter 1 is make, like, fishing, cooking, like, actually viable. And then combat rework will obviously fix all of combat as well as guard. I don't mind if skills don't come up in later chapters. I actually don't really mind that, to be honest. If they stay in complete isolation. Because I feel like raids, bosses, and other stuff like that will combine them together nicely. I don't think you need to combine them into the chapters, personally. Like, I'm perfectly fine if Mines of Matubin is the only place you ever do mining. Or Hope Forest is the only place you do woodcutting. That I personally don't mind. As long as they add content into future, like, raids and other things that they mentioned that they're going to be combining everything into. Like, there'll be a raid where we'll use every skill from, like, Chapter 1 to 5 or something similar. Like, stuff like that will basically be the fix for it. Because during that raid, you'll need to, like, woodcut something, then carpenter it, and then make a weapon out of it. And then use your other skills to go and get all the material, and then boom, you got yourself a weapon. And then so on and so forth. Almost like dungeoneering, but, whatever he's going to do with the modern take of dungeoneering. Because I feel like a lot of raids are going to be very dungeoneering-like. They did confirm it's not going to be a skill, though. It's going to be an activity. So it's more like the old-school RuneScape approach to dungeoneering, rather than the RuneScape 3 approach to dungeoneering. It will not be a skill. They have confirmed. There will be no dungeoneering skill or equivalents. It's going to be like how RuneScape has done it with things like Chambers of Xeric and Corrupted Gauntlet and stuff like that. Like, it's going to be more like that rather than like RuneScape 3 style. I'll still have aspects of how RuneScape 3 did it, but more so in the way that old-school RuneScape did it. Where it's still, like, procedurally generated. You can sometimes still bring your own stuff, but sometimes you'll still start from scratch. Stuff like that. And you'll have to use a wide variety of skills, if not every skill in the entire game. Yeah, they're definitely going to do something with Fisher and Chef. It's more so a matter of when they do an update rather than if. Because Fisher and Chef is definitely going to get overhauled a bit. I feel like a lot of the level ranges for Alchemy will also get overhauled. Especially if they're planning to dump future chapters into it. Like, if Chapter 6 is not adding Alchemy Part 2, they're going to have to do a complete nuke to Alchemy to restructure how it works in order to make it work for Chapter 6 onwards. But I'll find that out way down the line. That's not for like almost like half a year from now, if not longer. Because they'd have to figure that out before Chapter 6 comes out, what they're doing with that. Otherwise, they basically have to add a new alchemy skill every 5 levels, or 5 chapters, I mean. Because they already confirmed they're already developing like dozens of chapters ahead of time. Which is something we already knew, but they actually gave a solid number to it the other week, or the other month. They said that there's going to be 21 chapters currently in development, story-wise. And that's just currently where there are. Like, it could go way, way deeper than that. Like, it could be 30 or 40 or 50. But 21 chapters is how deep they have the lore already. Obviously not developed. Right now, they've only been developing Chapter 5 and 6. I don't even think they started on anything but 7. Or if they have, like, very minimally. But Chapter 5 is, like, nearly done, and Chapter 6 is, like, probably, like, 30% done. Like, they have a rough concept of what they want. Probably some assets for it, stuff like that. Obviously, Chapter 5 is the higher priority since it's the next thing that's coming. But it's still months away. Like 3-4 months at the earliest. Likely sometime early midsummer. You're getting 553 iron an hour instead of 498 on the wiki. I forget how much I was getting. Because we did do a bunch of math based on what we were doing. I think I was getting around 500 something. I don't remember the exact number though. But yeah, the wiki generally doesn't assume tick perfect. Also, I don't believe the wiki does the drop method for iron either. Like, I don't think it does the 26 method, where you do 6 sets of 20. I'm pretty sure it does like 24 at a time or whatever it does, I'm not sure. Because I know for sure its Carbonese number was way, way off. Because it's banking like 24 at a time rather than banking with 26 method. Or you do 6 sets of 20, so you could do 24 at a time, 5 times in a row, rather than doing 6 20s. Or waiting until the other 4 spawn, which are all slower. Because its Carbonate's number was way off. I think it was like 20% slower than what the number we were getting. Whereas the Iron, I think, was about 10% slower than what we were getting. Because, yeah, I do use the wiki as like a rough estimate, but you have to be careful with the wiki numbers. Because they're not always exactly what you can be doing if you're doing like max efficiency. But they're a good general idea for about how much XP you'll get from something. Yeah, Iron is really quick to bank. We were timing it. I think it took about only 4 minutes an hour to bank. Because we were using the downtime to drop them as close to the bank as possible when we were waiting on the spawn. But yeah, it was really, really quick. Like every hour you only use 4 to 5 minutes banking. So one of the reasons why I'm banking these right now. Like per hour, we're probably using only like 5 minutes to bank these. Neither of these are particularly useful though. The Kelp, I believe, is for 25% heal potion. And the other one's for 6% hope port. A 5% hope port only costs like 1 silver, like 1.3 silver. So 6% hope port at best is like 2 silver. And it's more so the XP that you get from it that's relevant at that level range. But yeah, it's not that good. But I still figured I'd bank them because we're just so close. We're wasting only like 5 minutes an hour to bank. Oh, I just realized we got the trial upgrade. I should probably go get it. I'll wait till we finish this set. Could be getting 5% more XP on all the shells. It doesn't apply to the kelp, but it does apply to the shells. It's better than nothing. Also go to the cooking contracts when we go head over there. I use 1 downtime to bank and the other 2 drink potion. Is there enough downtime to bank during that time? I don't think you get back before the spawn, do you? I'm pretty sure it spawns before you get back. I need to go test that. Does that actually work? So we won't need to do the 26 method then. Wait, I kind of almost want to go test that now. Does that actually work? Wait. I kind of go I gotta go test that right now. Wait. It's almost the same time? I'm pretty sure there's downtime. Let me check. But then again, compared to how much you'd have to walk otherwise. Oh no, let me see. How much downtime is that? I want to go check now. There's no way you get back in time. It's more so how much time is wasted that we'd have to time. Because there's a 0 chance that's perfect cycle. I do want to see about how much time it wastes. Let's see. I'm not going to use a potions that don't have a 5% on me. Alright, let me go check. Because let's start doing that so we don't have to juggle them. Oh, there's the 1 item cabbage guy. I can't believe there's already Snowflake Iron Man accounts in this game. RuneScape has corrupted every game now. There's already Snowflake Ironmans in Brighter Shores. That one guy who we just saw called 1 item. He has 23 cabbages in an inventory with only 1 space available. And he's basically 1 iteming the entirety of the game. Hey, no, Creamy is here. Oh yeah, duh, because you were just saying that you were mining. Obviously you're here. We're literally just talking to you about this. I just wanted to test this real quick. I just want to say. I said, hello, B. Welcome, welcome. Why? Well, he's making a video series on it. The main reason why people do it in old school RuneScape is probably one of the most popular piece of content in the game right now. So it's an easy way to make money. I guess some people just do it for the fun of the challenge as well. But some of the most profitable content to make for old school RuneScape right now is to make a really popular Snowflake Iron Man account. Oh, so we're not mining, by the way. I just wanted to test something that No Creamy was mentioning. I'm only here for one set. I just want to see how much downtime there is by the time the iron ore spawns in the other room. I'll even use the escape key, so we're going to save a tick or two. Just to make sure we're as tick perfect as possible. You still have to use the 26 method on Carbonese, though. As well as the other ore. If this does work, this definitely only works on iron. Just because of how much closer it is. Oh no, it's already respawned. You're wasting quite a bit of time there. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. This has already been respawned before I even entered the room. And I don't really waste any time at all. But yeah, I think we still do 26 method for this. Because that was a good, like, 4 or 5 seconds. Whereas the other method, you grab them from here. From this tile. So you grab them from here, then bank here. And that's way less time than how much you have to bank from here to here. So yeah, I think it's still better to do 26. But it is more chill just doing them every 20, I guess, like that. But I'm pretty sure that is slower. Not that much slower, though. But it wastes like half a minute to a minute per hour. Which is not a lot. It's definitely more convenient doing it that way. I'm definitely sticking with 26 method then. But that is definitely more chill. Doing a potion on one and then doing the bank on the other. But it does seem like it's wasting more time than it otherwise would be. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, we're doing a cooking contract. Let me go do those. Oh yeah, there's something else I came here for. The whole reason I teleported over here was for trowel upgrade. The only reason I was doing the mining because I just wanted to test the thingy. But, yeah, the whole reason I came over here was to go get the trowel upgrade. I need to go do that. Do I have any contract that lets me go over there? Pipe Ellie, technically. Oh yeah, and Ella. Okay, maybe we should go do this cooking contract then. Because I currently have 2 objectives that tell me to go over there. I just realized something awkward, though. I'm about to use a 10% pot on cooking. Because I think this is enough to get us to 120 or 200%. That's fine. Because we're putting this into foraging, of course. Hey, Kale's here. He's almost at 500, not cooking, but 500 alchemy. Guess he's taking an alchemy break. You know what? He probably needs money from our alchemy supplies. I just realized. He's probably trying to make money so he can afford alchemy to 500. I'm not sure what he's doing as his moneymaker, but apparently cooking. Let's see. None of these are worth taking. Oh, except for Enchantress, I guess. Alright, they should hopefully get us to 200%. As long as it does, then boom, double Forager upgrade. When do we get our next Forager supply? I think it's at 83. The problem with this is the biggest issue with white nettle. For one, what is white nettle used for again? Oh, the 7% pot, I remember now. I don't even need to go check. I already just remembered. It's for the 7% pot. Which is actually not bad. It's way more annoying to bank than the other one though, so I'm probably dropping it to the ground. Poor Nettle. How much does it cost to buy a Nettle? Is it worth banking? It costs 3.3. I know, it's somewhat close to a bank. You get Nettle here and here, and the bank's right over there. Oh, sorry, you get it there and there. Oh, that's kind of annoying then. Yeah, maybe we do drop it. There we go. Alright, let me go sell these, and then we'll go buy our trowel upgrade, which is the whole reason we even came here for. Got a bit distracted along the way, but the whole reason we even teleported here was just to get a trowel. Nothing else, even though we got distracted with like 3 different things. Alright, show me the trail. There it is. Luckily we can afford it. Also, while I'm here, I'm running low on those. So while I'm here, I might as well buy like everything up. Just so I don't run out of anything anytime soon. Yeah, there we go. Alright, anyways, where are we? Let's go head back. And hey, 7 levels to go until level 3000. We're almost there. Oh, so speaking of scores, how are we doing on the hardcore leaderboard? Now that people are populating it. It's not an opt-in system, it's auto-opted. But you're not opted in until you log in. Yeah, we're currently 17th. Maxed hardcore. Or not max hardcore, but max collection log for hardcores. It kind of makes me want to go grind collection log now. I've gotten like 5 collection log slots in the last like 4 months. Just because we've been so dry on trying to get beaver pet, the woodcutting pet. Because most collection log slots are way quicker than that. It's just an outlier that we're going super dry on. You're 230 miner now? Nice. Hey, you're gonna catch up to me at this rate. What number are you going towards? Because I really need to go get 247 miner soon so I can actually go do a better ore. Because I've been stuck at iron since 197. And we don't get an upgrade till 247. Going all the way to 500? Nice. Yeah, I'll be joining after I get 200 all, but we're still a good like 2 weeks away from that. My goal is to have it done by Valentine's Day. And after that, we're going all in on the mining grind. What did I do wrong? Why are they not spawning in time? Wait, what did I do wrong that it took so long to respawn? Oh, because I started from the other side of the room. I see what happened. Yeah, that's what I'm going for as well. 500 mining and smithing. That's the first thing I'm doing after 200 all. I won't be starting it for another 2 weeks, though. Because, yeah, in a perfect scenario, we would get, Oh, I just realized I'm not going to have enough inventory here. But in a perfect scenario, we would get, 500 mining and smithing before the combat rework. Is that going to happen? Probably not. But if it could happen, that'd be great. It was kind of funny. I was saying, too, when we start the mining smithing grind, we'll consider if we stop streaming every single day. But it's actually going to be kind of funny because I'm actually going to be forced to have to for 2 days. Because when they replace the floor for this house, I'm going to have to rent out a hotel for a couple days, like 2 days. It should take them like a day and a half to 2 days to go finish. It's mostly from hurricane damage, but also there's someone staying here now who's in a wheelchair. It'd be much better for them if it was all wooded instead of carpeted. But some of it's also from hurricane damage from past hurricanes. Because they got to replace out some of the floorboards and stuff like that. And if that's already happening, we might as well just replace it all with wood rather than with, what you call it? With carpet. So it's going to be 2 days I won't be able to stream since all of it's just going to be locked up in the bathroom. I'll still be playing off of hotel Wi-Fi though. Or off my phone's Wi-Fi. Yeah, that definitely won't be good enough to stream off of. But I'll need to double check the dates later, but I believe it's the 17th and 18th. Luckily, one of those is a Monday that we'd barely be streaming Brighter Shores anyways. So really, it's only like one day, that Tuesday, that we wouldn't be streaming then. Because Mondays we're basically already not streaming. Like, we do stream in theory, it's just really short. Like, this Monday we end up doing a recap on our alt accounts. Because next week we'll finally have, what's it called done on them? We'll finally have Lost and Found completed. Which is going to be a great milestone for them. They go and AFK them until they have 500 production skill. Do I think this game will have a strong future? Yes. I think it'll take forever for it to get there, but I do believe it has a strong future. I'm here for the long haul. Regardless of what the numbers are, we shall be here. But I'm pretty sure it'll have a pretty good future. If it's anything like his last MMO, it took quite a while before it got off the ground. It's because development takes a long time when you have a small team. But they're really dedicated. And they've already mentioned that they're, like, really planning for the future. It's not like just like a short-term money grab kind of concept. They're going to be developing it for years upon years. And we'll be there a whole journey along the way. And we will be engaging with all content that ever comes out. It's one of the reasons I actually want to enable trading on this account instead of disabling it. As there will be extra mechanics that we'll be able to do with it. Even if they make the game a little bit easier. Actually, I am going to be enabling trading. Though if they ever add like a hardcore mode or something similar, I would make an account for that. But for normal Iron Man mode, I will be skipping. In favor of testing trading mechanics and stuff like that. Well, when trading comes out, they're not going to be releasing it with hardcore or anything. It's probably not until years down the line. Because currently, there's nothing really to die to. There's no bosses, there's no raids. There's no, like, end-game aspirational content currently in the game. Unless you count 500 capes as that. But you don't really die while getting 500 capes. Even combat with how janky it is right now is relatively safe if you know what you're doing. Oh yeah, Achievement Diary in Brighter Shores is perfect. Because it's already region locked. And Achievement Diaries are literally just region locked tasks. Or, you know, region based tasks. Like, it's already set up perfectly for an Achievement Diary. I really hope it gets one at some point. It's like too perfect to not add one. They haven't confirmed if they're adding achievement diaries or anything like that. However, of the 4 that are on the poll, completionist keeps was technically something that they did say they would consider. Not only were they saying that they might add perks to skill keeps, like the ones we have now, like this mining keep, for example. Not only did they mention they're likely going to be adding perks to capes, but they did say that they might... They didn't confirm, but they said that they might add region-based capes. So if you have like 200 all in Mines of Matubin or 500 all in Chronopolis, stuff like that. Which are basically what completionist capes would be. Like 200 or 500 all in a region. Because 500 all across the entire game is impossible, pretty much. But 200 or 500 all in a region is very doable. It would take forever, but it's very doable. Currently, only one person has done it so far. KC for Chronopolis has max level, 2,000. Which, of course, is 500 in every single one. And he did that in, like, what, 2.5 months? Like, 2.5 months is a lot of time, but for the lifespan of an MMO, 2.5 months honestly isn't that bad to max out one chapter. It is the easiest chapter to max, but still. Because that's a lot of time, but in MMO time, that's like barely anything. 2.5 months is like a day. Not literally, but you know what I mean. For an MMO that goes for like years upon years upon years, 2.5 months is not that long. Hello, Chen, by the way, as well as Spirit Feet. Welcome, welcome. 230 to 231 Carbonese, nice. Oh, yeah, are you actually transitioning over to Carbonese, son? Oh, never mind, you get Carbonese at 223. Because I do need to go do some more Carbonese. Not because it's good XP, but because I need a couple banked. They only have like 500 banked, and I want at least like 3,000 at some point. I'm not sure when I'm doing that grind. Depending on where my mining level is, I might even just do it the 2 days I'm away at the hotel. I'm not sure how much I'm going to grind, because I'm pretty sure the hotel will have a bunch of private pools as well. Because a lot of the hotels here are on the beach. And aside from having good access to the beach, because you don't have to go past the major road, they also generally all have like a really decent pool. And the pool that I have at my HOA is pretty bad. But a lot of the hotel pools around here are actually pretty decent. It's gonna feel weird. I can't even remember the last time I stayed at a hotel. I think the last time is when I was dodging a hurricane. It was like a hurricane like 7-ish years ago. I had to stay at like a hotel for almost a week. They actually had a pretty good gym there that I ended up utilizing. They didn't really have that many amenities beyond that though. Yeah, I want to get some Carbonese banked as well. I'm not sure the exact number, but definitely more than I have now. Because Carbonese makes the best blue range weapon in the game. Not just for Cryonite, but also for every class, if you can eventually use other class equipment. Which seems very likely with how they're doing the combat rework. We just don't know how much proficiency you can do it with. Because if it's like 80% or 85% or 95% are all very different numbers. But potentially every class's best blue weapon, range blue weapon, will all be off of Carbonese. So it's going to be decently relevant in the future. Particularly for if you're doing a Hope Port grind. Because the final enemy in Hope Port as well as the easiest enemy to kill in Hopeport is weak to blue. As well as the most annoying enemy to kill in Hopeport is also weak to blue. The Crow. Because that's that really slow hitting, really sporadic, high damaging hit that it has. Which makes it really annoying to kill. So the easiest and hardest thing to kill in Hopeport are both weak to blue. The bird you would need it for so you can kite it around. And the plant you would need it for because you can just infinite ammo if you really wanted to. We don't know how much ammo we're necessarily going to get. Based on the mock-up, it looks like we're going to have pseudo-infinite ammo after the combat rework. However, we don't know how much ammo they're actually going to give us because obviously it was the mock-up, it's not a final product. But based on the mock-up, we're going to have like over 50 ammo. And anything over 30 is basically infinite ammo against anything that isn't a boss. Like even 20 is infinite ammo for most general enemies. You're getting 500 Mind Fighter today? That's huge. Nice. You're putting knowledge on the bone right? Nice as well. Yeah, we'll be getting the 500 Mind Fighter grind. Did you actually bank all the alchemy supplies from it? Because I was doing some math on like how many of the alchemy supplies I was going to need to bank. Like the 7,000 fear potions. I still got to do the math on the others. So some of the others I would want to get infinite of. Like the 8% and 10% XP pots I would want infinite of. It doesn't matter how many we need to level. I want all of them. But I did do the math and we need about 7,000 eyes and tentacles of the higher tier. So whenever we get more than that, I can start just leaving them on the ground. For the 15-minute fear potion. But the healing potions, the best in slot healing potion, and the 8 and 10% XP pots, I will be keeping all of when we do the Mind Fighter grind. And in the tentacles and eyes, we will only get 7,000 of. Only, that's still a lot. But, probably a lot less than how many we'd get total in the grind. Especially the tentacle, because you kill them a lot. And as a Cryo Knight, we'd also kill the blue toad a lot, because it's weak to blue. It's normally one you would skip on other classes. But on Cryo Knight, it's actually worth killing. Luckily, the final enemy in Mind Fighter is also weak to blue. And I believe this is the one for the 10% XP pot as well. And it's right next to a bank, which is really convenient. The only thing annoying about it is it does range you, so you do have to melee only it. Yeah, the blob is really good in that area. I believe out of every enemy in the area, it is the closest one to a bank. Out of any Mines of Matuban enemy that drops a resource. It is the closest one to a bank. It's only like 10-15 towers or something. Yeah, it does Arborite damage and it's weak to blue. So Cryo Knights are really, really good against it. It's honestly probably the best chapter in the entire game for Cryo Knight to get 500 in. And the whole time you could be dumping into mining and or smithing as well, or your knowledge points. Or anything else that you want to do production-wise in that chapter. Which is definitely what we're doing on our 500 grind. But yeah, we'll have to re-pull it later. But we will probably be doing a poll on if we should do 500 all combat. Or start it from Mines of Matuban. Because we did a poll earlier on if we should do Mines of Matuban or Chronopolis or both. And the poll was both. But I didn't have an option for if we should just do all of them. The only problem with doing all of them is that it does add 2 more months of doing nothing but combat. But if people are up for it, I'm considering doing 500 all combat. Starting from Hopeport and just working our way down. After the combat rework, obviously. And hopefully by then we also have 500 smithing mining. Not required, but would be helpful. Also, if we do happen to have 500 mining smithing by the time we do the Mind Fighter grind, I will be dumping everything into Bone Right. Rather than Stonemason. And the main reason for that is I have concerns that Boneright might have some synergy with Builder. We already know that you can make cement, but that's only for an AFK activity. But we don't know if it's going to get any other additional functionality. Because there's a small chance it might. And if it does, at a certain high-level builder, you might actually need to dip into Boneright a little. Yeah, Guardian, Minefighter, what would that be then? I think it's the Skeletons and, what's the second thing that's weak to green in that chapter? It's Skeletons and something else. I can't remember what the second one is. The problem with that is the Skeletons don't actually drop any material. Is it the plant thing? No, you're weak to fire. What is the second thing weak to green? Oh yeah, it was the 8% pot one. Or the offset one. The 6 and 8% pots are, yeah, that guy. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. I think Guardians get, like, the worst end of the stick on that one. Because Hammer Mages get the best healing potion. Or, you know, easier access to killing that. As well as, the Ghosts. So yeah, Guardians only get the 6 and 8% pots being able to be killed quickly. Hammer Mages just get the health pot being able to be killed quickly. Which is still good, because Cryo Knights don't get any either of those two sped up. And then, the main one that Cryo Knight ends up getting is the 7% and 10% pot being able to be killed quicker. As well as the Fear Potion. But the 10%, or, you know, the bigger XP pot's the more useful one, though. The Fear Pot is mostly just for XP. Though, you would get, like, infinite Fear Pots if you do that. 7,000 15-minute Fear Pots is enough fear for the rest of the time. We did the math on it earlier, and it was like 1,000-something hours. Actually, we could do it again. What is 7,000 times 15 divided by 60? It gives you 1,750 hours of fear protection. That is kind of insane. To put in perspective how long that is, we only have like 1,000 hours right now. Like total. We have like 1,000 hours right now. And just doing 500 Minefighter gives you 1,750 hours of immunity to fear, or you know. And of course you're not perpetually using it forever. Like today we only used it for like, what, an hour? Not even. And this is a day that we were doing a lot of it. Some days you don't even use it at all. Level 80, 3 to go. Till we get to a new area. I'm not sure if I'm banking the material for the new area, though. I'm really considering just keeping them on the ground. It's used for 7% XP pot. Every one we drop is like 3 silver each. Which hurts a little. Like, it's not that far from a bank. The problem is, when you do the cycle, you'll grab it from here, then you grab it from here. But then you're all the way in the middle over here, but the bank is all the way over there. That's the biggest issue with it. Because you're going to be starting the cycle from this room. Unless you start it from the other room, I guess. But, I don't know, it's still a little bit of a walk. We'll see. I'm still not sure if I should bank or not bank them. Like, 7% pots honestly aren't that bad. But I'd mostly be making them on the 2 alt accounts, as I don't really have a need to make them on the main. But no, we'll see. You lose a lot of XP from banking it, though. One reason I'm banking these is we're losing almost nothing. Like, per hour, we're losing, like, what, 4 or 5 minutes? Whereas if we do the other thing, we're going to lose probably close to 8 or 10 minutes. But they're also worth more, the other thing. That's interesting. Kiv's like all in on the Hope Pork grind right now. We saw him doing it all day yesterday because we were also doing it all day yesterday. And I was doing the same today as we are also doing the same today. We're going back to Hope Forest starting tomorrow though. Because in case the combat reworks somehow in like a week, I want to focus on 200 Woodcutter Carpenter next after we get 100 Forager. But that'll be for tomorrow. We're not starting that today. Or if I do, it's going to be off stream. Because we have a pretty decent Juniper AFK loop. The bank's in the exact same room as well. It's really chill. Very AFK-able. It's like 40, 50 second AFK or something. Which for Brighter Shores is a lot. I know for some games 40, 50 second AFK isn't that good. But that's some of the best woodcutting you can even get in this game. Unfortunately. It's not like old school RuneScape where you click on a redwood tree and it lasts for like 5 minutes. I wish. Maybe one day. I know Creamy, by the way, what level pickaxe are you using? Because I think you said you got to like, what, 30? Can't remember if you got any higher than that. Because that's one thing that's been keeping me away from mining, is I kind of want to get a level 50 pickaxe. We know 30 is plenty enough. We're only missing out on like, what, 4% XP or something? Which is more than 0, but it's not like a huge amount. Compared to just grinding a little bit more. Like, at absolute best, it saves, like, what, 1 hour every 25 hours? Which does add up, but I'm not sure if that's worth, like, 88 gold, or whatever it is. Like, 80-something more gold. Oh, yeah, you also did the same thing? Yeah, you only went to 30. Yeah, I'm considering just doing the grind at 30. I'm just not sure the extra 80 gold is worth saving, like, 20, 30 hours. I don't know, it might be, though. We'd have to do a lot of, what's it called to make up for it, though? Like, a lot of, leatherworker. Because that was one thing I was considering. Doing merchant a little bit, then doing leatherworker for the next hide, and then selling most of them instead of banking. Because I believe that is almost enough for, the pickaxe we want. Or at least get to level 40 rather than 50. I mean, instead of all the way to 50. But no, the amount of time it saves is almost worth it. Because about how long we'll have to do mining? Let's say about 400 hours. Let's just say it's 400. Like, actively mining. How much does 4% save us out of 400 hours? We just did a calculator just in case, just so I don't mess it up. It saves 16 hours. Yeah, I can't make enough gold for that to be worth it. Not currently. Not until trading comes out or something. But yeah, for that to be worth it, you would have to make about, which we can tell you exactly how much. For that to be worth it at break even, let's see, let's say it's about 80 gold. Actually, I think it's 78. Let's say 78 gold. Divided by 16. Yeah, you'd have to make nearly 5 gold an hour for it to be worth going for a level 50 pickaxe. If you wanted to break even the amount of time. Otherwise, you have to spend more time money making than you are actually getting benefit from the time saved. So yeah, that might not be worth it then. Because to be able to get that rate of money making in the current state of game, you need like 400, low 400 merchant and low 400 leatherworker. Like, I tell you exactly when you make that much. How far do you have to go to make 5 gold an hour from leatherworker? To be able to make 5 gold an hour from leatherworker, you would need the following. Like, this is basically your break-even point. You can technically do it lower than this, obviously. But your break-even point on time used relative to time saved is... what level leatherworker is that? Also, this also includes merchant, of course. Oh, wow. Yeah. You would need around 450 leatherworker and like 400 something merchant. Yeah, that's not worth it. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep that at level 30 then. That's super not worth. You basically have to max merchant leatherworker for it to be worthwhile to get a level 50 pickaxe. So I'm just gonna keep it at 30 then. Yeah, 25 is generally as far as you should go. Anything above 25 is just if you plan to expedite a little. But yeah, every single tool I pretty much only got to 25. The only exception is pickaxe, which I got to 30. Just because how useful pickaxe is. It's actually the most useful tool in the entire game. It has more than double the use cases of any other tool in the game. As it works on nearly every active activity, but also on nearly every AFK activity. Like for the passives. There's only 3 activities in the entire game it doesn't work for its skill. Minecarts, blast mining, and the AFK for gold panning. Every other AFK activity and every other active activity it works for. It covers something like 80%. Like 80-something percent. Whereas the average other tool only covers like 30 or 40%. It has more than double the next best tool in the game. It is so absurdly good. As far as the value you get for enchanting it. It's like the only tool in the game I would say is worth going above 25. Not above 50, though. It's like the only one you would consider like a number bigger than 25 on. Also, 4 levels to go. We're almost there. And in 2 more levels, we get to the next better XP rate. But in 4 more levels, we finally hit 3,000. And our main other goal this stream is to get to 100 Forager. Beyond that, I don't know if we'll do a little bit more grinding. We'll see. But those are the main ones. So hello, Isabel. Hope you've been having a wonderful afternoon. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. You're back from lunch? Nice, nice. I just put together a quick baked breakfast sandwich. I didn't really have much yet today. Probably gonna grab an early dinner today, though, if we're just going for 100 Forager. Because 100 Forager should only take us, like, what? 6 more hours? That's still a lot, though. Like 5 or 6 more hours. So maybe less, because if you dump knowledge into it, it's gonna go a bit quicker. Which, of course, we're doing the whole time. So it could be as low as 4 hours, actually. Not sure. I'm always bad at gauging XP rates in this game. Just because the XP rate just constantly keeps changing every few levels. So it's really hard to keep track of for every skill. The only thing I'm not a fan of in that regard is the XP rates are pretty arbitrary in this game. It's more based on how much of your bar is filled per hour as a percent. More so than actual XP rates. Because XP rates in this game mean pretty much nothing. Like if you say 100,000 per hour compared to 2.5 million per hour or something like that. Like the numbers are completely arbitrary. What matters is the percent of your current level relative to your next level. Like it's not like old school RuneScape where you know if like a method's like 100k an hour compared to 120k. Like you can kind of gauge that a bit better. But when you say from a method in this game, like something's 50,000 an hour and then something's like 3 million an hour, like the 3 million per hour activity could be worse than the 50k per hour activity because you're at a level range where that 50k per hour is quicker than the 3 million per hour relative to how much you need for your bar. So it's really misleading when you see like an EXP number. Because something could be like 2 or 3 million XP per hour but be slower than something that's like 10,000 an hour relative to your level range at the time. So the XP means almost nothing. It's more so the percent of your bar per hour. So you know what one funny milestone we're actually getting close on? As we were mentioning some old school RuneScape things earlier. We're almost at 10 million arrow shafts off of only Brighter Shores. That arrow shaft right there is my, since Brighter Shores has launched arrow shaft. And not counting leagues, we've only been cutting this tree. And that is every last carpenter, or that's every last log. Because what we do is we do this in the arrow shafts. And we're almost at a green stack. Once it's 10 million and 1.4, it'll turn green. I wonder how many hardcore Iron Men actually have a green stack of arrow shafts. It's such a pointless thing to have. But it would be so funny. But we're actually about to hit it. Just because of how dry we're going on Beaver Pet. It's not that I'm trying to hit it. It's just the game refuses to give me the woodcutting bet. But it will be kind of funny, though. Yeah, it's kind of sad, though. That we're actually that dry. It still kind of baffles me. It's been over 1,000 hours over 3 months, and it still doesn't have it. It's been doing it like all day, every day. Maybe not all day, but you know, whenever I'm around to click on it, I click on it. It's like one click every 5 minutes. Good for amethyst arrows. I don't think I'm going to need that many amethyst arrows ever. I do need to go get the better assembler from Vorkaf, though. I still haven't done Desert Treasure 2 in the hardcore. I'm actually more scared of it than Desert Treasure 2. Even though I've done Dragon Slayer 2 before, but I've never done Desert Treasure 2. Desert Treasure 2 is a piece of cake compared to Dragon Slayer 2. Because you can't be one-shotted in Desert Treasure 2. You can be two-shotted, but you can't be one-shotted. Whereas nearly every mechanic in Dragon Slayer 2 can one-shot you. It's probably pretty safe, though. But I'm waiting until I get Dragon Hunter crossbow from Chambers of Xeric before I do it. I'm not taking any chances. I want, like, absolute best-in-slot DPS. I'm not going to bother getting Missouri armor, though. That's a little overkill. But I do at least want Dragon Hunter crossbow before we do Dragon Slayer 2. The other problem with doing amethyst arrows is I don't have dragon pickaxe yet. Even though I have a crystal tool, you need the actual dragon component to make it into a crystal tool. So even though I have a crystal tool seed, I don't have a dragon pickaxe. I've been waiting for a Calphite Queen task and just farming it. I'm currently not at right yet, but I haven't gotten it yet. I think I killed it like 200 or 300 times and haven't gotten it. It's a 1 in 400. So we're not dry yet, but it'd be a really good one to get spooned so we never have to kill the boss ever again. Because Kalphite Queen is a very dated boss. It came out in like 2003, 2004 or something. It is obscenely dated. It's the second boss ever added to RuneScape. And it definitely shows. Yeah, you do get pretty good wines of Zamorak for it. That's something I've actually never ran out on the hardcore. I feel like people always mention they run out of wines of Zamorak, but between Slayer and Slayer bosses, I've actually never ran out of wine of Zamorak yet. You can also farm them pretty nicely as about a year or two ago. They end up buffing the minigame, the farming minigame. So now you can farm like a couple hundred an hour. I think you can get about 200 per hour. Like, actually even more than that. I think it's like almost 300 per hour. Wines of Zamorak from doing farming now. If you do the farming minigame with 99, while also having every farming boost available. Like if you have the 99 farming cape, the Secutors, and the farming guild buff. I think it's like 300 wines of Zammy an hour. Which isn't that bad. I did that some. I only did it for a couple thousand though. Because it has really bad pet drop rate. So after I hit 99 farming, I never touched it again. But pre-99 farming is pretty good. Post-99 farming is kind of a waste of time, though. Because you're better off getting it from bosses rather than getting it from farming at that point. Yeah, I really enjoy TIE Farm. It's gotten a lot of quality of life over the last several years. Because it's a way to basically... Because farming is basically like timing simulator in that game. I hope if Brighter Shores ever gets it, you can do it more actively. But one nice thing about TIE Farm is it's an active farming training method. So you can, like, you don't have to wait around for an hour or 2 hours or literal days. You literally just plant them and just keep going and going and going. And they've made the minigame easier and easier every single year, pretty much. You get the pet as Seaweed? Oh, nice. Yeah, Seaweed does have pretty good drop rate. I haven't been doing any Seaweed runs since I got 99 crafting, though. I have so much sand banked. Which I'm actually curious. How much sand do I have? I almost want to go check real quick. What is my sand stack at? Wait, let me go check. I'm actually curious. Because I haven't checked my sand in so long. I can see how much sand we have. Let's see. Because we get like 83 banked every single day or something. And I haven't touched it in like a year. So I have like a year's worth of sand. Plus whatever sand we've gotten from bossing. But yeah, I'm going to need Seaweed for that at some point. Right, let me go check. Let's see. Where is it? 1 second. It's going to be hard to see. Let me go check real quick. Actually, let me go do the full room in Brighter Shores first. So we're not wasting Brighter Shores time checking this. Let me go check. I'm actually really curious, though. Now that you bring that up. Oh, come on, spawn, spawn, spawn. Spawn so I can click on you. Spawn so I can click on you. There you go. Alright, what we're doing? Hey, how much sand do I have? Let me go move this out of the way. How much sand are we at? Boom, boom, boom. Alright, where's our sand stack? Where even is my sand? Sand, 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 sand. Oh, that's not as many as I thought it was. We only have 32,000 sand. I believe you need... What's the ratio? Don't you need 6 giant seaweed for every 1 sand? I'm pretty sure. So I need like 3,000 more sand or so. I mean, seaweed. A little less than 3,000. That's not too bad. I thought that'd be way worse than that. But, yeah, it's not too bad. It could be far, far worse. But it's not as much sand as I thought it would be. I think it gives you like 83 a day. But it's still a lot then. But yeah, that's almost a year's worth of sand because that checks out. Because if he's giving you like 83 a day, then that makes sense that we only have like 30-something thousand. Because it's been like 300 days he's been giving me sand or so. I haven't touched the sand at all. Because of course I have the diary done, so it automatically does it. That's one of the perks of the achievement diary. Speaking of achievement diaries, when it comes to like region locked benefits in a given area, that Brighter Shores definitely needs as well. But speaking of achievement diaries, one of them in Old School RuneScape for the Ardoin region, which is kind of like the thieving region. It's kind of like Chronopolis, basically. Kind of. Not really, but kind of. But in that region, There's a guy that you can do as a daily that gives you sand, which you need for crafting. But if you have the Elite Diary done, the final tier of it, it auto-banks it for you. And that's where all that sand came from, pretty much. Like 90% of it. Some of it probably came from bossing. But most of it came from the daily sand. Which, if you don't have the diary done for it, you have to go manually claim it each day, which is really annoying. But it auto-claims with the final diary tier. So there's one less daily you have to do. There's one nice thing about Brighter Shores. You don't ever have to worry about daily escape. There's a cap of how many dailies you can do. Currently it's 2. At some point it'll be 6. But even if they add like 1,000 dailies to the game, you're only ever going to have to do 6 total. Currently 2 total. Which is really nice. Because you don't have to worry about daily bloat. So far, Old School RuneScape isn't too bad about daily bloat, but it does have a few that you kind of just skip because they're just too annoying to bother doing. But in the case of Brighter Shores, you just do whatever 2 are best at any given time. Or in the future, the 6 that are best at any given time. Currently, you can only do 2. So you're never going to be too overly bloated. Even if they have 500 different dailies, you're only ever going to have to do 6 of them. And you just prioritize whatever 6 are most needed based on where you're at. Because I know RuneScape 3 is pretty bad for that. Old School RuneScape's not too bad for it. The most annoying one probably being farming. Just because you have to do the daily for it, like, every hour, pretty much, if you want to max efficiency it. Which at that point is more like an hourly than a daily. It's more like the cooking bounties in Hopeport than anything. Where you have to do it, like, every hour on the hour. Though even cooking bounties aren't that bad, because you could delay them for every other hour. And wait, like, an hour and 50 minutes. Rather than having to do it, like, every hour. It's kind of funny because herb runs actually have a pretty similar timer in Old School RuneScape. Which, of course, Andrew Gower and his team made originally. Because I think herbs are like an hour and 20 minutes or something. Whereas bounties, if you do a double skip, is about an hour and 50 minutes every single time you got to go take your double bounty. First, it's not required to do that every single time. But it does give you quite a bit of value if you do. I just need level 5 barb rolls, and it's that way for 2 years. Now, really? Oh, I love Barbarian Assault. That's literally the first thing I ever do on any member account ever. Is go max out Barbarian Assault and get every unique. I absolutely love that minigame. I've never boosted other people in that minigame, nor needed to boost myself, obviously, because I enjoy the minigame so much. But honestly, it's like my favorite minigame in all of Old School RuneScape, pretty much. I love that thing. I even do it on accounts that don't need it, like level 3 skillers. Just because I enjoy the minigame. Oh, you're just waiting for your group Iron Man? Well, you have to do it pretty early, though, if you're going to grab Torso. Unless you're doing Perilous Moon Skip. But even then, Torso doesn't have a degradation cost, but Blood Moon Torso does. You gotta at least do Barbarian Assault for the Torso, and sometimes... The 3 biggest rewards there are Torso, the helmet, and the gloves. The gloves are best in slot weight reduction, which I'm not sure how that good that is with the new weight rework, because I haven't actually tried the new weight rework yet. As any playing I've done has been either hitting a tree or doing leagues, both of which are irrelevant to run energy. But, yeah, the best weight reduction gloves you end up getting from it. The almost best strength body in the game you get from it. And a decent accuracy helm you get for it. Which is, it's situational when you bring that out, but there's some things it's good for. Mostly special attacks. This is +5 to every accuracy. You have like 10 Bando's chest plates. Well, you still need it for the Elite Clue. I mean, Master Clue. There's a Master Clue where you need Fighter Torso. I'm currently only missing, I believe, 2 Master Clue items on my hardcore. I'm missing the Lava Dragon Bones from Wilderness, and I'm missing Armadillo Helmet. Just because I can't be bothered to kill Armadillo with the range. I want to wait till I get Shadow or something and just obliterate it. Because after trying it with range and chins, because I can only use red chins, I can't use black chins since they're in the wilderness. It is so annoying. I'm just waiting until we have like best in slot magic or something. Because killing Armadillo with range is so bad compared to magic. Or at least best in slot magic. But yeah, I'm dreading that grind. It's actually kind of funny because I believe Armadillo pieces are actually worth more than Missouri. Like, there's basically a piece of range equipment stronger than that piece of range equipment. But because its drop table is so bloated, it's actually worth less pretty much than Armadillo. Even though Armadillo is weaker, range equipment. It's kind of funny. Just because no one wants to kill Armadillo. It's literally weaker armor, but because you need the components from it, it's actually worth like the same amount, if not more sometimes, depending on where the market is. Alright, we're almost there. 83, we can start doing the other plant. Then we can say goodbye to the beach for a little while. Still gonna have to come back here to bank if I'm gonna be banking them, though. It's not even determined if I'm banking or not. I really should. It just wastes so much XP. But 7% pots are really good, though. Not compared to a 10%. Oh, no, maybe we don't just because 10% is so much better. Like, why bank 7% when 10% is so free to bank? So you know what? Maybe I won't. The only reason I'm banking these is because it's so absurdly close that you're not really wasting that much time. But the other one really isn't. So I'm probably just going to drop the 7% to the ground even though I'm banking the 6%. Which doesn't really sound like it makes much sense, but the 7% are just too far to bank. Compared to this being nearly free to bank. Yeah, I've never tried Group Iron Man in RuneScape. In either RuneScape. Well, I haven't really even tried old school. I mean, RuneScape 3, but you know what I mean. I'm not sure if I ever would, though. Like, the premise of it seems cool. It would just be so hard to find a group that would have, like, the same commitment level. Of whatever our commitment level would be at the time. Though, honestly, I would probably start a fresh hardcore before I would start a Group Iron Man, though. There's just so many mistakes I made on the first hardcore that I would love to do differently the second time around. Luckily, it hasn't died yet, so it hasn't made that mistake yet. But there's still a lot of other, more subtle mistakes, because it's the first time I ever played an Iron Man account, as well as the first time I ever made a hardcore. And there are so many things I would do differently the second time around. Like, so many things. Now that I actually know what I'm doing. I don't plan to do that anytime soon, though. Especially with how expensive membership costs are. I'd probably have to pay, like, one house a year to go get membership. It's already bad enough even paying for one, which I'm going to stop doing soon. As soon as it expires. Also, I need to go double check I don't have, like, an auto subscription on. Because if they auto-charge me $100, I'm going to contact support immediately. I don't think I have it on. I forget where you even check that. It's like hidden in like a billion menus on their website. Like it's deliberately as hidden as possibly can be so you don't forget, so you don't remember to go cancel it. It's actually something I had issue with my dental thing recently, too. It's not health insurance, but it's a thing that offsets your health insurance for like $100 a year. And I was going to cancel it before I needed it, so I wouldn't have to pay for it for 6 months. but I forgot that it has auto renewal, so I ended up just getting charged early. So I wasted like 50 bucks that I'm not gonna need the dental service for, or I could have saved like 50 bucks off of it. It's not that big a deal, because I'm still getting more value from it than what I'm losing. It's still kind of annoying because I could have saved like 50 bucks. The worst part is they raised it too. It was only $89 last year, now it's $100. But that's actually an important subscription service though. As that helps save money whenever I go for like cleanings or if I need any work done. But even if you just use it for cleanings, x-ray, and other preventative care, it still saves more money than it costs. At least here in America, since we don't have proper health insurance here, or proper health care here. Because generally most health insurances, or at least basic ones, don't cover dental or glasses at all. Why, I don't understand, but most services don't. Like most like lower end or mid end healthcare services. Or like insurances, I mean. Unless you pay for enhanced support, I know, right? That is one thing I would utilize if RuneScape ever had it. If they had a subscription service that is about the same price that it is now, but it allowed you to have multiple accounts on membership, we would just go through a hardcore spree and see which hardcore would survive the longest. Like, if they had, like, a $15 to $20 a month where you could have, like, 5 member accounts or something, I would just make, like, 1 billion hardcores and see which one would get the furthest. Play, like, 4 hardcores at once and see which one gets the furthest without dying. Hey, we finally got enough. Okay, we're out of here. Get me out of here. Now we can go to the nettle plant. We still gotta figure out if we're gonna be banking or not. I'm leaning towards no on banking. Oh no, I might just bank it. I just give it to the old accounts when trading comes up. Because I don't need it on my main. The 10%'s possibly, but every other potion we wouldn't bother making because we're way too far beyond it. I don't know, we'll see if we bank or not. I'm leaning towards drop though. Really leaning towards drop. How much XP are these per? So these are for the 7% XP pots. They're 529. They're not that much better, surprisingly. Because weren't we just getting 500 something from the shells? Wait, are these worse than the shells? Wait. Are these worse XP per hour than shells? With the other thing? Wait, that's hilarious. Wait. Are these actually worse per hour? They sure feel like it. That's pretty funny if so. Because I'm not going crazy, right? Weren't the shells giving me like 500 each? Because the problem with these is there's no other offset resource that I can go take. So if this isn't respawned the exact second I get to it, I think it is actually legitimately quicker to stay on shells than it is to move to nettle. Yeah, it's not respawned yet. It might actually be better. That is so sad. Hey, that's kind of funny. Wait, I gotta go test this. There's no way. Okay, I'll grab all these, grab it on one last set, maybe go bank these, and then, I'm gonna go test shells. Let me go check the XP drop. Where's Forager? Go back to Forager. Why am I not on Forager page? Because we were checking the price for the other thing. Give me the Forager real quick. Because I think it might actually legitimately be quicker to do shell plus, 3 of the weed than it is to bother doing 6 of these. As far as our XP per hour. What am I doing? I'm looking for this over here. At some point we'll get high enough to go to Forager. There we go. Let me double check. What's the XP drop for them? Like the static XP drop counting nothing. Oh, you know why? Oh, it's because of my tool. I was like, wait, why is there such a XP disparity? Oh. It's because these are not boosted at all right now. That's where the whole XP disparity is coming from. Oh, I was like, wait, how is that so different? But it's because the other thing has like 10% extra XP compared to what we're doing now. Technically 15% because we don't have the 5% from the other thing yet. Yeah. But even then, even if we had the exact same tool, if you take even one of those other things, you're already doing better than this. But yeah, that's unfortunate. These are actually worse XP per hour, technically. Well, rip Nettles. We'll probably take the higher tier one, but these lower tier ones are trash. Well, never mind. Back to the beach. I lied. We're going back to the beach. These are actually worse XP than doing what we're just already doing. Anyways, hello, Shells again. We meet again. We have returned. Apparently you are actually better. Alright, we will be able to switch at some point, though. At 89, we could start doing something different. But until then, yeah, this is actually better than bothering with Nettle. Yeah, so I don't really have to worry about rank time as well. Whereas the Nettles would basically have to just drop on the ground. Because it wastes too much time banking. The higher level Nettle will definitely be worth it. I think the next one's at like 197 or something. But the lower tier one is 100% not worth it. The higher tier one is needed for a 10% XP pot, so we definitely want that. But we could just skip the 7% pot and just get the 6% pot one. This is better foraging XP per hour. You can also make twice as many as the 6% compared to the 7% per hour. Hello, Shell. Please spawn. There you go. But yeah, one of the main reasons for this disparity, aside from the fact that we can't get an extra node, but we're dealing with a level 25 trowel compared to a level 0 secutors. And right now our bonus on this trowel is 20 or 15%, whereas our bonus on this is 0%. So we're getting 15% more bonus from these shells right now compared to what we'd be getting from the secutors, which is what the other tool uses, or the other little thing. But it's also because the extra nodes. There's not a high tier node on the Path of the Nettle, whereas at least there's the kelp on when we're doing the shell. Says, hello, every color. Good afternoon. Yep, you didn't miss it yet. We haven't hit 3,000 yet. Hey, CBD here's here too. But yep, 2 more levels to go. We're almost there. And even though we got a foraging upgrade, it's actually a downgrade, so we're just sticking with what we're doing now. But unfortunately, the next node is not an upgrade. So we're stuck on the shells until like 80 something, whatever it is. 89. Then we can go to potato. Good old potatoes. Also, all this kelp, it's not the greatest thing. However, it makes a 25% potion. And even though you can mass buy 25% potions, currently without the price tag, 25% potions are what? Like 5 point something silver? So that kelp is like half of that. So that's not too bad. The kelp is effectively worth like 2.5. Even I think you could buy it for slightly cheaper. But its effective worth is about 2.5 silver. It's not that bad. It's not like insanely high, but it's better than nothing. God, I'm still so used to clicking from yesterday when we had fishing. So now I keep doing misclicks. It's before I could click on the ground without it backfiring. Up CBD. Are you doing the full cycle? We are? Or is it doing wide farming? Might just be doing wide farming. Are we still going to be doing foraging after 3,000? Yes. After we get 3,000, I'm still going until we get 100. The main goal of this stream is to get to 100 Forager. But of course, the main byproduct being finally 3,000 total level. But 100 Forager is the main goal of the stream. But yeah, we're not stopping at 3,000. We'll probably stop at 100 Forager, though. But we're not stopping at 3,000 total. And then tomorrow we start back at the woodcutting carpentry grind. Might do a little bit of off-stream as well, just to get a little bit of a head start. Because the quicker we can get these all to 200, the better. Because our game plan at this point is, after today, we go and do 200 woodcutter carpenter, which will take like a little over a week or so. And then after that, we finish all 200s in Hopeport. Not counting guard, of course, you know, the non-combats. And then after that, we literally just camp mining and smithing until combat rework. If that's one day, it's one day. If it's 1 week, it's 1 week. If it's 1 month, it's 1 month. If it's 3 years, no. No, combat rework should be in the next month or two. But however long that difference is how much we do mining smithing in that time. Which is going to be a lot of mining smithing. But I want to try to have 200 all non-combat by the 100-day mark. Which is also before Valentine's Day. Which is also before I need to go get the floor done. Because we're getting a bit of construction done on the house soon. Replacing all the carpet with wood, as well as replacing out some of the damaged underground of the house from past hurricanes. So there are going to be 2 days where we won't be streaming. I believe it's the 17th and 18th I've been mentioning. One of those is a Monday, so we pretty much already wasn't really streaming much that day anyways. But the other day will be the Tuesday after, I believe. I need to double check, confirm the dates. I keep mentioning that as if that is the date. I'm pretty sure it is. I don't have it right next to me, so I have no clue. Pretty sure those were the dates if I remember correctly, though. I have it on my phone. I just don't have my phone over here. I have the phone by the bed rather than by the computer. Oddly enough, I'm not the kind of person who just like randomly checks the phone a lot. Even though I'm a millennial, I like never use my phone. I feel like that's a lot of issue that some millennials and Gen Z has, in that they check their phone like constantly. But I could easily go days or even weeks or months without checking my phone. I don't have like a paranoia to keep checking it for things, luckily. Like checking social media or Discord or whatever else. Yeah, I can live without it for weeks or months and not even notice. It's mostly from me being so antisocial, though, probably. I'm introverted enough that I can get away with it. You're a zillennial? Oh, are you, like, right at that year mark? I'm almost a zillennial. I'm like a really, really, really young millennial. Or old? Young? Young? Yeah, I would say a really young millennial. I'm only like a year... I think I'm like 2 years off the threshold for where I would be considered Gen Z. I'm like right at the tail end of millennial. Yeah, I'm from 94. So I'm like 3 years off of being like Gen Z, or 4 years off. Or whatever that other millennial... Yeah, it's Gen Z. That would be the one. I do have to say, I do miss the late 90s. I'm not sure if it's a bias just because I was so young. But honestly, the late 90s felt like the golden age of time. As far as times that I got to experience. That was before, like, everything went downhill at, like, the most rapid rate I have ever seen in my lifetime. But I don't feel like anything bad was quite happening in the late 90s. There probably was. But compared to the early 2000s and beyond, it just felt like downhill spiral from there. Particularly early 2000s, late 2000s, and obviously 2020. But nothing really bad happened in like the late 1990s, for the most part. You started playing RuneScape in 2004, same. Yeah, I've been playing it since 2004, on and off. I did quit around the same time Andrew Gower did, though, at around 2011. And then came back around 2017 for Old School to try it for about a year or two. Then quit again after Theater of Blood. And then came back at the 10-year anniversary in 2013, and I haven't stopped since. Though I'm going to be pseudo-stopping soon because of the price hike and everything. I'm still going to be playing it every day. I'm just going to be doing free-to-play instead of members. And just sit at Castle Wars until we have, like, infinite tickets. Do Castle Wars AFK for, like, 6 months straight. Because I want my childhood dream of full golden Castle Wars armor. These Castle Wars came out in, like, what, 2005, 2004 or something? Actually, I forget when golden armor came out for it. Ever since I was a kid, it's like, I one day need to go get the full set of that armor. And I'm finally going to do that starting next month. Instead of AFKing the Redwood for Beaver Pet, which hopefully we'll have by then. That'd be insane if we don't. But after that, our grind is going to be free-to-play Castle Wars grind, because they made it free-to-play a couple years ago. Actually, let me double-check. When was that armor added? Oops, I did not click on the other thing. I meant to. Where is the shop? Minigame, blah, blah, blah. There it is. Ticket exchange. I want to double check when this armor was added. This armor was added in 2005. But yeah, ever since 2005, I always wanted this full set of armor. And I've never once had it in the history of RuneScape. But I'm finally going to go AFK for it over the next 6 months. You need like 4,400 tickets to be able to buy them all. I think I have 600 right now. Out of the 4,400. But we're going to go farm full golden Castle Wars armor on the hardcore. And probably just keep going until we have enough to buy literally one of every unique item from it. Maybe even enough to keep a spear set in our house, which would be like an extra 2,000 tickets. Because that's the only thing we're farming in free-to-play. Because you get the same rate for it currently in free-to-play than you do in Members Worlds. That might change after an update they're doing a little bit later this year. But even then, it's still worth grinding it for free rather than like $10 a month or $14 a month or whatever on if they're charging per month. Like even if it's slightly quicker in Member Worlds, it's better to get it for free than for no money. Or for no money rather than to have to pay. Oh yeah, I did the fall forestry log without pet as well. I have the entirety of the forestry log, as well as every possible woodcutting drop you can have other than beaver or into the woodcutting pet. At 77.5 million woodcutting XP. And we still have no pet. We've done literally every single objective you could ever do for woodcutting. We have like 4 of the outfits, every cosmetic, every possible unique drop other than the woodcutting pet itself. There's literally nothing else I can grind in woodcutting, which is why we're just AFKing the redwood. Like there's physically nothing else we can grind in woodcutting other than just keep going for pet and keep getting over drop rate. I'm even using best in slot too. Like we're using every possible buff. We're using a crystal axe, two-handed axe, which makes it so it's even more AFK and gives more XP. We're using a celestial signet, which saves you more charges whenever you go and use the thing. It doesn't have to be charged to be able to give the benefit. But we have that as well, which is making it so our crystal axe is using less charges. We can see that with the text right here. It'll say right here, yeah, the elven signet preserves your charges. And it says a bunch of rations. We also have the rations as well. We have like literally every buff you could have. We have these rations right over here, which makes it so you get even more XP. And it makes it so the two-hand makes it so it deletes some of the logs, so it's even more AFK. But all of that, every possible buff and everything, every possible unique, and still can't get the pet. We're doing it as max efficiency as we can, other than like tick manipulating teaks or something. But that's way too click intensive. That's not AFK at all. That's like a click like every second. But aside from doing, like, tick manipulation teaks, we have, like, every possible benefit we could be having towards it. As well as finishing every possible collection log and everything you could possibly do. And nope, still don't have it. Like, we're doing, like, the second most efficient thing you could be doing that isn't tick manipulation. Yeah, I still don't have the agility pet either. I'm also over drop rate for the ring. It's a 1 in 200 drop, and I'm at like 230 or something. I'm not like grossly over drop rate, but hopefully I get pet before I get the ring. So I just never need to go back to agility again. Because I believe I finished every collection log for agility other than the ring from Howl's Sepulcher. And the pet, of course. Still missing. Hey, how's our rank doing? Speaking of collection log, how are we doing on collection log rank? We haven't gotten a single collection log slot in like 4 months. Yet we're still in rank 17 in the entire game, at least for hardcores. That's every alive hardcore currently that has logged in since the update. There could be a few that still haven't logged in yet. It's auto opt-in, but it's not opted in until they log in. They have to log in at least once to prove that they're in a live hardcore. That's like the main thing it's checking. Because dead hardcores don't go on that leaderboard. They have to be alive as of the update. Hey, we can get the secateurs, which I technically don't even need since I'm not even bothering with it. Since we're technically skipping over. I do need to eventually go buy those, though, so we should probably still buy them just in case I forget later. But those secateurs we just unlocked we don't actually need for what we're doing. And to foraging you go. You AFK some Crambronze on the side? Yeah, I still need to go get the fishing pet that way. Though we were talking earlier, I'm probably just going to do anglerfish instead when we do, though. But I'm going to spend half a year doing the Castle Wars grind AFK first, though. Which I think we did the math on it. It's technically only 3 months. The reason I say a half a year is normally they do a discount for membership during the winter and during the summer. So their next big discount wouldn't be until summer of next year. I mean, of this year, I mean. So I'd basically have to do Castle Wars for 6 months then. I would only get 1 collection log slot from it, though, because I have every other collection log already. It's more so for my childhood dream than anything. And also just so we don't have to pay for membership for a couple months. Because that was like the biggest flex you could ever do back in the day. We're like full gold and Castle Wars armor. Because it takes like a couple hundred hours to farm, maybe even more than that. I think it's almost like 1,000 hours to farm. Yeah, more than that. It would take if you won every battle, it would take 1,300. You're realistically not going to win every single time. So it takes about 2,000 hours to farm. However, in modern old school RuneScape, you can completely AFK in free-to-play, though. It's like 19 minutes AFK. But if you did a 19-minute AFK method, it would take about 2,000 hours from where we are right now. Which sounds like a lot of time, but you're clicking like a few times every 19 minutes. Like, it's absurdly AFK. Even more so than what we're doing now, because right now it's only a 5-minute AFK. So 2,000 hours sounds like a lot. But you only have to play for like 3 minutes an hour. So if you break it down that way, it's only like, what? 100 hours? No, less than that. Or is it? What math? If you're playing 3 hours every minute for 2,000 hours, what does that come out to? Let's see. 2,000 times 3 divided by 60. 100 hours. Yeah, you only have to play for 100 hours to get everything. It takes 2,000 hours of time duration, but you're effectively only playing for 100 hours. So that's not too bad. 100 hours of gameplay to go collection log, green log that whole place. It takes 2,000 hours of time, but only 100 hours of gameplay. You're missing a lost bag. I was actually missing the amulet for the longest amount of time. I nearly green logged. I had absolutely everything there and 99 rune crafting before I had the amulet. I actually went really dry, and the amulet's more common than the bag by like 2.5 times. But for whatever reason, I had literally everything except for pet. And, like I literally had 99 rune crafting and every drop other than pet before I got amulet. I went so dry on it. I think it was like 3 times over drop rate or something. And that amulet's actually useful. The bag doesn't even do anything. The amulet lets you teleport to the minigame. It's also good for a couple clue steps, because there's a couple that are actually really near that teleport. It's also the quickest way to get to the Scar Essence Mine, which basically deleted the rune crafting skill. Or at least post 99 it deleted the skill. Because basically you just do money to do rune crafting instead of using runes to rune craft. You could just use money to rune craft. Oh yeah, I was mentioning that during Old School RuneScapes League this year, when we were killing Vardorvis, that it must be a nightmare going dry on that boss. Yeah, I could only imagine. I don't even want to do the Desert Treasure 2 grind on my hardcore, to be honest. For how little benefit you get for how annoying those bosses are, I'm probably not even going to bother. Like, after I finish the quest, I'm probably not even going to kill any of them. The only exception to that is, even though he's a little dangerous on the hardcore, I would need to kill the, what's that big blob called? I forget his name. The big blob. Anyone who's played Old School RuneScape, you know which one I'm talking about. I forget his name. Not Vardorvis. Why do I forget his name? Duke. Yeah, Duke Succulus. Duke Succulus is the only one I need to kill. And I just need him for the teleport so I can get to Phantom Musfa. I don't actually need any drop from him other than, I guess, maybe his ice thingy. Oh yeah, I guess I would kill Vardorvis for the blood crystal. But there's like the only drops I really need from Desert Treasure 2. The blood crystal from Vardorvis, the ice crystal from Duke, and the teleport from Duke. Not for Duke himself, but for Phantom Musfa. Because Phantom Musfa is actually worth killing, whereas Duke on a hardcore really isn't. He doesn't one-shot you, but he can hit a 110, and max HP is 121. So if you're not careful, he can kill you. It's unlikely that you ever get hit by that 110, but unless you make a mistake. But if you lag or something, he'll hit you for 110 and then hit you again and then kill you. Like, if you disconnect at just the right time, you will die. Whereas a lot of other bosses you can disconnect and still live. Oh, also, hey, we're about to level 3,000! It's about to happen! Any moment now. We're still going, though. We're going to 100 Forager. But 3,000, of course, the biggest milestone for today. This was for the whole week. Because our next big milestone will be 200 all non-combat, which we're not getting for about another 2 weeks. Of course, we'll have the milestone of getting each individual 200, though, as they roll in. The next ones are quite far away, because we're getting 200 woodcutting and carpentry around the same time. Not like the exact same time, but within like the same like day or two. But there we go! 3,000! Look at that, right above our head. 3,000. We're finally in the 3,000 club. Which I think there's 25 in the game currently. There we go. Oh wow, Casey's starting to catch up. Gosh, Casey's on that grind. He maxed out Chronopolis, and now I think he's trying to max out Hopeport or something. But he has 4 500s and is still, like, nearly leaderboard, like, top leaderboard for total level. It's insane. He's been grinding. Like, he's nearly about to pass us. It has 4 500s. It is almost about to pass us in total level. Despite having 4 500s, which are, of course, slower than getting 200 all. I wonder if he is working to 200 all right now. No, it looks like he's going all in Hopeport from what I can tell here. He's doing cooking fishing right now. With a little bit of Forager. But yeah, it looks like he's doing one chapter at a time. Or something like that. Where he finished Chronopolis and now he's doing Hopeport. Hopeport's gonna take a while to get 500 all. No one has even close. I think the closest person's like 2,000 something. Not even. Oh wait, they're hidden though. Yeah, 2,079. Out of 2,500 is the closest person for Hopeport currently. I'm not sure who that is. Does anyone actually know who this is? It's definitely not Jimmy Zabot because that's him. I have no clue who rank 1 Hopeport is. Not sure if anyone knows. Or if he's been hidden the whole time. That miles, yes. Casey is grinding for the post 200 Fisher mining adventures right now. That makes sense. Yeah, I was mentioning that earlier. The 2 best ventures to be doing in the entire game is fishing and mining. The only reason I'm doing mining and detective is because I need a detective XP before the combat rework. But afterwards, I will be pivoting to mining fishing. Because they are actually the 2 biggest beneficiaries to the venture system. As far as how much XP they give relative to how slow they are to train. So that makes sense, as they are the best 2. And he already finished the detective one, obviously, since he has 500. So they are by far the best 2 to be going for. I'm doing one of the 2. The only reason I'm doing the other one is in prep for the combat rework. Is I need 344 detective before the combat rework happens. Ideally. It's not required, but it'd be very helpful to have. Technically, I don't need it before the combat rework. I just need it before we do 500 Chronopolis. Because I might be doing 500 watch person, guard, scout, and mind fighter first. And if that's the case, we have a lot of time to go get 344 detective. The daily alone might end up just getting us there. When's the combat rework? We don't have the official date. It's likely one of the next 2 really big updates. As far as, like, the really big behemoth updates, as far as, like, content-wise. But it could be anywhere from, like, a few days from now to a few months from now. We don't really know. But it is coming. Oh, just to reset my cycle, I'm actually going to bank here. He's running like a really weird cycle that got messed up when we got 3,000. So he got a bit distracted. And then my whole cycle's off. But yeah, the main reason I want 344 detective by then is just so we can go straight to 500 Chronopolis whenever we do it. Because that means when we do combat, we'll have to do some combat normally with all the obelisk buffs. And then we can go to the raid dens again. There will be one other instance where we'll have to train detective manually, though. It depends how good raid dens are without any penalty and everything. Really comes down to how good DPS is. Because the better DPS is, it might be worth it to actually, like, actively do it with special attacks or something, rather than actively train detective. But there is one last dead zone we have to worry about. And that is the dead zone to get to 451. This dead zone right here does not have any particularly good method. And the best raid den you have is 344. When you're training at like level 440 or 450 to get there. You're using something like 100 levels lower than what you should be. It's really bad. It's like the biggest dead zone in all of Detective. That's the only other time we might have to do investigations rather than raid dens. Alright, put all that away, put all that away. But I can't wait till the combat rework. I feel like half the game, if not more, is just waiting on it at this point. Brighter Shores is just the combat rework waiting simulator at this point. One thing that's going to be a little annoying, though they have done a lot of fixes to that preemptively already in the last, like, month. Particularly recently with some of the changes that they made where every combat room has, like, 4 enemies always, like the tentacle room and everything that they did, like, 2 weeks ago. But, it might be really annoying when combat comes out, like the rework, because every combat room is going to be at max capacity at any given time. Luckily, they've done a lot of changes to make sure that's not going to be as crowded. But it's still going to be annoying if there's a room with, like, I don't know, let's say 4 enemies, but there's like 2 other people in the room with you. I'm not sure if it actually has a room limit of only 1 in that situation. Because I could have sworn that has a room limit of 3. I'm pretty sure right now. Like a room with 4 enemies, I believe, has a room limit of 3. If it is only 2, then that could maybe work out. But if the room limit is 3, that's actually going to be really annoying. Actually, don't remember. Because I haven't really paid much attention to it after the most recent combat rework. Or, you know, the room rework. But it's going to be the only thing that's going to be really, really bad, is every single one's going to be max capacity after combat rework, since everyone's going to be doing it. Oh, Miles ES might be giving us intel. Oh, T2. I need to go double check that later. Because I know they've changed it so much that I actually have no clue what it is in the current state of the game. Because like every few weeks they keep changing how the rooms work for combat. They've made at least like 3 different updates that have improved it since launch. So like every month they do a rework to it. And I forget what the most recent rework did. But I really hope that a room of 4 enemies only has a cap of 2 people. Because in that case, you'll be able to get max XP rate. If it has 3 people, though, it's going to hurt your XP rate after combat rework. Because every room is going to be too crowded. As every server you're ever on for combat will have max capacity. Whatever it is. There's the only really big downside to the combat rework. Plus, time to kill will be quicker. Because you have special attacks, you'll have a more optimized build. So you might even need 3 nodes instead of 2, potentially. But we'll see how it works after the combat rework. It's just everyone's going to be rushing combat. Like half the population of the game is going to be doing combat all at once. After the combat rework. And while there are server limits and everything, every single server is going to be like near max capacity. Technically, if multi-boxing was allowed, one way around that would be to have one of your ults just stand in the room. That way there's at least guarantee 1 person who's not doing anything. It won't be occupying any of your enemies. It's not allowed, though. But if it was, that would be the meta. You'll literally just log in one alt account, especially in the free-to-play zones in, like, Chapter 1 and 2. Literally just log in one alt account so it can just keep the room. And obviously have it not do any combat. Just to make sure the room doesn't get overpopulated. It's not allowed with the current terms of service, though. But that would be the meta if it was allowed. Especially in Chapter 1 and 2. Since you wouldn't need the account to have membership. So hello, John. So hello, 13 Faces. You do realize you're not the only person in the game. I know. Everyone pretty much just plays it as like a solo player game right now. Like some people do gather for like 500 parties and stuff like that. But Brighter Shores basically is a solo game right now. And then when you have to do combat, it's like, ooh, there's other people in this game taking up my space. They're taking up my precious XP. Like you don't see that when you're doing any gathering skill or anything because other people don't affect you. But other people do affect you when you do combat. It can actually hurt your XP rates. Yeah, what are all these people doing in this MMO? I thought this was a single player game. You just hope that the rework isn't as confusing. Oh no, we'll have to see what the final product of the skill tree looks like. Hopefully it'll set it up in a way that is really intuitive. But we'll find out. Because the mock-up that they showed is not the final product, obviously. But I'm not sure if they're going to do enough improvement to it to make it really intuitive, but we'll find out. Well, what they showed during the preview is obviously not what the final product's going to be. It was just like an example of what it could be. But not what it would actually be. The tuning part's the most confusing, is it? It's basically exactly what it is now. The only real difference is you're probably going to need to get upgrades. And we don't currently know how much those will be. Like, we don't know how much a single upgrade into weapon proficiency or armor proficiency will end up giving you. Because those are going to be two separate stats now. There's a lot of details we don't currently know about it. Like, does your combat automatically give you proficiency? Since everyone's going to be level 140, does that mean you have 140 proficiency in armor wearing and weapon making? Or weapon wearing? The other thing we don't know is how much obelisk buff do you get per node? Like when you go and get weapon proficiency, for example, are you getting 5 points toward weapon proficiency? 10 points? We don't currently know that either. So like details like that are seemingly confusing just because we don't know what the exact number is. Because that's the main thing that's kind of making it confusing. Is they don't know what the final number is going to be on everything. Or how hard it's going to be to get to each node and everything like that. Oh, does Telltale have a video on it? I never actually saw that yet. I'll check it out later. But the problem is we don't have all the info. So that's like the most confusing part right now. Is we don't have a full amount of info on what it is. So we have no way to know exactly how it's going to work. There's currently no one has that info. Other than the dev team. But you know, no one publicly has that info. Well, obelisk level is pretty easy to calculate for. You just subtract 30 for chapter 1 or 2, and you subtract 40 from chapter 3 and 4. So without doing any calculations, we know that we have obelisk level 20, 21, 60, and 226. And a combat level of 140. Yeah, it's something I haven't actually used yet. I haven't used any calculators for the game. Like, something like that you can easily just do in, like, literal seconds, though. But, I haven't used, like, any scaling calculators. We just always do the math manually. Actually, I haven't checked out any tools like that yet for the game. Because normally I just do the math myself. Though figuring out your obelisk level is really easy to do, though. You're literally just subtracting one number. So how close are we to our next upgrade? Because we're in a little bit of a dead zone right now for XP rate. There's not much I could really do about it. Rather than keep dumping knowledge. Yeah, 89 is when we get a better rate. I'm not sure what my path is for potato. I'm still not sure if I'm banking the potatoes or not. This is a potato I technically don't need, but I will need later. There's like a weird in-between. And those racks we're definitely not going to need either. But yeah, to bank or not to bank. I do want to bank some of them. I don't think I want to bank as many as I did last time, though. I think I went a little overkill. I do want to bank like 300 to 500 of them, though. I went a little overkill when I banked like 800, 900 of them last time. Oh, is this actually your first MMO you ever tried? Nice. Honestly, great place to start. Because Andrew Gower's was technically my first MMO as well. He makes really good MMOs. Because RuneScape back in the day was my first MMO. And then I kind of got into like Neopets and like a few other ones like that. Club Penguin, whatever ones existed at the time. Wizard 101, I think, a little bit. Which I'm actually really surprised the servers are still up for that game. I have no clue how they make money. And not in like the negative. Because that game has like almost like 0 player base these days. But they've still been running for like 20 years or something. I only played it on the launch year though. Yeah, honestly, this is a pretty good choice for a first MMO because you're getting in before the game's even launched. The game's not even at 1.0 yet. And I can assure you that the developer for this game is very dedicated to it. It's not going to be something like New World where it's funded by Amazon. And if the game ever goes under too much and isn't profitable enough, they're just going to kill the game. Like, that's never going to happen to Brighter Shores. Like, obviously he wants it to make more money than it is probably right now. But at his current state, he could easily keep it running as is for, like, literal years upon years. Like, even a decade. Even if the player base never goes above 1,000. Like, he will just keep going. Or something like New World, if their player base ever dips below 10,000, Amazon's probably just pull the plug and just kill the game completely and just shut off the servers. Like, it's not going to make enough money for them to justify it. Whereas this is more so a passion project of Andrew Gower and his team, rather than like necessarily for profit. It's basically a non-profit MMO. Not literally, and that's non-profit, but you know what I mean. Like, there's no shareholders he needs to worry about, or anything like that. And he has enough money from selling Jagex that he has basically infinite generational wealth. So as long as the game is at break even, he could pretty much keep supporting it forever. We're working on base 50. That's a good place to start. I would highly advise getting base 50 for, oddly enough, questing. He really loves quests. And while he hasn't confirmed it, they have mentioned that they got, like, a full-time animator to help with questing and stuff. But they are likely going to be adding, like, 1 or 2 quests a month. Like, at least, like, almost 1 quest a month starting soon. They didn't specifically state it, but they have mentioned that they got, like, a full-time animator to help with questing and stuff. But that's what he did in the past. He's likely going to do it again. And the reason why I say that is base 50s is really good. So whenever a quest comes out, you're not going to have to grind as much, if at all. So whenever a new quest comes out, you might have to grind to like maybe 60 or 70 or whatever. But most of the requirements you're probably already going to have without needing to go out of your way, which is really nice. But yeah, he really loves his quests. He hasn't added any since launch, but that's because there's other priorities, of course, before then. But after they've gotten a lot of the more core features on it, I feel like they're really going to ramp up on questing. The only thing we know publicly is that they added, they got like a full-time animator to help. But we also know that Paul. What's the other one's name? Paul Gower. Paul Gower, one of the Gower brothers, is pretty much exclusively just writing all the lore for the game. Which, of course, includes quests. So he's basically full-time on that, in a sense. Plus, he might not even need to pay him. At least not in a traditional sense. I'm pretty sure he is being paid a wage or something, though. But he might just be helping as, like, helping with the passion project kind of situation. Since they are brothers and everything. He's probably being paid an actual wage, though. I'm sure that works in the UK. Because I know you can slightly get away with that in the United States. Because it counts more as contract work rather than that you're like a waged worker. So you can pay them more so per project rather than per hour. Not sure how that works in the UK, though. You're currently working on 50 all combat? Nice. Yeah, that's pretty much where I stopped, as you could tell from our 50. The only reason I have 51 scout is because we were doing something while doing gather, where I was killing 1 snake every time. And because of that, we ended up getting a scout level out of it. Just because there was downtime and we didn't really have anything else to do, so I was like, oh, let's just kill the snake. Because I didn't have fear potions at the time, so I was using that for immunity. These 1 to 2 rooms we were gathering had a bunch of snakes in it that were aggressive. Yeah, we're almost there. Level 89, 2.5 levels to go. Pretty much 1 more 200% meter and we're out of here. Then we go to the potatoes. Actually, do we camp potato the rest of the time? Because racks, I don't believe, are worth doing. Because they don't get the benefit that the potato does from the tool. Same reason why we didn't move over to nettle. So, I just realized we have to do potato all the way to 100. That's a lot of potatoes. I'm probably going to drop most of them, though. I'm going to bank like 500 and drop whatever's left. I do just say, though, I can't wait till we're done with 200 all. Just so we can focus on whatever again. Because recently I felt like we've been forced to kind of have to do like a set number of skills. Well, until we have 200 all, we can start focusing on whatever we want again. There'll still be things we'll need to prioritize, obviously. We'll have the freedom to be able to do anything. And by that, I mean doing mining and smithing. The freedom to do anything, aka keep farming until we have, like, best-in-slot weapons. Which is even less anything than now. That's more so my choice, though. We don't have to do that. We will be, though. That is the point when I'm going to consider if we're going to keep doing daily streams, though. For one, I already have to take 2 days off for the work that's getting done in the house. Later this month, or later in February. But also, I'm not sure if people would want to watch us doing 5 to 10 hours of mining and smithing every day for a month straight. Or until the combat rework. Because that's honestly our entire life for Brighter Shores after 200 all. Like, we literally do not leave the mines for any reason other than, I guess, the detective daily and the cooking hourlies, if we want to go do them. Like, we literally do not leave the mines for, like, a month. Like, I'm gonna enjoy the grind. I'm just not sure how to make it interesting for streams. I don't know, I might still keep doing it almost every day, though. But obviously, once the combat rework happens, we're definitely going back to every single day if we do stop doing every single day. And I kind of still want to keep doing every single day. I enjoy doing this. I was not sure if people would enjoy wanting to watch it, but, you know, we can still chat and stuff. I was always run out of, like, conversation topics. It's the reason why I brought up the old school RuneScape thing today. Because I figured, oh, we could kind of talk about that today a little bit since they did an update for it today. It's also an update I've been looking forward to a lot this year. Out of almost every update old school RuneScape's doing this year, it's actually the one that few I actually really cared about. Because I really love the collection log in that game. It's actually the main reason I even like old school RuneScape is because of collection log. If it didn't have collection log, my enjoyment of the game would probably go down by almost double. Like, it's actually insane how much more fun it's been. Because I'm big on completionist content. And that is, like, the best piece of completionist content they've ever added in the history of the game. So, hello, Dirty. Welcome, welcome. Have there been any good updates since early access release? A lot of the really big ones are about to be coming soon. I would say queuable actions that we're utilizing right now is probably the biggest one. That and leaderboard, but people don't generally care too much about leaderboard. But, not counting leaderboard, I would say queuable action. Basically, you can get up to 9 actions in a row in a given room, and just queue every single one of them. For example, if we do it in this room right here, we could do this, and do boom, 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 boom. Let's say we want to do the fish too. Boom, 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 boom. And look, we have 8 queues now. Now we have 9 queues. But it basically just queues up a bunch of stuff, and I could literally go away. I could go to the bathroom right now. It's really nice. They also had drop all, which works really well too. Like, I can drop every single material I have with a drop all. And it makes it really good for some skilling if you just want to bypass, you need to bank them. What we're doing right now, I am banking them. But there's a lot of activities where it's just way too far from a bank to bother banking, or the resources isn't worth it. So drop all is also really nice, as you can just drop all and pick up all instantly. I wish RuneScape had this. Look at that. I just dropped everything and then picked them all up in like 1 second. It is really quick. Normally you just utilize it to only drop. But there are some things you also pick it back up for, like Merchant, when you're doing Merchant. There's some tech that you can do for that. But it's really good for skilling where it's just way too far from a bank and you just want to get the better XP rate. But I'd probably say that's the biggest one. Honestly, I have no clue how old school RuneScape in RuneScape 3 doesn't have this mechanic yet. The drop all button, because it is so good. Like, you don't realize how much you need it until you have it. It is so absurdly good. Yeah, queuable actions are really nice too. It basically makes everything more AFK. Good water break time. But yeah, the biggest updates coming soon is trading being activated. Though you will still be able to opt into Iron Man mode if you prefer playing as is now. But trading's coming soon. And a complete combat overhaul is coming soon. With special attacks, a skill tree, and just overall changes to combat. I have no official date on either, but both of them are somewhat soonish. Like weeks or months from now. No official date on either, though. Alright, 2 more levels and we could finally get away from this beach, finally. I feel like we've been here this entire stream. I think like 70% of this stream we have not left this beach. Oh, that would explain the seashell and the icon for Forager. They weren't kidding. This is quite literally the seashell right now. The bowl shell. Yeah, double knowledge is coming pretty soon too. So really we only need like 1 level done. The only problem is it's going to be a very slow level. We're doing a 77 shell at 88 to finish out that final level. And then we can go to potato. What is our potato route though? So I'm going to do all the potatoes here, then all the potatoes there. And then... I'm not sure what we pick up along the way. I wish I had the fishing grind done. Because then I could offset it with mana ray. Just drop all the mana rays to the ground. I guess technically if I go get that one tool, the thing I could actually synergize it with is, not that. 3 nettles, I guess? I'm just not sure what else I should be grabbing other than potato. And this potato has perfect cycle, I'm actually not sure. There might be a chance that it has perfect cycle. I haven't done potato in a while, so I actually completely forget. I could also wide farm it back to the beach and bank this way while grabbing shells. Could try that as well. As the shells are the next best thing we could be doing for XP. So the plan might be to grab potato, potato. Or it might be grab shell, shell, potato, 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 shell, shell. And however many that fills up my inventory with. Which is more than however many I just said. But that might be the plan then. Go shell, shell, potato, 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 shell, shell. Bank everything, repeat. Yeah, it'll probably be my pathing, because it gets us closer to the storage rift. We're also getting really good XP. We're also making sure we're not waiting around for spawns. Gonna have to do a weird U-shape. The only big issue with that is we're gonna be ending where we started. So I gotta figure out something to stall here. And the fish are kind of low level here. 62 is pretty bad compared to our level 100. It's not worth going out of our way to go do that grind. So I'm not sure what our solution is going to be to that. That's the only problem with doing U-shape. Is we need to stall in this room until everything respawns. And normally you would do that with fishing, but fishing is way too outside of our level range right now. I don't know, let me double check. When do we get the next flounder? I don't think it's soon enough to go out of our way for. Yeah, the next flounder is not till 118. That is not a get done today grind. That is a get done soon grind, but not a get done today grind. That'd be 18 fishing levels, which is not quick. It's like a good 7 hours or so of just fishing. Hello, Tyrion. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Oh, when is the next Scarlet and Violet event? Do you know the date? But if you and Isabel want to go do that sometime, just let me know. It's a DLC only event? Ooh, I do have the DLC. But is that this weekend? You just poke me or let me know in advance or something. Or let me know in Discord when you and Izzy are ready. And I'll do it with you too. Oh, yeah, that's that one that transforms into a billion different things. I know which one you're talking about. Oh, it's a shiny honey event, not a raid event? Never mind. Oh, true. Getting all the shiny variants. Oh, maybe I do farm that. I don't know. Do I care about that? This sounds so annoying. There's like a billion different variants of those things. I think during Sword and Shield, I only ever got a few of them. Or did I even get one? Did I even finish on one? I don't remember. I was going to get each one in like a different style of ball. I think is what I was doing. I can't remember how far I got, but I know I didn't get that far. Because I was like, why is the point of this? There's too many of them. But it's actually insane how many variants they have. If I did do it, I think I stopped at like 5 or 6. I stopped at like one set of variants because it was just way too many to bother with all of them. But I was doing every single one in like a different style of ball. Just so the color matched the ball. And I was doing in all the special balls, of course. Or the apricorn balls, whatever they're called. Whatever special name they have in that game. But yeah, 60 variants is kind of crazy. I remember why I never finished it. Because that is just absurd how long that takes. Even in modern shiny rates, it still takes forever. Like, it's still an easily over 100-hour grind. I do have to say, though, I will be going for full shiny completion in Legends ZA, though, I think. We'll see. The only problem with that is Brighter Shores is out. So if we're spending a bunch of time on Brighter Shores, I won't have as much time to go do it. But I can still do some of it in my own time. As long as the shiny system in Legends ZA is like how it was in Legends Arceus, I will do full shiny completion. They confirmed that Shiny Alert and BAP is back in ZA. That's all I need to hear. Alright, Legend ZA is the best game ever made. No. But that's good to hear. The fact that Scarlet and Violet didn't have it is absurd. I really hope the next mainline Pokemon game has it, because if it doesn't, I'm probably not even playing it beyond the storyline. Like, I'll do the storyline and then never touch it again if it doesn't have overall Shiny Alert. Like, it literally hurt my eyes to Shiny Hunt in Scarlet and Violet just because how hard it is. Plus, I hated how breeding worked in that game, which would have been, like, the only other alternative to get Shinies. Like, every way to Shiny Hunt in that game was just so annoying. Oh, so I do wish that was a mechanic more games would utilize. Like, the small chance that a unit is just better. Because imagine if Brighter Shores had that as a combat system. Where there's like a 1 in 1,000 chance when the enemies that spawn is like a shiny variant. That gives you like a way better piece of gear than what would normally drop. Like, more games need to implement a system like that, where there's like a really small chance that something amazing happens at a spawn node. I just realized we have 3003. We got the mirror level. We don't get another mirror until 3113. Alright, 12 levels to go, and in one more level we can finally stop getting these. And by that I mean we're gonna do potato and shell instead of just shell. So we're actually still gonna be doing them. Just not as much. I just realized, if you were to make the 6% pot, how long would you have to make it for? You only have to make it for 9 levels. Alright, that's good to know. I almost want to calculate out how many that is. Because I need to not have more than that for my 2 alts. When they eventually do the alchemy grind around that time. Because it's definitely not worth doing on this main account. I'd already just sell them all off when player trading comes up. A lot of it I'd rather just use, though, just so we don't have to resource it later. So if we get this knowledge before we get that level, I'm probably just going to dump it on with a 5%. Just so we can get to our better XP rate already. You should shoot it up a lot. I think it's like almost 100 extra XP each. Like doing potato only, though we will be doing a bit of a mix. But potato only is something like 20% more than shell only, if not more. Like 20-30% more. It's going to be easily a 600 drop, if not higher. Why does it sound like you're squishing bugs or something? I'm not sure. That's the sound that when you get to shell. I don't know. Does that sound like squishing bug sound? It definitely sounds like a squishy sound. Someone actually mentioned that the week of launch as well. Yeah, it does sound like a really squishy sound. It's cringe. Yeah, quite a few different nodes have a unique sound to them. Like all bones have like a weird bone sound. It almost sounds like you're like dropping change or something. Sounds like you accidentally dropped a few pennies. Or deliberately dropped a few pennies. Actually, when I got Taco Bell the other day, my change was literally 2 pennies. And I still felt like just dropping them on the ground. I still put them in the pocket, but gosh. What are you supposed to do with 2 pennies? Oh yeah, I'm not sure if I mentioned the Taco Bell thing earlier, either. My Taco Bell's finally got those automated machines. And I'm pretty sure in most of your guys' areas that's already happened. But they're actually forcing you to have to use the automation machines now. For the longest time, they still had someone who always took your order. But now you're forced to use the machine. Which honestly, I don't mind too much because their machine's actually pretty good. I like how much customization you have with it. And it tells you really upfront how much is being added cost-wise. You've got into a McDonald's with one of those and they'll force the employee to come over and do the machine for you. That's funny. Actually, the lady there was helping me because I was doing it at like the front desk rather than the other one. I know how to do it though. She's actually doing some of it wrong too because I already knew exactly what I wanted. But she was like kind of clicking through some things. But I was just going up to the front desk because I thought, because I was doing the machine just to check something. And I went to the front desk because I thought you would still order there because I didn't realize they made it so you have to force do the machine now. And since I did it up there, she was just helping me with it. I already knew what I was doing, of course. It was funny, though. At least it was convenient because it's the same place where you pay. I still pay always in cash, though. I always use cash for everything. Unless it's something online, I use cash for everything. And this is something that's like a reoccurrent payment. Or something online, obviously. I use cash for everything IRL. It's like one super old-fashioned thing I still do. Literally anything IRL, I always pay pure cash in. Assuming there's an option to do so. Alright, come on, half a level, we're almost there. I will dump that knowledge onto Forager with a 5% if we have to. Because the XP rate that we start getting at 89 is way better than now. But I actually tried stopping even shopping at the Walmart near me. Because they don't even have people that like help you anymore, pretty much. Like they don't have like cashiers or anything, it's like fully automated. Like you still have a few people like, you know, who are there to assist if you really need to. But it's like a self-checkout only. Like, I don't mind paying like 10% more at the CVS that's like right next to it or whatever it's called. Like that one pharmacy place. Than to bother having to do all the checkout myself. I'd rather pay the extra 10% and just go to the place next door. Unless I need like produce and everything. Because obviously the CVS doesn't sell that. I've been avoiding even going to the Walmart near me, even though it's the most convenient food shopping place near me, due to its proximity. I just refuse to use the self-checkout thing. Like, if I absolutely had to for something, obviously I will. I don't mind it as much for fast food places, though. But I'm not going to ring up all my own stuff. If I'm buying like 50, 100 items, I'm not going to manually ring up all my own stuff. That's what we have employees for. Unless they start giving like a 10 or 20% discount or something for doing so. Alright, is this enough? Let's hope so. Alright, is this enough? Yeah, okay, we're done. Well, not done, but... let's figure out what the cycle is going to be, I guess. Let me grab the last few shells. And off to the potato. Alright, the potatoes are in that room and that room. The level 89 potato. Now just got to figure out what path we want to go do. Gotta keep in mind, we would have 2 or 3 more shells than what we have right now. It's worth keeping in mind when we go over there. For whatever pathing we're about to go make. Alright, so we would have like 2 more shells from the other room. I would grab this shell, ignore the other shell. I would grab this shell, ignore the other shell. Or ignore everything here because I don't think we really need to bother the kelp. This other shell hasn't been upgraded yet. So we ignore you, we ignore you. The kelp is highest priority for not ignore though. If we were to not ignore. Let's see what our potato route is. So all the timer is based on this potato right here. We then grab every potato and hope that this potato is respawned by then. As I believe it has under the new system. Oh, so we're getting 680 now. That's pretty nice. Compared to like the 500 something shell. There's about 5%, but still, that's still like 600 something. Like 660. 650-ish, whatever that is. Where's the other potato? Isn't there another one here? No, those are hogberries. Wait, is there only 6 potatoes here? Alright, that's fine. Hopefully the other potato is respawned by the time we get there. And also respawned by the time we get back. And we'll check. How many more items can I grab within that time? Keep in mind, we probably have 2 more shells than we normally would have right here. Has this potato respawned? No. Potato is not respawned. Okay, I might have to grab all the kelp on the way. We might still have to grab kelp. Because how much spare inventory are we going to have right now? The other big issue with this is we're going to be in a weird situation where this other room hasn't respawned yet. I guess the solution to that is just grab everything in this room, which is pretty much required. Like we were before, including the kelp. And then bank. Alright, so the main thing we need to know right now is how much spare inventory do we have? So we get to 6 to 2. Because it's pretty much exactly how many we'd have per cycle. And I'm going to have... How much inventory is that? I'm going to have 6 spare inventory to grab anything. 3 of those is going to be kelp. Can you double dip the kelp, though? Because if so, that's exact number. Alright, I think we got a perfect cycle, then. We grab everything we just did, but grab the kelp twice. Alright, I think we got a game plan. We got a game plan. Alright. Now we just gotta go do that. So we drink this. We grab this shell. Okay, this should be exact inventory if we do this correctly. And we shouldn't have to ever wait for a respawn either. Now we grab all 3 kelps. Then we grab all 6 potato. Then we grab our 3 kelp again. Oh, I gotta make sure to manual move there, otherwise we lose double tile though. And then we grab all the potato here, all the potato there. Grab all the kelp, it should hopefully be respawned by then. And then grab everything in that final room, and that should be exact inventory, then we bank it all, and then boom, perfect cycle. And it should be way better XP than what we were getting earlier. Like, way, way better. Not just because of the potato, but also because of everything else. Just cycling perfectly. Well, I guess we technically had perfect cycle before, too. But now it's even more perfect. Yeah, there we go. And then we should be able to go grab the kelp. Once again. And then we grab everything in the final room and do the run all over again. And obviously bank at the end. Yep, and the kelp has respawned. Perfect. And it should be respawned by the time we come back as well. Yeah, you do have to manual move this one kelp though, which is kind of annoying. Otherwise you lose a tile on it. Or actually double tile from the other direction. Single tile that way. And these 2 shells should also be respawned by the time we come back. And it should be exact inventory if we did math correctly. Perfect. Alright, nice. We got a cycle ready to go. And you just grab everything in this room, then bank, and then the other one should be respawned by then. The 2 shells right there. And that is our perfect cycle for basically until we hit 100. Like the rest of streams, this is what we're doing. Because you don't get an upgrade to 101. And the upgrade I don't even think is worth taking because it's too far out of your path. We technically don't get anything better to 107, where we do the next tier monument piece. But we're just doing 100 for now. And look at that, perfect inventory. Oh, it looks so clean. And then you bank everything over here. And then you do it again. Do I cook or sell the potatoes? I'm going to be cooking them. Not for the potato and mash, but for the other thing. They're used for some kind of cod dish. Potatoes is actually the only ingredient that gets double dipped. I don't believe there's any other ingredient that gets double dipped like that, other than like the base ingredients. Because it's used for cod and chips, but it's also used for potato and mash. We're already past the point of needing it for potato and mash, though. But we do still need it for cod and chips. And any excess from there we'll just sell in the player market down the line. But we will be using a good majority of them. I did bank a little bit too much last time. I think we banked like 800 something last time. We'll be able to use them soon. I think at like level 132 cooking or something. Because this requires tier 2 potato. Yeah, 131 we can start using them. I have about 800 of these already banked, which is a bit too many. But, yeah, it'll hold us over at least. And these make 25% pots, which we can send to our alts and or sell to the player market. And these make 6% pots, which we would send to the alts and or player market. I feel like these two won't sell for that much in the player market, though, so we're probably just saving them for the alts. For when they need to do their alchemy grind. There's one thing I do enjoy about Forager, though. I feel like Forager has really fun pathfinding, in the sense of what you have to figure out what is your most optimal path to do at any given range. I'm pretty sure someone will make a guide eventually on like the most optimal path for everything, though. But depending on where your levels are at, can change what you do. As far as how you route something. Like, for example, I could route a lot more potatoes if I had the mana raise already at like 112 or whatever we need for fishing. Is we could do the double potato into mana ray into double potato into mana ray into double potato kind of situation. But we can't do that because we don't have the upgraded mana ray at the moment. So there's a lot of different ways that you can route it based on where your level range is up. But most Forager guides would likely show it for Forager only. Like if you were showing a Forager only guide, this would be the set that you would end up doing for it. Exactly what we're doing now. But depending where your fishing level is, it gives you more options as well. Same actually applies to Hope Forest as well. With wood cutting into Gatherer. Your options become a little bit different based on what your wood cutting level is. And same with foraging into Fisher. Yeah, Forager is honestly probably one of the best skills in the entire game for coming up with your own routes. Because no guide is ever going to cover every situation for every person. Because you can also incorporate combat into your route. Like, if we wanted to do double potato and to kill carnivorous plant, we can. If we cared about the combat XP more than fishing XP or foraging XP. But still wanted the foraging XP or just really needed a lot of potatoes for some reason. But Forager probably has the most route flexibility of any skill in the entire game by far. Like, it's not even close. The next closest you have is, like, woodcutting into Gatherer. But Forager definitely has the most flexibility of any skill, routing-wise. Because let's say I wanted 7% pots too, I could be routing Nettle instead. Instead of routing the 6% pots, I could be routing the 7% pots. Main reason I'm routing these is I only have the trowel upgraded. So even though this makes a weaker potion, it makes more sense because I'm already past the alchemy level. So I care more about the XP. And both the potatoes and the shell use the trowel. Whereas the thing for the 7% pot uses a different tool. I'm just gonna drink 1 XP pot every run. Not sure if it's worth it, but I believe we're grabbing enough nodes where it's barely worth it. So we'll be 5%ing them. And of course it's 10% when we double knowledge. Which I will still be putting into Forager. Even though this is a pretty good EXP rate. I do still want to expedite Forager a little bit. Just because the actual resources we're getting right now, we don't really care that much about. We don't care about 6% pots. We don't care about 25% heals. And we don't care about these potatoes. We care about some of the potatoes, but after like a few hundred, we pretty much have enough. I'll still be banking them though. But at most we need like 300 to 500 potato. Even 500 might be killing it. But by the end of this grind, we're probably gonna have like 700 or something, 800, 900. It's one of the reasons why I skipped Forager, by the way. Oh, so thank you, Josh. Yep, we finally hit 3,000. One of the main reasons I skipped Forager is when we break it down to potions we really, really care about, there's really only one in all of Forager that we care about due to how accessible it is compared to other nodes because of how low of level range you need. And it's the 10% EXP pots. But you need post 200 Forager for it. You get one at 97 and the other one at 209. This potion's like one of the only things Forager does that I actually care about at all. That's like pre-200 or even like somewhat close to it. I guess the only other one is maybe the wall plant into the other thing. For 32% heals. Because they're not that far from a bank. Though getting 35% heals from chapter 3 is about the same distance. But of course you can make twice as many of the 32% per hour though. It might be the only other thing that I really care about banking. They're like the only 3 pre-200 that we care about. The 2 ingredients for the 32% heal pots, and the 1 ingredient for the 10% EXP pot. And that's it. Everything else we're banking mostly because it's just close to a bank, so why not? Not because we actually need it. Then I guess technically all the potatoes. That just saves some banking time when doing cooking. Just because they're pretty free to bank while doing foraging. Like we are right now. They're pretty free to do what we're doing right now. There are some routes where you would drop them, like if you're doing fishing potato, or if you're doing combat potato. But if you're doing all forager only, it's basically free to bank them. It's only when you're mixing with fishing or combat do you not bank them. I just realized I keep wasting one tile here. I need to be careful about that. There's so many spots where you just waste tile. Yeah, that's one of them. And hey, almost a level. 10 levels to go. Not sure how long we'll have to do it for, but this is pretty much the rest of the stream. Just chatting while doing this route. Because we're stuck here to level, I think, 102 or 107, whatever it was. We're only doing 200 this stream, though. But I literally have to do this route because it's so good all the way to about 107. Until something else becomes better. Yeah, 107 is the next good one. He's not really worth... oh, I guess you could camp the pond at 101, technically. Though we don't need to deal with that this stream since we're only going to 100. Yeah, camping that one pawn thing I guess could be okay. But at Monument PC we definitely want to switch over to that. I've been wasting so many tiles on that every single time, haven't I? I don't know, sometimes I don't just even care if I waste the tiles. Just out of how much more convenient it is not to have to click a billion times. You need to get Bone Right and Stonemason to level 20 to be able to use Knowledge. Let's see, to use Knowledge... to reach the complete level for Lost and Found. Oh yeah, that's kind of funny that you mentioned that. We actually just did that on stream on Monday, like 2 days ago. It was actually objective for the stream. Also, at this point, I'm not sure if I'm covering a 1,000 hour video. I might just be covering the 100 day of consecutive streaming video. I just put more time into editing that. Or just planning on what order if I'm doing for it. We're getting pretty close to the 100 day video. It would also give me something to post in the dead time when we're away for like 2 days. I believe the 17th and 18th I won't be able to do anything. As it will not have internet connection. Well, I will have internet connection, but the floor is getting redone at the house. So it will not be around. Because that'd be a perfect time to go post the 100 day video. I'm sure everything would recap on it though. It's not going to be like a full, like, 100 day full recap of everything. More so just our impressions and everything after 100 days. The future of the game, the current state of the game, other things. Various tips and tricks just in general. I'm not sure if I'd actually cover that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Well, honestly, that's something I should probably be asking. What should I even put in it? Because I don't plan to do it like other 100 day videos on YouTube. Like, it's not like our full progression summary. That would take way too long to edit down without an editor. That would take probably like 50 to 100 hours. Because we'd have to go over like 1,300 hours of footage. Or something absurd. But it's more so going to be on like the current state of the game, the future of the game. Various things we learned or would do differently. You didn't keep most of the potions from the low level range? Yeah, I did the same mistake early on. That's another thing on the list of mistakes that we did. If we were to come up with like the top 5 biggest ones that we do differently. You should never, ever, ever, ever sell like any potion. The only 2 exceptions is like 3-minute fear and 6-minute fear. Beyond that, there isn't a single potion in the game you should really ever sell. Because every single one of them is useful. And worth way more to keep than to sell. With the only 2 real exceptions being 3 and 6-minute fear potions. Technically 9-minute as well. But you can't make better ones than 9-minute until post 200. So if you don't plan to do post 200 alchemy, you actually have to keep your 9-minute fears. Unless you plan to, like, immediately do post 200 alchemy after getting 200 alchemy. Yeah, that reminds me, I need to go buy more 5% Hope Pour pots. I'm actually surprised I had enough to last this whole grind. We bought a bunch at the beginning of the grind for when we get 100 all here. And we actually had enough to go through the whole grind. I thought we'd run out at some point, but we never did. In all fairness, there were parts of the grind where I thought I would need XP pots where we didn't. Like monument pieces and some stuff like that. Because there just wasn't enough downtime to even bother. Technically, even what we're doing now doesn't even have enough downtime to bother. I just figured we'd throw one every run, because why not? Oh, so that's another thing that wastes one tile, by the way. I'm not sure why it is, but with this room, I don't really care if I waste tiles. Just because of how annoying it would be to click through all of them if you were to do a tile perfectly. As you almost have to manual click every resource in this room. Yeah, I keep wasting one tile every time I click on that one. Like this entire stream. I just can't be bothered to click around it every time. Yep, 10% time. Into Forager you go. Save us like an hour or two. If we just keep dumping into Forager the rest of the stream. Should save us about an hour. Also getting us closer to an actual real foraging object. Because we still got, not counting monument pieces, we're still like 40, 50 levels away. Before we get to a forager node that actually matters. Yep. That thing is ready. Put that in there. Boom. And we're still 10% potted right now, which is nice. Oh. Also, I didn't go for a walk this morning. I can tell every single time I don't. Because I always keep getting so sore from having not walked. Because I didn't stretch at all this morning. It always happens midway through the stream. Anytime I don't. Ugh. Ugh. I try to walk every morning. It turns into like every other morning a lot of times though. I think it generally comes down to if I eat breakfast or not. Because anytime I ever eat breakfast, I generally don't actually go for a walk. It's like one or the other. Because I hate walking on a full stomach. But if you haven't ate, you don't really have the energy to be properly walking. Or, you know, at least not like briskly for a long while. Plus, it's been pretty cold lately. That's the other reason I've kind of been slowing down on it. I don't really have a heavy jacket at the moment. It's currently like 46 degrees outside, which is not below freezing, but gosh, that's still cold. For the fact that it's like midday right now. It's only 46 degrees. There we go, level 91. 9 to go. Which at this rate should take like, what, a few hours? Probably a few hours. This is the final grind we gotta get done today. It's one of the reasons I allocate it just for foraging. Because while knowledge rate is pretty decent for Forager, a lot of times you have to take a lot of weaker nodes, which makes your XP per hour like a kind of weird number. Like, it's not slow, but it's slower than you think it would be. Like, it's definitely not a slow skill to train. Like, it's quicker than mining and stuff like that. Even Fisher, I'm pretty sure. But it's slower than it seems, even though you're grabbing a lot of nodes. Which is a lot of those nodes you have to take lower value for, compared to what your max rate is. Because the only one that's our best node right now is these potatoes. Anytime we're touching something that isn't a potato, we're getting less XP. The only reason we're touching anything that isn't a potato is because we're waiting for the potatoes to spawn. And also technically to bank them. As this route does account for banking rather than drop. Dropping is more XP per hour though. If we were just camping potato and then doing like one other thing in between, and just dropping everything there, it'd be more XP than what we're doing now. But the reason we're doing this is you do get to bank everything at the cost of only like 5-10% XP per hour or something. Not sure exactly what the difference would be. Oh, our daily's ready. Yeah, let me go do those, I guess. Let me go grab the 5% pots then. Yeah, our dailies are ready. Try not to leave them waiting. Though I highly doubt I'm going to be up at 4:40 a.m. to go do those dailies. The only reason I was last night is I woke up in like the middle of the night and then remembered, oh yeah, I didn't do my dailies. Let me go do that real quick. And that reminds me too, anyone in Gems of War, don't forget it's the Lunar New Year event today. So happy Lunar New Year, everyone! Not sure anyone here celebrates, but it actually is the official day of Lunar New Year today. Like the actual holiday of it. Oh, I forgot, potatoes don't go here. That's a problem. I kind of forgot about that. Oh, whoops. Oh, I do still have some of the 5% pots left. I thought I ran out. I only have 6 left, though. I keep not using them because I thought I ran out and I have no money to go buy more at the moment. I know we actually do have some. Also, our last, like, 5 mining levels have been almost exclusively from this daily. It's actually kind of crazy how much mining XP this actually gives. Post 200 ventures are so good. I wish I would have gotten these rolling way earlier than we did. They gain a pretty similar benefit compared to passive activities. In that after 200, they get way, 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 way better XP-wise. Resource-wise, it doesn't scale as much. But post 200 XP rate scales like crazy. I think that one's like 8-9 times better XP per turn-in compared to the one below it. Because not only is it getting the benefit of the level difference, but it's also getting the benefit of being post 200 compared to pre-200. The same as the detective venture that we're taking, or about to go take. Technically, the mining and fishing one are the best two, though. And the reason I had to take the detective one is we need it before the combat rework. Because I need at bare minimum 344 detective by then. Maybe not like the day of combat rework, but by the time we do Chronopolis to level 300 something combat, we need 344 detective. So technically we have more time than just the combat rework, as I might be doing 500, 500, 500 first, which gives us plenty of time. But still, it is something we need done. Because you can't train both of these to 500 with combat only. You're always going to have to go do some amount of detective. And doing these ventures lets you basically do none. Or, you know, you can kind of skip it just over a long period of time. Because I think it's like 500k drop here or something. Yep, 600k XP. And we got a level, look at that. We don't unlock anything, but we got a level. Alright, anyways, go back to Hopeport. We have returned, daily's completed. Back to the beach grind. Gotta get our touching shell level up. The she sells by the seashore level. Also, I'm gonna ignore cooking. I can't be bothered to do a cooking bounty run right now. I should, but we're not going to. Alright, and we're back. Alright, we're fully reset. And back to the grind. Daily's completed. Oh, so you're allowed to have a % bonus for every single chapter going at once. You would never really need more than 2. One for whatever you're currently doing, and one for whatever you're boosting. You know, if you're using like a knowledge or something. But it's technically possible to have a XP pop for every single chapter. You can't stack them within the same chapter, but you can stack them from chapter to chapter. Like, you could have a 5% for all 4 of them if you really want to. There wouldn't really be much of a need to, but you could. But each one you can only do one. Like, I can't do a 10% and a 5% at the same time. You can have one active per chapter, though. Just not multiple per chapter. Otherwise, that'd be very broken. Otherwise, you would just... The meta would be to drink a 5% pot, then a 6, then a 7, then an 8, then a 10. Which is why they don't let you do that. Otherwise, you'd have to 5-drink a potion before you do anything in any chapter. It seems like the XP pot normally ends right around here. It's not worth repotting it, though. Which is barely even worth drinking in the first place. Also, one thing I should really be doing every time that I keep not doing is after taking this one, I should manual move over here. It saves 1 tile every time. And then I should manual move over here. Which saves, like, 1.5 tiles? Because we don't have to do, like, the up-down, which has a weird timing to it. Like, it's 1 tile of movement, but it's a really slow 1 tile of movement. Yeah, I keep not doing that like every time we've done that today. I really should be though. If we've been doing it all day today, we probably would have saved like 5 to 10 minutes. It's just so much extra clicking. Seeing all those 100s really almost makes me want to go do 100 combat, though. I do have to say. We're not going to, but the temptation is very high. Because after we have all those clean 100s, 200s, everything else, we're just going to have these 2 ugly level 50 and 51 levels. I'm not doing it before the combat rework, though. After the combat rework, it'll be literally the first thing we do. Get 200 guard, then get 200 scout, and then of course 200 mind fighter. And after there, we consider if we're going on a 500 spur. Because at that exact point is when we determine if we're going 500, 500, 500, 500, or 500, 500, or just doing chapter 4s. Because it has yet to be determined. Because it's still haven't decided. We pulled it like once before in the past, but we didn't include every option. The option that did win was doing 500 for Mines of Matubin and Chronopolis. Though doing all 4 of them was an option at the time. Just because I thought it would take way too much more time, which it would. It would take like an extra 2 months. But hey, if we're going partially into combat, we might as well go all out. Why stop halfway? No, we'll see. We'll make that determination at true 200 all. If we're going on the 500 all combat pivot. Alright, 8.5 levels to go. First knowledge for that's coming in soon. Though of course we'll be saving it for the double for the 10%, as we normally do. And I am still dumping into Forager for the rest of the stream. Even though the XP rate that we're getting at this level range isn't horrible, it's actually somewhat good compared to any other place in Forager, comparatively. But we still want to get past it because the actual resources we're getting are pretty underwhelming. Like, the XP rate might be good, but the resources are bad. You know, XP rate relative to our level range, I mean. Generally, whenever I'm referring to XP rate, I'm referring to relative to level range. Like, right now, we have basically the best XP rate you're ever going to get for fishing right now. Because we're at Puffer Eel. But obviously, numerically, it's not the best you're ever going to get for Fisher. It's just the level range of how much you're getting per XP bar is the best rate you're ever going to get. This is pretty similar for Forager right now. Like, what we're doing right now is decently close. Not quite exactly the best. I'm trying to think what even would be the absolute best. I guess it depends on what tools you're using. Because one of the reasons why this is like pretty much the absolute best for my situation is we pretty much only upgraded the trowel. And by pretty much only upgraded the trowel, I mean quite literally only upgraded the trowel. I haven't even gotten to level 2 of these yet. But we have quite literally only upgraded the trowel and nothing else. Like, these are as low as they could possibly be. No tool upgrades, no enchant upgrades, nothing. Just the basic tools so you can grab them. Honestly, I might just keep them like that. I might do the whole grind with them completely unupgraded like that, just for the fun of it. I haven't bothered doing that for any other grind. I might do that for Forager. Leave them literally at level 1 with 0 enchant. I do have to get them up for post 200 though, if we ever do. But pre 200, you can actually keep them completely unupgraded and it won't really affect much. If you route around it, like we are right now. Because both the potato and the shell gain the XP bonus, and you can't get any XP bonus on the little green kelp thingy. So we're basically routing to utilize as much as the trowel as we can. But you'd be doing that at this level range regardless, though. Even if you had every tool upgraded, I'm pretty sure you'd still be running this exact route if you're wide farming instead of multi-skilling it. Assuming you're banking. If you're not banking, there's definitely better routes than what we're doing now, though. Because right now you'd be doing potato nettle if you were just dropping everything to the ground. Because that would be a bit better XP than what we're doing now. But at the cost of banking absolutely nothing. I just want to see, how long does it take for this potato to respawn? I think I can see the yep, there it is. I was gonna say, I think I can see the respawn through the door. Interesting. If we were to grab one kelp there, we can go back to potato. Interesting. The problem is you can't route that into a bank, though. There's a lot more things we could do if we want to drop them. I don't know, maybe a little bit later in the grind we would. I feel like for the grind that we're doing today, we wouldn't need to, though. Once you reach, like, level 102, if you're still doing a method like this and throwing in the racks, you probably would drop them. Because the rack potato route would require you to drop. It's too far from a bank to bother doing. I don't know, maybe in a little bit we will try potato only though. I'm kind of tempted. I was trying to think what route I want to do for it if we do. Once we feel like we have enough potatoes banked. Because we don't need infinite of this potato. The main thing I would want to route it to is Manta Ray. The problem is we need 118 Fisher, which is not happening today. Because that would take like 7 hours. Which, there's not even that much time in the day remaining. If you also count for 100 Forager. Physically not enough time in the day to go do that, even if we wanted to. So the other route, if we don't want to do combat then, would be to throw the nettle in there. Where you do, 6 nettle, 6 potato. Or even 3 nettle, 6 potato. Might even be enough. It's more HP per hour, but you bank nothing. I also believe it's slightly lower knowledge per hour. But the XP is still enough more that it would still be worth it. Oh, so hello, Grind Mouse. Welcome, welcome. Is there, what you do in the end? Just collect items, or, is there something else to do? Currently, the only thing to do in endgame right now is number go up. After you make number go up, you make number go up even bigger. But they will be adding a lot more content in the near future. Two biggest updates coming soon is trading and complete combat overhaul. But they have mentioned they're going to be adding a bunch of bossing into the game, bunch of raids, stuff like that down the line. But at the moment, end game is make number even bigger. That's pretty much end game right now. Currently working on 100 all, then 200 all. We just got 3,000 today. But you're basically just grinding for the future at the moment. There's no real end game content at the moment. There's barely even late game content. Unless you just like skilling a lot, which I do. There's a really skilling heavy game at the moment. Until PvP comes out and raids come out and bosses come out and everything. But as far as big updates, the next 3 biggest ones are trading, complete combat nuke and overhaul, as well as PvP. It's still going to be a while before we have like proper PVM objectives and everything. It could even be after 1.0 launch. There's a good chance we're getting Chapter 5 before we even get the first boss in the game. There are quest bosses, but you only ever fight them once. When I say boss, I generally mean repeatable boss. There are technically bosses in the game if you want to do all quests. All quests is definitely a great objective to go for in this game. This is probably some of the most feature-complete content in the game at the moment. They haven't added any since launch, but they will probably be eventually adding one per month, eventually. Once they start to get in the groove of actually adding them. But this is a really good goal to go for. If you have, like, no clue what to do, go for the main storyline to completion. And then go do all quests to completion. And after that, maybe take a break from the game until more content comes out. Unless you just really like skill grinding. Because that's the most of what there is to do in the game right now, at like a surface level. Just do the main storyline, then go do all quests, and then wait till they add more content. Because anything beyond that right now is just mass skilling. Luckily I do enjoy that though. So that's what we're doing. As far as feature complete content, that's all there really is at the moment. Basically do all quests. And then wait until more content comes out. But that's why it's in early access. Still has a ways to go. But let's get in there. Though we haven't had an update for about a week. He's been so on updates that a week almost feels like a long period of time. There's some games I play that don't get an update for like months. This game goes like a week. It's like, hey, where's the content? We need no more content. We need more. How could you go a whole week without an update? I don't know, they're working on some of the bigger stuff. Anytime they have a big gap, they normally just dump something huge. Like last time it was queuable action, which is whenever you see like a bunch of numbers above the things, as you can queue up to 9 things at once. I said, hello, Beast. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're almost at 3 months. Yeah, we were talking about earlier, we're almost at the 100-day mark as well. I was talking earlier that I'm probably not going to do the 1,000-hour video, but we will be doing a 100-day video. Not in like a summary of all of our progress across 100 days, but more so just going over our experience with the game, the future of the game, things we learned, things we do differently, kind of things. Instead of doing the 1,000 video, or the 1,000-hour video, because they're both going to be almost the same thing, so I figured I'd just make the 100-day video just a little bit better then. I say as it might not be much better. I don't want to have 2 videos that are almost like the same thing, so close together. Yeah, no problem, Grindmouse. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. But if you've ever played Old School RuneScape or RuneScape 3 before, Dungeoneering / Corrupted Gauntlet and Chambers of Xeric is kind of what they're aiming for endgame in this game. Like where it's procedurally generated, where sometimes you'll bring your own gear in, other times you might have to completely start from scratch. Like Corrupted Gauntlet or Dungeoneering, where you incorporate nearly every skill, if not every single skill in the entire game. That's kind of what they're aiming for endgame content. The end bossing that also use skilling, where it ends up incorporating a mix of both. But their end target is definitely like Dungeoneering Part 2. Which Old School RuneScape's equivalent is Chambers of Xeric raid, which is raids 1, as well as Corrupted Gauntlet. Whereas Corrupted Gauntlet is from the from scratch version, and the Chambers of Xeric is where you use a bunch of skills, but you still get to bring your own gear in. But endgame content for Brighter Shores is likely looking something like that. At least from what we currently know. So I still really wish there was a way to check our bank whenever we go to the storage rift. Like a little notification that tells you how many are in the bank when you put them in. Because I really want to know how many potatoes I have, but we're not going to go all the way over there just to go check. So I think the game plan is do this to like 95, and then we'll do like drop potato method. We'll do hot potato. And we just go to like potato nettle only and just drop everything to power grind the last 5 levels. Actually, did we get no upgrade between then? Is there really none in between there? Rack. Okay, at 95, I can incorporate rack potato. Okay, we'll do that then. That'll be the game plan. That'll be the compromise. At 95, we'll start doing rack potato, dropping everything. That'll work out perfectly. The only problem with that is rack is really annoyingly positioned. 3 of them are easy to get to. They're right over there. The problem is the other 3. are in a really, really bad location. So I'm probably going to have to do those 3 rack into 6 potato into those 3 rack into 6 potato. Because the other 3 rack are way too far away to be able to cycle them properly. The only way you ever do the other 3 rack is if you're doing Gennards and just dropping them to the ground. Which, once again, I do not have the fishing level for. I think we need 112. Yeah, there it is. Rack? Yeah, rack. With a W. Whatever it's called. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. It's like some kind of seaweed or something? I'm not sure. It's like a seaweed rack. But it's basically just a pile of seaweed. It's called a bladder rack. I have no clue what it is, but it looks like a pile of seaweed. It's used for the 7% XP pot, though it will just be dropping into the ground similar to the nettle. If you Google beach rack, it's a real thing. Yeah, I've seen them before in real life. I've just always called it pile of seaweed. But I have seen them before in like stony shorelines. I've been to a lot of beaches. I've lived on beaches like my entire life. Even now I do. So I haven't really been to the beach much recently. Because whenever I go for walks, I generally don't bother walking all the way to the beach. Though, when I do take off for 2 days, later next month, I probably will be going to the beach during that time. Almost be like a little mini vacation. I was mentioning earlier, too, it'll be the first time I'll be in a hotel since I evacuated for last hurricane, like 7 years ago, whenever it was, 6 or 7 years ago. Hotels have such a chill atmosphere. They're so costly, though. Luckily, I don't have to pay for it, so it's not that big a deal. Because my whole household has to move out for it, since we're getting the floors redone. Some of it's to fix hurricane damage, some of it's to replace the carpet. Because if we have to do one, we might as well just do both. No point doing one, then do the other one separately later. We can just do both at the same time. Because there's some spots in my house that if you stood on it and like jumped, I'd be concerned if you would cave in. Like there are some legit spots in this house that if you jumped really hard, you'd probably cave in the floor. Will I be okay? Sounds like I was excited to have withdrawal now. I'll still be able to play, we just won't be streaming. I'm still gonna have hotel internet. Hopefully it's free, they better not upcharge for it. If they do, I'll just use my phone internet. Are we talking about stream withdrawal? Yeah, it'll be the first time that we don't stream Brighter Shores. We're gonna be on like a 100-something day streak. But at least we got to 100, so I'm happy with that. So we can always say we consecutively stream for at least the first 100 days of Brighter Shores. Because I don't think anyone actually has an archive like that currently. Because there might be some people who've been streaming every day on Twitch, but I'm not sure anyone who's been streaming every day on Twitch has also archived every video or every stream they've done. We might be the only person. Because I'm not aware of anyone who has. Like, streamed literally every day, but also archived every video from streaming every day. Because Twitch auto deletes them after like a month or a few weeks or something. Unless you upload them all to YouTube before they get deleted. But of course on YouTube it auto gets updated to YouTube. It's one of the reasons we stream to YouTube. Because that's one thing I always hated about Twitch, and why I stopped after like a month when I started it like 8 years ago. Is after a certain amount of time, if you don't upload it to YouTube to begin with, it just gets deleted. So why not just do it on YouTube to begin with? Because if you're gonna stream on Twitch but then upload to YouTube, why not just directly stream it to YouTube? And just skip the middleman of having to like post it twice. Alright, 2 levels to go, and then we'll do racked potato and just drop everything. Our XP should be really good when we do that. Not only are we getting a higher concentration of potato than what we're doing now, but not needing to spend time banking also saves quite a bit of time. This is always quicker to drop than the bank. Even if you're right next to a bank, it is quicker to drop it on the ground than it is to bank it at the bank that's 1 tile away from you. You shouldn't do that. But due to the animation that you have for banking compared to no animation when dropping, it is quicker to drop even if you're 1 tile away from a bank. In that situation, you probably should bank, though. But it is still quicker to drop than the bank, even in that situation. Even if you could use the storage rift from anywhere on the entire world, like right now, it would still be quicker to drop than the bank. Just because of the animation time and everything. It would be worth it to bank, but it would still be slower to bank. Yep, we're about to get delayed. Let's see, let's get the pre-click in. There we go, we got it. Nice. Oh, no, I don't want to use it. Oh, I messed up. I did the pre-click correctly, but then went for the XP instead of delay. I have failed. I did one part successfully, then the other part horrifically bad. Which wasted more time than it saved. Oh, whoops. You have to smelt 2.6. Oh yeah, I had that same issue earlier. I still have like 2,000 something in the bank right now that I still didn't finish because the number was so astronomically big. I think I've done over like 30,000 iron ore, and I still got like 2,500 in the bank. Yeah, the numbers get scary post 200, like really scary. And like 1K carbonice as well, oh gosh. Yeah, I do need to go run all the iron soon. As well as mine some more carbonice for the 247 we need. Luckily, once we do the stone at 247, I don't actually have to process it for anything until we get to 262. But 262 is when we get the really good next one. I need 262 mining and 267 smithing. That's our next goal for them. I've been doing them passively right now through the daily and passive activity. But once we have 200 all non-combat, I will be prioritizing them again. But right now I'm just doing the mining daily plus the smithing passive for now. Until we start training them normally again. Oh, those crabs look pretty cool. I think the little blue shell on them. And he's gone. Yeah, it's one of the few features in Brighter Shores I've really enjoyed. The fact that you can get progress without doing anything. More games need that. It's almost like a little mini idle game system. Where you get EXP for doing nothing. You still have to reach various level goals and get active knowledge to go feed into it to begin with. But once you do, you just go to a location, set up your activity, click the log out button, come back and get 1 billion XP. Yeah, that's where almost all of our smithing levels have come from post 200. Like from level 230 to like 253 has been pretty much exclusively passive. Since about level 223, so about 30 levels or so. Has been nothing but passive alone. Like basically no ore, no nothing else, just the passive. And over the course of a month that has led to 30 levels without doing anything. Other than logging out at a specific location every day. We're getting so close to our 200%. As soon as we hit 95, should be pretty quick. 89 to 95 probably took longer than what 95 to 100 will take. Not just because it's one less level, which I guess also factors in, but also because we're dropping everything while taking our 2 highest nodes. Whereas right now, one slightly bad thing about this is even though shell is our 3rd highest and potato is our highest, we're taking a lot of kelp that isn't that good. But soon we're going to be taking potato and rack only, which are our 2 highest EXP nodes. And taking nothing but those 2. And dropping them on the ground so we don't waste any spawn time. Oops, how did that not happen? The misclick. So what level will we end on? We're going to be 7 levels higher, which brings us to level 3016. That's not too bad. Obviously, we hit our 3,000 gold, although it's kind of to be expected today. Obviously, anything we did today would automatically do that. Alright, by the way, on the poll that we have going, we have quite a bit more votes into it now. Let's see. After 53 votes, the poll is somewhat RuneScape related, though, towards Brighter Shores. If Brighter Shores was to get one completionist system from RuneScape or Old School RuneScape, which sounds best? Combat achievements, which are for various bosses and raids and such, where you have to do certain challenges while doing harder content, is at 17%. Surprisingly the lowest, though to some degree it also makes sense because it currently does not even exist in Brighter Shores yet. So if it was to exist currently, it would be literally nothing, because there is nothing to make content for on it at the moment. Obviously that'd be something down the line. Collection Log is currently winning, which has actually got an update in Old School RuneScape today, oddly enough. I think we're rank, actually what rank are we right now? What rank hardcore are we? We are rank 17 in the game, for at least max hardcores, or just hardcores in general. Though, assumably, everyone on that list is a max hardcore. You generally wouldn't have that many collection logs on a hardcore unless you're max at that point. Because you're running out of content to do. But, yeah, we're currently 17th. But that got updated today. But basically, it's a list of every single unique item in the game. Of course, similarly, there's currently 0 in Brighter Shores. Obviously, down the line, there will be a ton of uniques once raids, bosses, and other pieces of content come into the game. They also mentioned that they're probably going to be adding pets at some point, which would also be uniques and stuff like that would be on the collection log. But currently, none of it exists at the moment, but, you know, it's still something that could come to the game. Next is your achievement diaries, which is basically region-locked tasks that you have to go do, which works really good for Brighter Shores, because Hope Port, you know, Hope Forest are already region-locked. So having tasks in a given region is already kind of perfect for what Brighter Shores is, as it's already divided exactly so. So that system actually works, honestly, probably even better in Brighter Shores than it would in RuneScape, as it's already naturally divided, unlike RuneScape, which is kind of divided, but not in the same sense that Brighter Shores is definitively, as it has very distinct locations, compared to it kind of being a little bit more vague where region to region goes in something like RuneScape, where it still has regions, but not to the same degree that Brighter Shores does. And the last one was Completionist. Also, that was at 22%, by the way, at the second lowest. And then the second highest is Completionist Keeps. I'm not sure, Old School RuneScape doesn't really have a version of this, or, you know, not to like a full-blown Completionist Cape. I'm not sure what you need for the Completionist Cape in RuneScape 3, but the example that I gave for the poll is like 200 all would be something that would be considered a Completionist Cape kind of form in Brighter Shores, where it's still realistic to do, but not impossible. But it's still like a huge achievement if you ever got it done. Not sure what other achievement capes they would do. The one that they did talk about that could happen is area-specific capes, like having 200 all in Mind of Matubin or 500 all in Chronopolis, stuff like that. That's something they actually specifically talked about potentially adding. They didn't confirm that they would, but it is something that they mentioned they might. Because that would be really cool. Like a 500 all Mind of Matubin cape or 500 all Chronopolis cape down the line. Now that'd be a really fun completionist cape if every region got their own. Showing that you basically completed the chapter if you're wearing it. Like 100% completion of the chapter. I just realized this 10% might actually not be enough. Oh no. I might just waste the 10% pot. Oh no. Well, let's speedrun a bunch of knowledge. Because we gotta get 14% before that meter goes down. I have to grab some random shells or something just to push it over. Because it's really important that we get it. Go, go, go! Yep, level 94, nice. Yeah, I might have to start grabbing some random nodes that are just on our path. Just to make sure we actually get there in time. Even if it's bad XP rate, just because it's better XP rate if I get the 10% compared to not having it. So we're gonna have to pick up a few random ones here. I know, will we make it? Will we make it? Come on! It's gonna be close. Oh, that's gonna be really tight if we do make it. We got like 20 seconds. I might just have to grab an extra potato. This is like the closest thing to our location. Yep, I'm just gonna grab it. Get it, get it, get it. Alright, that should be it. Go, 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 go! There, we good? Boom. Boom. We got it. Barely. Yeah, that was almost really bad. We got it, though. Alright, half a level to go. Since I got an extra potato, I'll have to get one less seaweed in the final room. Or just skip that one then. Alright, I think we only have to do 2 or 3 more cycles and then we can start doing rack potato and just drop them all. Drop them like a hot potato. I do want to go check by the end of this how many potatoes we have banked and everything. Because I'm curious what the final numbers are. Keep in mind, whatever the green one says is not our actual number that we got this stream. We started at like 330, 340, 350 or them or something. It's like mid 300. But however many shells we have and however many potatoes we have are all from this stream. Hello, Stefan! Welcome, welcome, Husband Will. You hope Brighter Shores adds an achievement diary system like old school RuneScape. Probably going to need a lot more content first, though. Yeah, that is true. It would definitely need to flesh out a lot of the chapters way more. It does seem like it would work perfectly, though, since it's already region separated. Also, unlike most of the things on that list, that is actually the one thing on the entire list that was actually added during the Andrew Gower years. Achievement diaries. That was still back when he was there. The other 3 were actually added after his time. Combat achievements, collection log, and completionist capes. Not the fact of like 99 capes, but you know, like full completionist capes, like what RuneScape 3 has. Were all added after Andrew Gower years. The only one of those that was added beforehand were achievement diaries. But yeah, this game is set up perfectly for it. It's already separated by chapter. I do hope some of the benefits when it does get achievement diaries or whatever he ends up calling them, like region diaries or region achievements or whatever they're called in Brighter Shores. But whenever he does end up adding them, I do hope some of the effects go to other chapters and not just all within the chapter itself. Like, I think the good ratio would be about 80%, 20%, where 80% of the effects go to the chapter that you get it from, and then 20% are for other chapters. Because I hope the full effect of it isn't, like, region locked in a sense. Where you'd actually get some benefit to other chapters from completing out a chapter. Alright, based on how much Forager XP we got there, what is that then? 3 more trips? And then we can get to our better XP rate finally. And that'll be the final XP rate of the stream when we start doing rack potato drop. Oh, I didn't. Whoops. I think that's the first time that misclick has happened. I've done it before, but that's the first time today that has happened. Where you tried depositing everything and you missed one. Whoops. The other mistake I've done is that when I'm using the escape key, sometimes I click it early, which escapes out of the menu rather than depositing them. Interesting. I wonder if going that way saves one tile compared to the path. As the auto pathing goes that way, but sometimes it goes the wide way. I've really been too paranoid about saving tiles when doing everything today, though. I'm not sure why. Whenever I do Forager, I never feel the need to save tiles. Or at least not as badly as other skills. Or because a lot of other skills have a very definitive loop as far as what you have to do. Not that this isn't a loop. But the pathing that you have to do for Forager is so adaptive that's just annoying. You have to keep adjusting it every time you move to something else. Whereas even if you're taking the exact same node, you might be coming from a different direction. For example, if you're going west from here, it's better to be north of this, not east. But when you're going east from here, it's better to be on this east tile rather than west. I mean, rather than north. So depending on how you're combining it, you actually have to be at a completely different tile every time. Depending on what activity is being combined with. And it's kind of just easier just clicking on the resource and wherever it goes, it goes. Even if you lose a few tiles. It's like the one skill where I don't mind losing tiles on. Post 200 you wouldn't really have as big of an issue with it though. Because you're not switching activity nearly as much post 200. Whereas pre 200 you're switching like every few hours. What route you're doing. Oh, do I use that now? I'm gonna hold actually. Probably should use that now though. I was gonna grab shells until we push it over. Let me go bank these and see where we go from there actually. I'll be right back. I need to do a quick bathroom break. One moment. Alright, we're back. This should hopefully push us over. Come on, any moment now. Get XP in there. And then we'll go do rack potato, dropping all of them. Which you should only have to do for like an hour and a half to 2 hours. Shouldn't actually take that long. We're getting close to a double knowledge meter. And dropping them should be quite a bit of XP per hour. There we go. Bank all this. And there it is, the bladder rack. Get rid of all this. And let's go head out. Alright, so we're going to start at the rack. Then take every potato, then go back to rack. And just repeat that indefinitely. I was not sure what way I should route the potato. Where do you take the final rack from? Alright, so there's one over there, one over there, one over there. Interesting. So you'd want to take the closest rack first. You would end there. They're both about the same distance. Oh, just so it cycles better, I guess you would take the top one first. So we grab this, then grab the other thing. Then grab every potato, then head back to this rack and repeat. Let's see, what does the flavor text say for the rack? Nature's bubble wrap. Yeah, these things are worth like 3.1 silver each, and we will be dropping all of them. I won't do that to the higher tier one, but for the lower tier one that only makes a 7% pot, I will. But I will be keeping every single one we ever get from the 10% one later down the line. But it's not till post 200, so we don't need to worry about it on our 200 Forager grind. I believe you get access to it at 209. And the rack should respawn by now, yep. And we grab rack. Go back to potato. And then as we walk over there, we drop everything. And just rinse and repeat indefinitely. Which we can go for one more set of 6 potato and then we drop everything. That's interesting. We're almost gaining more from the potatoes themselves. Or actually, are we getting more? You have to keep in mind, we do get a 15% bonus for every potato. Whereas we get 0% bonus for every rack. I don't see. We're gonna do it unpotted for the next thing. This is Sue. So we're getting 647 here. I want to see how much we're getting per rack, because I think it's slightly lower. It's gonna be like a 620 or 630 or something. It's not that much lower, though. Interesting. So yeah, doing mana ray potato would still be better than, like, rack potato right now. The problem is I don't have the efficient level for that, though. At least not yet. Yeah, let's see what the XP drop is, but it should only be like a 620 or something. Okay, 654. Okay, so they're about the same. Because what was the other one? 657? So yeah, it is still worth going all the way over here for them then. Because it's what? 657 versus 648. So yeah, they are currently 9 XP more. Hello, Phaser. Welcome, welcome. So if you're ever doing COD, you could do an infinite cycle off of 3 COD, 3 rack. It's worth noting whenever we're at that higher level range. You can also do the same thing with Gennard. There's the other triple rack spawn. You might be wondering why there's only 3, because most things spawn in like 6 or 8 or something. Or sometimes 10 for ore. But the other 3 rack are in the middle of nowhere. There's no way to room cycle it. The only way you could ever take the other 3 rack is if you're doing Gennard rack. You click on every Gennard in the room, you click on every rack in the room in any AFK. There's literally no way to route it, because there's no room that connects to it. It's a dead-end room. It's actually pretty much considered, I would say, probably the worst fish in the game because of that. Because every other fish in the game can either be routed into a Forager run, or they're puffer eel. Which can also be routed into a Forager run, like we were doing earlier. We were doing periwinkle into eel. But that's the only one that can't. You could do it within the same room, because there's 2 things you could do. Those little shells that are on the rock, as well as the racks that are on the ground. But you can't cycle it into a wider Forager run. You can only ever cycle it into the room itself. It's basically a self-contained room. Like, that room could be deleted and you won't even notice. Other than the fact that there's now no Gennards. Oh, it's a completely self-sustained room that doesn't affect any adjacent room. Which is really weird, because this whole chapter is, like, kind of about that. This one room's just a complete outlier with how it functions. Due to how dead-endy it is. Oh, that's what KC's doing right now. He's doing COD rack. And then you have Manta Ray Limpet. And then either Gennard Limpet into Gennard rack. Which when do you get the Limpet upgrade? Too far is the answer. It's not till 149. So I'm not sure if taking a 95 rack would be worth it at that level range. You should probably just take triple limpet into the fish. Kind of like how right now we would take triple rack into the fish. Oh. I still wish you could Q a walk so you don't accidentally cancel like that. So maybe I shouldn't have drank that 5%. Though we're probably not going to hit it in time. We should be fine. Because I got to drink a 10% to make sure we can get the double bonus. But we can't do it when a XP pot's already going. Oh, KC's boosting smithing. Confirmed. You saw that, right? You saw that? That was a blue potion. They're trying to get their smithing level up with knowledge. I don't think they're at level 200 yet, because they didn't do the mining grind. They skipped right to just boosting up smithing. Which reminds me, after the 200 all grind, what even am I dumping knowledge onto? I guess as we're doing the mining smithing grind, I'm just dumping it onto smithing. Or mining if we're at a threshold to get to like a next rock that we need or something. Or better XP rate. Otherwise it goes into smithing. Alright, 10% XP pot, go. So we're going to try to see if we can get this level before we use the next one. We got a minute and a half. Go, go, go. We should be able to get it with 10% bonus. I'll see why not. Even without 10%, we should be able to make it. And then we only have 3.5 levels to go already. We're almost there. Yeah, this is way quicker than before. But we are banking nothing. That's the only big downside. We're banking literally nothing. If someone's actually using the maid outfit. Yeah, there we go. Throw that down into the thing. Yes, I know. There we go. Boom. Yeah, we're getting there. So what's our next route after this? Oh, we have that weird pond one. We'd have to do like pond nettle or something. What if I skip it? I really shouldn't. Even with an unupgraded tool, it's probably still worth doing. You only have to do it for like 6 levels anyways. So that tower is coming together nicely. I was like wondering why that was so high for a second, and then I remembered, oh yeah, we upgraded the tower earlier. Is this something that Forager does? It increasingly makes this monument more elaborate. Oh yeah, speaking about diary achievements, if this thing ever got a regional achievement diary, oh gosh. You realize one of them is going to be to finish the monument. Which you might be able to buy as a non-Iron Man, but if you're an Iron Man, that means you need 490 Forager. That'd be kind of funny if that was actually something for the last tier of the achievement diary for that, if they ever added that. Or a region diary or region achievements or whatever they're going to call it in this game. Because you know for sure one of the final tier ones would be to go finish the monument. Which as a non-Iron Man is not that hard to do, assuming they're tradable. But as an Iron Man, that basically means get 490 Forager. Which obviously is not quick. We're at 96 right now. We're not even at 200 yet. Like, we've done it all day so far today, and I've gained, like, not even 20 levels. We're about to gain 20 after this next one. And that's pre-200 as well. If this is post-200, we would have gained, like, 5 levels in that time. Interesting. Are both of them the same distance? Because I know sometimes it goes to one and sometimes the other. They might actually both be the same distance around. I never bothered counting it for tiles. I just keep going wherever it takes us. Like with most things with Forager. One of the few things I'm not too paranoid about with tiles. Right, 3.5 to go. Two more double knowledges and we should be there. Which at this point is like what then? A little over an hour. There should be at least like 3.5 knowledge an hour, whatever we're doing right now. It's something I really hope they would add eventually. Not just an XP tracker, but a knowledge per hour tracker. Down to the decimal. Because I find it really annoying to track both of those at the moment. Especially at the exact same time. Something that will likely be added down the line. Oh, we got all the high-level Cryo Knights here. We got a 222, we got a 2901, we got a 3012. Having a little Cryo Knight party over here. There's something I wish our leaderboard would show. I wish there was class-specific leaderboards. Just so you can kind of check, or at least show like an icon of whose everyone classes is on the leaderboard. Because you have no way of really knowing. The closest you have is check what their highest production skill is. And assumably the highest one is what class they are, but that's not always the case. But tends to be. Like for example, Rat Splat is probably... actually that's a little bit harder to tell. It's not a good example. I need a better example than that. Let's see. Reason. Reason is probably a Cryonite. These are definitely not Hammer Mage. They're likely not Bone Right or Guardian, I mean. But you can kind of tell based on that. It's not always perfectly consistent though. But there's no way to check. Like, we have no way to know definitively, like, oh, is Miles ES and Hammer Mage or not? Like, we can kind of tell, like, yeah, 241. Like, we know for sure that they are, but you know. Like, the only indication we have is, okay, their Stonemason's the highest, they're probably Hammer Mage. It doesn't just, like, outright confirm it, though. It's very likely, but it's not 100% confirmed. Obviously, we already know they are, though, of course. And the data there does indicate that they are as well. Like ours as well. It's very obvious that we were a Cryonite. Based on 200, 200, 253. That or someone who really just loves mining smithing. We're so close yet so far. 330% more knowledge and we'll be there. Which is less knowledge than a single post 200 AFK activity. And then we'll be at base 100, kind of. In quotation marks. Base 100, just ignore combat is out. If you just ignore combat really hard, we'll be base 100. It's gonna be the funniest thing once we actually do hit 200 all, though. Or quote-unquote 200 all. Because we're still gonna have 3 skills that aren't 200. I refuse to do them until the combat rework at this point. Unless a quest comes out that we have to go kill like a level 100 boss in chapter 1 or 2 or something. That's like the only thing that's gonna make us level them before the combat rework. So, what's going on with my inventory? Why am I so all out of cycle? I messed up somewhere during all this. I was gonna drop that now just to reset our pattern. Because it's really throwing me off that it's so far off. Alright. 100% fixed now. We're good to go. Alright, this cycle we should get a level. We have the 4 knowledge points. Gets us to another 1. 98. So yeah. It really comes down to, do we gain enough knowledge points within 2 levels? Probably not. Because we're only going to get 3 more knowledge points, not 4. In which case, it might be worth using a 5% now. And then just wait for the double 10% to push it to the end. Better waste a 10% on only 1 level. Which I'm not beyond doing. I shouldn't be spamming that like crazy. But we are allowed to use a 10% on 1 knowledge point instead of 2 knowledge points. That's funny. Casey's double potting. That's the way to do it, though. You're using Mines and Matubin pot to put it onto smithing, and then obviously Hopeport pot for, because this is Hopeport. Of course, we're double potting, but we're double potting the same chapter. But it's effectively doing the same thing. The 5% is the one we chug, the 10% is the one we use for the knowledge point. Same thing as using a double chapter pot, where it'd be chugging the 5%, but then we'd be chugging the other chapters 5 or 7% or whatever it'd be. Same premise. One potion is the one you chug, the other one you use only for knowledge. These happen to both be from the same chapter, which does give you a little bit extra value when you do that. Because, of course, whatever benefit we get from the potion also applies to immediately. Like when we drank this 10%, we're not only getting on double knowledge point, but we're also getting on any activity that we're doing for the next 2 minutes. Whereas whenever you're using a different chapter pot, you're wasting all the extra potential. Like if we use the 7% for Mines and Matubin to boost like smithing or mining here, we're wasting the full 2 minute of the 7%. Even if we're double dipping it for knowledge. That's why I actually stopped using the 7% for the daily. As nice as 2% extra is, we're still wasting the whole extra bit there. And let's have a knowledge point to go with it. I actually don't use the 7% anymore with the mining daily. Even though we have like 900 of them banked, and I probably should be. It's just I know we're going to be needing so many of them. And you don't get a better potion until, you know, the very low level of, you know, 383 alchemy. Which is obviously no time soon, so I gotta make the 900 we have last for 383 alchemy. While getting 0 levels per day. Also, wow, it's already the 29th. I keep forgetting. January is like over. Like, it's pretty much over. Wow, this year has gone by so quick already. I just now realized it's like the end of January. Really quick month. Yeah, it felt like this year just started, and it's like, up, almost final day of January. I did get quite a bit done this month, though. As far as off-stream stuff, as well as on-stream stuff. Anything I really need to do next month is the 2 days we're taking off for the work that's being done on the house. Fixing up the floorboards that have been damaged from hurricanes, as well as replacing out the floor. Since they're already gonna have to replace out some of it anyways. But after that, I don't have too many IRL plans until the summer. Because 1 week I'll be seeing family. Possibly 1 week seeing friends. But between now and the summer, those 2 days are probably the only two that, gonna be, like, away. At least I'm aware of at the moment. Because I don't have any doctor's appointments within that time. Nothing out of normal. Possibly rude. What, Isabel? Do you want to meet up again when we go head over? Because I will be in New Jersey for about a week. Probably like late July, early either late June, early July. The time could change, but that's generally the time I'll be down there. If you want to go out somewhere or something. Hey, didn't you say we wanted to go to Stewart's Root Beer and the Sawmill? Is that what we mentioned? I actually forget. But we definitely have to. But yeah, didn't we also mention Stewart's Root Beer? I can't remember. Because didn't you say you didn't go there yet? But yeah, we'll figure out the dates once it gets closer. No point in really planning it now. Yeah, we'll definitely need to. Oops, I forgot potato. But yeah, Stewart's Root Beer is basically like a Sonic, but different. Honestly, I would say better. They're not all across the country, though. There's only in some areas. But Stewart's Root Beer is basically just a better Sonic. Alright, 2.5 levels to go. Technically 2 levels to go because the knowledge will cover the rest. Within that 2 levels, we should be able to get at least 1 more knowledge point. Probably not 2, though. Which means we technically, within all that, have to go do 1 in 3/4 of a level, then. As the rest would be covered by knowledge. Which at this point, that means we only have, like, what, 40 minutes left? Then we'll go grab dinner. Oh. I'm sure I'm gonna go for today. I'll just grab something from the fridge. I forget what brand it is. I actually got, when I last went food shopping, I tried, picking up a few different things I didn't grab in the past. And I ended up trying a couple different chicken nuggets. I can't remember the brand, though. But it is so good. I need to start getting them. I tried, like, 1 of each flavor. They have, like, Zesty Ranch, Original, and Buttermilk. And Buttermilk's probably my favorite. Zesty Ranch is just a bit too strong. Especially since I dip it into ranch anyways. It's too much ranch flavor. But it beats going out for fast food. Get like triple the amount for the exact same price. Right, like what else did I end up picking up recently that's been new, that's been good? Because normally I just pick up the same thing I always do. Then salads. I'm big on salad. Salad, cucumber with imitation crab with ranch is like my default if I don't know what to make meal. Maybe like one other thing I have laying around that I could put into a salad. It's like my default. I have no clue what to make. Let's just do something quick kind of meal. I really do need to get better at cooking, though. I've never really been that big into cooking. Like, there's a handful of things, obviously, I know how to cook. But definitely, like, too elaborate. Just feel like a lot of things just aren't worth the time. If I was cooking for someone else, it would matter a bit more. But if it's just for myself, I don't really care as much. So long as it's at least, like, not horrible for you, as well as, like, convenient, then that works for me. I'm pretty sure this water tower guy's been here this entire time just killing the things. He's trying to deforest the plants. So I'm not going to bother boosting here. I don't want to dip into my 10%. Because I'm pretty sure we're going to be slightly short this cycle. If the worst comes to worst, I'll just pre-drop it after the one set and then just drink the potion. And then that will get us to 98 and almost a half. And then a level and a half to go. Come on, we need more quests. I can't wait to see the day where this game has like 300 quests or something. Not counting main storyline, I believe it's at 9 right now. These main storylines kind of hard to count. In the sense that, it's like a very absurdly big quest in multiple different parts. Because even within the quest, it's segmented into like quests within a quest, but how it's broken down. There's almost like sub-quests within the quest. Because you can look at it as either one quest, 4 quests, or if we break down every sub-quest within the quest, I think it's almost like 20-something quests. But at most you could count it as like 5, or technically 4. I think Chapter 5 is not out yet. Which if that is the case, there's 13 quests in the game then. But eventually we'll be at 100, 200, 300. It's pretty light right now, given that we're effectively at 9 or 13, depending on how you want to count it. 9 plus a main storyline. How many chapters do you think there will be? Infinite. I don't think they're ever going to stop. I do not believe they will ever stop. They might slow down the rate at which they do chapters once they hit like 20 or 30 something. But I don't think they're ever going to stop adding chapters. If the storyline eventually fully concludes, you're just going to start up another storyline. I do believe we eventually reached a point where we do not get a chapter within a year. But I do not believe they will ever stop adding chapters. Just slowing down the rate at which they would after they reach a certain number. Because they already confirmed they did the storyline up to up to chapter 21. And that's just what they currently have done. That's not to say that there will only be 21. That's just how much they've developed storyline for. As the exact moment in time. So bare minimum, 21. But, it could easily be 30, 40, 50. They might just have to start up another storyline arc. After the original one concludes at some point. By like chapter like 25 or 30 or something. Or however they're going to divide it. Up the guy who got 500 all in that's definitely what I've been doing a lot with the 2-minute timer. That's actually one of the reasons I did that. But yeah, KC, who is the only 500 all Chronopolis person, someone was asking for tips to do merchant, and they said just try checking the merchant board every reset, which of course is every 2 minutes. But yeah, that's why we set the timer. If you ever wonder why we have a timer going whenever we do merchant, it's because ideally we're trying to check it every 2 minutes. You're not always able to, but that's what the timer is for. So we know when the reset time is, so we can optimize as many double takes as well as 2-minute takes that we can. Because the more tasks you can cycle through, the better. As you'll, the more tasks you can look at, the better routing you can get when turning in for merchant. We're gonna need an alchemy too. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. We'll find out by chapter 6 what they're doing. Chapter 6 is either gonna add alchemy 2 or a complete overhaul of how alchemy works. Because they either have to fundamentally change how alchemy works, or keep adding a new alchemy skill like every 5 chapters. Which means by chapter 20 we'd have 4 alchemy skills. Or technically by chapter 16. Assuming they add it on the first possible chapter. We could potentially have 4 alchemy skills of different kinds. But yeah, we don't currently know what they're doing, and they gotta figure it out by chapter 6, so they still got some time. But by chapter 6, they gotta figure out what they're gonna do. Because they can't just keep putting every chapter into alchemy. Otherwise, you're gonna be getting a unlock every single level. I would have to do so much post 500 alchemy. But my assumption is they would add a new alchemy every 5 levels, or 5 chapters, I mean. Because the only way you can really make it work. Kind of like how we get a new gather skill like every other chapter. For the same reason that happens is the same reason we're going to need like an alchemy every 5. But it's going to be pretty hype every 5th chapter then. Because we're just going to get a dump of so many cool potions every time. I'm still holding out for special attack potions and aggro potions. As well as combat potions that have a duration rather than a per fight usage. But that means every 5th chapter, like 6, 11, 16, are going to be extremely hyped compared to an average chapter. Because the amount of potions we would get would be astronomically high. Because if, let's say, hypothetically, Chapter 6 does get an alchemy skill, or, you know, a new one, Alchemy 2.0, whatever they're going to call it, it's going to have all the potions leading all the way to Chapter 10, pretty much immediately. You'd have to buy from the shop, but you'd have access to them immediately. That's a lot of potions. Obviously, the XP pots don't matter for all Chapter 7 to 10, but all the other special utility pots would. Like special attack pot, aggro pot, whatever else they add. Whatever other unique effects they end up including. There's going to be a lot of potions just dumped on you all at once. Every 5th chapter. But no, we'll have to wait and see. We'll find out by chapter 6 what they're doing. It would make sense too, because a little spoiler. There is actually an image of some of the upcoming chapters. And one of those images have a windmill. And why is that a spoiler? Or why is that relevant at all? That thing. That's chapter 6. Right there. On the title screen. So I wouldn't be surprised if chapter 6 has alchemy skill, part 2. As it's quite literally on the title screen, most likely. Based on knowledge we currently have. We don't have public knowledge that alchemy is coming, but it is on the title screen, most likely. As it's the only chapter that we are aware of that has a windmill. And there is a very distinct windmill on the title screen. Which means there's a good chance that part of the title screen is literally an island of chapter 6. So chapter 6 is significant enough that it's literally on the title screen of the game. Where do you see these pictures? Some people who data mined it. I'm not sure where they are located. So I'm not sure where you can check to see them all. But some people who've done some amount of data mining. But yeah, I believe they know what the thumbnail looks like for, like, up to Chapter 8 or something. I haven't looked at anything beyond Chapter 6, though. Because that's the image that plays whenever you, like, teleport in a region or something similar. It has, like, a splash screen for the area. And they already have it made up to, like, Chapter 8 or 9 or something. Because that's the screen that pops up whenever you go through a loading screen in an area. Normally via teleporting. So why is there so many people in that room? KC's bringing a huge crowd. I don't think I've ever seen that room so crowded. There's like 7 people farming the rack room. The COD rack room. Oh, so does KC actually stream the game? I'm actually not sure. Does anyone know? Because anytime I see so many people in a room like that, I always think, oh, are they streaming then? Because I wonder if they have so many people around them. Unless they're having like a 500 party or something. Yeah, sometimes there's just like a suspiciously high amount of people in a room. Like that happened when we were doing forging the other day when we saw, what's his name? Sap. Or not Sap, the other one. Whatever rank 1 woodcutter was. Why do I forget their name? There's like a suspiciously high amount of people like near them. In rooms that normally don't have like anyone in them. Had like 8, 9 people in them. So why don't I forget his name? Yeah, Nat, that was the one. I knew it was a 3-letter name. Yeah, it was Nat. Yeah, when we were doing woodcutting that one day. Like in an area that I feel like almost never has anyone. There's like 8 to 10 people in the room at any given time. It always throws me off since the player base is kind of small right now. Yeah, you still walk into a room that has like so many people in it. There's one thing I really like about the server system in this game. Even with 1,000 people playing, it still feels crowded. Every room you ever enter. Like this room right now has like 8 people in it. Actually, we can check exactly. I can tell you exactly how many people are here. 9. There are 9 people in here. Technically 10, because I don't think that counts herself. Actually, I think it does. Like right here, we have 7. It just always throws me off. Because the player base is relatively small right now, but no room ever feels empty. So whatever they did to set up the server system works really, really well. It always tries prioritizing you with already filled rooms, normally. It initially tries to get you into friends. So if there's any friends in a room, it tries to group you. And then it does it based on trying to find a room that actually has people in it, rather than just plopping you in an empty room. Unless the other room's at full capacity, in which case it will start a new instance. Yep, 99, 1 to go. We're almost there. Oh wait, never mind, we're at 99, we maxed. Never mind, we're done. Yeah, let's go get 100. Now that we hit max level. If only that was that easy. Honestly, old school RuneScape's grind looks like a joke compared to Brighter Shores in like 5 years from now. As 500 all for Brighter Shores in 5 years from now is like over 10,000 hours. Maybe even over 20,000 hours. Whereas maxing in Old School RuneScape right now is like 3,000 hours, give or take, depending on how efficient you want to be. But that's assuming 500 all. For all realistic purposes, 200 all is basically max in Brighter Shores. It's not actually max, but it's the realistic max most people would ever go for. Once we start getting a chapter or 2 every single year. Which is going to be at bare minimum 8 new skills to get to 200 and or 500. Like, the rate of new content is going to be too quick to bother 500ing all. There will be some people who will try. But you really shouldn't. Because it's going to be absurd how much leveling you would have to do. As on average, an average 500, if you spent like 12 hours a day doing it, would take you like a month. Even if you have to do 16 hours a day. But let's say like 12 hours a day for an entire month. Like almost all your free time in an entire month. That means if you get 2 new chapters a year, 2/3 of your year would have to be spent doing nothing but leveling Brighter Shores if you want to maintain 500 all. And that's not even counting getting everything that's already out to 500. That's just the new content. Would take 2/3 of the year. It also assumes they'll add 2 chapters a year, which seems like probably would happen. Like 1 or 2 a year seems pretty realistic. They could do 3, but it's pretty unlikely they would. 1 to 2 is likely around the range that of which they would add. But they never really clarified exactly what the rate would be. But if we take the time from launch to compare to when Stonewall Hill is coming out, it's about 1 to 2 a year. Yeah, 200 mil all could be compared to 500. Though I would say 200 mil all is harder in RuneScape than 500 all is in Brighter Shores. At least with the current amount of chapters. Once there's like 10 plus chapters, it'd be the other way around. But I would say 200 mil all is harder than 500 all in Brighter Shores right now. But it's mostly because of the number of chapters. If they just simply doubled the number of chapters, it'd be substantially harder to do 500 all in Brighter Shores than it would be in Old School RuneScape. Because Old School RuneScape gets skills way slower than Brighter Shores ever will. Like, Brighter Shores is probably getting, like, on average 8 new skills a year. Whereas Old School RuneScape gets 1 every, like, 15 years. They've been developing sailing as a joke and actively for, like, a decade now, indirectly. But no, realistically, they've been developing it for about 2 years now. So in 2 years, they've developed 0 skills. Despite working on skills the entire time. Because Old School RuneScape technically hasn't gotten a new skill since 2006. By the time it gets one, it would be over 20 years since it got 1 skill. Which is kind of crazy to think about. But yeah, it would have went 20 years at getting 1 skill, 1 new skill. Within a 20-year duration. Whereas Brighter Shores on average will be getting 8 per year. Assuming 2 new chapters per year. Or in the worst case scenario, 4 per year. If only 1 is added per year. But some of those are quote-unquote new. Because obviously the combat for next chapter is just another combat. You know, just Shield Breaker. It just works the same as most of the other ones do. Obviously it'll be merged into the new combat system by then. But you know, it'll still play out like any other combat. And of course we're getting Delver. Which, while it will have some unique aspects, it's basically just Forager or Gatherer. The way you do it strategy-wise will probably be a little bit different. But it's ultimately the same thing. So technically we're only getting 2 new skills with next chapter. Like as far as new. One being Armor Maker, which does exactly what it sounds like it would do. It makes armor. And the other new one is Builder. Which we have no clue what it does, and it's probably the most unique thing in Chapter 5. Though exact specifics on it, we know almost nothing. Is it 12 to 13,000 EHP for 200 mil all? You have to keep in mind, though, EHP for the average person is very unrealistic. Like, absurdly unrealistic. Especially when you're putting in, like, a 0 at the end of it. Like, it's already hard enough to try to do it for, like, 2,000 hours for a max account. Try putting a 0 at the end. But, yeah, most people don't play anywhere near close to efficient hours played. Like, with the woodcutting, I'm doing AFK in Old School RuneScape right now. I think I have to woodcut for about 3 to 4 hours to get 1 hour of woodcutting done. If you were to do it compared to efficient hours played. Because efficient hours played, I'm pretty sure, is based on a combination of forestry plus doing 2-tick teaks with a +10 bonus. Which you would need 9 other people to help you with. Plus also combining that with forestry events. Like, HP is, like, insane. Because you need 9 other people to help you. And you need RNG with forestry events. And you have to tick manipulate the whole time, meaning you're clicking, like, every second. And, of course, you're dropping everything to the ground. So you're also banking literally nothing the whole time as well. Yeah, there's a lot of different tick manipulation teak methods. I'm not sure which one's most efficient these days. Because there's, I believe, 2-tick teaks when you do it for forestry events. With a +10 bonus. But if you don't want the +10 bonus, or deal with forestry events, you can do 1.5 tick. On, what's it called, island? On Fossil Island. Because those trees act differently than how the other trees do. Because they still use the old formula rather than the new formula trees. So their behavior's a little different. But yeah, there's 2 tick manipulation methods for teaks. Yeah, you can tick manipulate by eating food in that game as well. There's a lot of things that can trigger it. Main reason why people use purple sweets is it has infinite stack and it restores run energy. But you don't really need that for woodcutting anymore because forestry restores run energy. It's actually one of the reasons why they made it restore run energy. So people wouldn't need purple sweets while doing tick manipulation teaks. Because back in the day before forestry you did, but now you don't anymore. So that's something I still didn't get to try that I definitely need to go do before our membership expires for Old School RuneScape. We gotta do one last hurrah stream for it so we can go test how run energy changes are. Hopefully not die during it. I'll probably just do safe stuff. Because I'm just so rusty at Old School right now. I'll probably just do like some Chambers of Zarek or something. Maybe even group up with some people if anyone's interested. Though I have no clue how to do group Chambers of Zarek. I only know how to do solo. I'm pretty sure it's not that much harder doing in a group. Actually, it's probably easier. But the way they have to do it, I believe, is slightly different. Or at least the final boss anyways. Alright, I think that's all we need. Is that it? I think we're done. I think we are done. Let's go get one more set of potato. I probably should have grabbed the racks in this today. I thought they'd be respawned by now. There they go. Gonna have to do a bit of a weird path for this. I'll grab these potatoes, grab the other potatoes. We'll teleport back. You might be wondering, we don't have 100 Forager. But what I'm gonna go do is turn in all of our cooking contracts. With the 10% potion. Or maybe not all of them, but you know, at least whatever 2 minutes can do. And then, boom. That'll be all the knowledge we need to go finish out Forager. Just want to grab one last little set of potatoes since we're teleporting back. I can also put away the 5% because we're not going to need that for what we're about to go do. I only need 10%. Hey, there we go. We're done. Just got to go dump the knowledge into it after this cooking run. And that is 100 Forager completed. Alright, let's go check the totals now. Now, this is the thing I was most curious about. What did we earn today? We were dropping quite a bit of it on the ground at the later half. Well, what did we earn up to that point? Keep in mind, about 300 something of these green things were farmed beforehand. Let's see. We got 600 green things. These are for 25% heals. 15 useless nettles. 961 6% bots. Oh, gosh. And those were from some other thing. What does it even go to? I think it goes to the heal pot or something. Interesting. But yeah, we got about 600 something of the green kelp. And 961 shells today. That is crazy. Too bad it's not a useful potion. But you can make 220 per hour if you wanted to, but that would only be worth it on the ult. Or if they ever get an auto potion making machine. For the ones that are outside your level range. Alright, let me go bank these. Or even sell them. Because I need to go buy a bunch of stuff. You know what? I'm just going to sell them, actually. I'm going to sell all. Alright, what are we doing? I need to go buy all this, which means I need to go get some fish. Wow, he wants way too many lobster thermines. I'm gonna just scrap this one, actually. That is way too many to turn in. That's we're doing a lobster thermine run only. That is so many to go get. I don't know, are we gonna bother? The problem is off route is the biggest issue. Because everything I have is east route. So let me go scrap this for an east route one. There's just way too many of that. Even though it's a great turn-in value, that's just way too many lobsters to have to go make. Nah. Oh, it's stew, though. Do I have enough inventory? If I do, this is fine. Otherwise, we do the double guard one, I guess. Let me do a head count. 4, 7, 9, 11, 13, 22. Yeah, we're fine. We can get away with that. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's go get everything. Well, this is probably one of the cleanest runs I think we've ever had. I can get all 3 of these within a 10%. All 3 of these are, like, right next to each other. Double Enchantress into triple new tap into 1 Ella. Because that is right here, here, and here. They're literally within that little square. They're all within like 10 tiles of each other. It's such a clean run. I don't think we've ever had a cleaner run than this. Right, let's go buy everything we need. Yep. Thank you, Kale. Thank you, thank you. Alright, what do we need? Let's see. We need 3 of these, or do we need more? I need 5 of these. I want to get all the fish out of the way. Double Gennard and 4 rays. Double Gennard and 4 rays. Oh, we're getting close to that fishing level. And 4 mana ray. Is that everything? As far as fish? Let's see, 4, 5, 2. Yep, that looks good to me. Alright, let me go buy everything we need for these, except for the lobster, because the lobster is a nightmare to go make. I'm gonna buy everything except the lobster supplies and the stews right now. Because it's gonna have to be 2 separate runs. Alright, I need the 2 stock for the Gennards, and then I need, I guess I could buy the 9 stew right now. There we go. Alright, that should be everything but the lobster. Oh, and the mash. I didn't do the mash. That's fine. Alright, lobster, you chill right here. Everything else is combined, I guess. And just drop them on the ground, the finished product. Oh, I forgot one. How could you forget one? And then we'll go drop everything over there in one pile. Get the lobster separately. It'll be good to go. And then we'll buy the mash and as much lobster supply as we can. Actually, no, we can fit both. Because that only requires 19 inventory only. But yeah, well, we can get that with 19 inventory. That's fine. And then we make the mash, then we drop the mash, and then we make all the lobster at once. Luckily, 5 does actually fit in the inventory, unlike the 6, where you need a full 24 to even go run it. Which is why we abandoned it. But yeah, I think this might actually be the cleanest chef run we've ever had. I can't recall a single chef run that has ever been cleaner than this. Like, the second we start the chef run, it'll be done like 30 seconds later. Like, the potion will only be half done, and we'll already have the full run done of all 6. Yeah, there we go. And now we buy whatever's left, which is 2 potato, 2 sausage, and 555 for the lobster thingy. Let's do the potato thingy first. Grab 2 of you. 2 of you. 5 of you. 5 of you. And I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, creamer. Yeah, that should be everything. Alright, let me go condense these first so I can get my lobsters. Upset. No, 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 no! Don't do that. Okay, good. Whew. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I gotta go do the thingy first. But I almost made them into fries, but luckily it's way too high of a level, so it was outside my range. That saved me so hard. Because you can use a potato in 2 different locations, but they make a different dish depending on where you use it on. If you use on here, it makes the mash. If you use on there, it makes the cod and chips. AKA fish and chips. I just realized this would be a first time bonus, isn't it? Yep, there it is. Forgot about that. First time we ever had to make that. We could forge it soon as well. That's the next potato tier. Not the one that we were collecting, but the one above the tier that we were collecting today. Still got a little ways to go, but we're getting there. Oh, yeah, that should be everything for our run, unless I forgot something. And then we just double dump the knowledge into Forager, and we are done. Alright, now to do the cleanest chef run ever. Technically the cleanest would be all 6 at the same location. That'd be so hard to do though. If you waited long enough, you definitely could. That's a little overkill though. This was only like 2 bounty board checks. Actually, I think 3. I was even trying to get them all in the same location. This happened to actually work out that way. What's the other item she wanted? It was a Gennard and lobster. And of course we're getting cooking level from this. And all this is 10% boosted too, which is great. Not just for our knowledge, but also for the chef XP, of course. Alright, new tap wanted pretty much everything. Oh, come on. Literally the one thing that he didn't want. This is the one I click on. Amazing. There we go. 100 Forager. Goal complete. Nice. And look at that. We still have a half a minute to spare. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever had a 6 turn-in with this much time remaining. We literally have over a minute. It was that quick of a run. But anyways, I guess I'll grab something else on the bounty board. Not that I could do it right now, but I think there was like one other task that wasn't awful. I just couldn't grab it because we had 6 bounties already. But yeah, I guess we'll end it there for now. We will be back tomorrow, same time as per usual, around noon Eastern Standard Time, and we're probably heading back to the forest tomorrow. I'll still be grinding some of these in the background, like trying to get a little bit of AFK, or, you know, active AFK fishing and Forager done. But yeah, we finally have 100 all skilling. Not 100 all combat, but, you know, 100 all skilling. And now we work on 200 all, starting with woodcutting and carpentry tomorrow. That is our game plan, until we have 200 all non-combat. Because, of course, we're waiting on all the combats until the combat rework. Yep, and of course, we also got 3K today. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for stopping by, as always. Greatly, greatly appreciated. As far as the final poll, after 66 votes, if Brighter Shores was to add one completionist system from RuneScape / Old School RuneScape, which sounds best? At 15% is combat achievements. That's oddly enough the lowest one, which I find kind of funny, because if you pull the actual game of Old School RuneScape, because they're so PVM heavy, that would probably be the one in first place. So because Brighter Shores is so much skilling heavier, I find that really funny that that's in dead last. Because if you pulled Old School RuneScape, that'd probably be like in first place by like over 40%. But then collection log at 29%, which is actually what got updated in Old School RuneScape today. It's basically a full list of every single unique item you've ever obtained, as well as the number that you've gotten, as well as the kill counts for whatever activities are associated to them. Achievement diaries, which are basically like region-based accomplishments, which end up giving a bunch of various perks and sometimes even equipment that you can wear. And that's at 23%. Collection log was at 29%. And in first place at 33%, which oddly enough, the devs actually confirmed they are probably doing, is completionist capes. For example, this includes 200 in every skill in the game, or 200 for everything in a region, or 500 for everything in a region. The one that they said that they would probably do, they didn't confirm that they would do it, is area capes, where you might get a cape for 50 all in an area, or 100 all in an area, 200 all in an area, and of course 500 all in an area. With the 500 all in an area probably being some of the cooler capes in the game. Because they're definitely not going to add a 500 all across the entire game. That's just way too unrealistic. But 500 all within a single chapter, that's actually doable. And that seems like something that they probably are going to be adding, based on what they've said. So out of everything on that list, the one that's actually in first place is the one most likely to actually come to Brighter Shores, oddly enough. Because they did say that they're likely going to be adding chapter capes, which of course would imply having all of that level, which means the highest one would be 500 all within a chapter. Meaning the hardest cape to get in that regard would be 500 all Mines of Matubin. Not only because it has 5 skills, but 3 of them, or 3.5, are really slow. Particularly 3 of them. So that'd be the hardest one to get, with the easiest one being Chronopolis, of course. Which is also, to this day, the only one that has 500 all is Chronopolis at the moment. As is the quickest out of all 4 of them. But the slowest being Mines of Matubin, of course. Not just because it has 5, but also because 3 of them are absurdly slow within that 5. But anyways, guys, thanks for stopping by as always. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. I'll catch you guys later. And yeah, have a wonderful week. Goodbye, everyone!